Good afternoon. And hello. What's up? Welcome to your Wednesday, and I knew it's Thursday. Your Thursday and mine. Wednesday, I took a bit off from streaming, as you saw. Unfortunately, it was not as crazy productive as I expected it to be, but nevertheless, I am back here, happy to continue. Thanks for being here, as always, for the start of the stream. Let's get into it together, as my brain is still kind of, ramping up. I made some afternoon coffee for the stream as well. I hope your day is going fine as well. I can feel myself, waking up a little bit. Expect you have the first message of the chat. Also, nice to see you. And been a couple streams, I think, that I haven't seen you. Is there potential for more Arctic stuff? Well, okay, I told you last time I played it a little bit. It was like maybe 2 hours. It definitely did make me feel like there's more there, but I'm not sure it's my playstyle. So for time being, the best chance to see me play Arctic stuff is for you to use your channel points and redeem them, and then I will play it for half an hour. See after 10 minutes, yeah, shitty, yes. If you open the stream at the very start on YouTube, yep, you will. The stream is still ramping up, warming up the little goblins behind the scenes. Do you have Spear and Torch Avatar Ring from PvE Journal? What's up, Dixt? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Where is it? Where is it? Tell me, show me. What is the Spear and Torch Avatar Ring? You mean from this, or from something specific? If you guide me to where I can find it, then I can give you an answer. It's not something I don't think I've come across and acknowledged as one of the options I can choose for my avatar ring, at least. What's up, Fishy? Hi. Hello, sir. Good evening, Tosha. What's up? Azad. Good afternoon. Hey, Vic, love your YouTube videos and nice to see you on Twitch now. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for the wonderful energy. And yes, I am... it is one of the things that I am kind of giving myself a hard time about in my head, There's always, well, usually, depending on what your life is like, there's usually stuff you're kind of thinking about, like, oh shit, I should really do this, or I feel kind of bad for not doing. YouTube has been that for the last couple of weeks at the back of my mind. Whenever I'm not thinking about something, I have this, oh shit, I really need to, get myself together and put more effort into that part of life, and hopefully all of this pressure in my head at some point will culminate into actually resuming and making proper videos again. Show gear, nothing to show yet, sir. We are just selling items. What's up, Scriptex? Hello. Nothing to show just yet. I am gonna play Spear for majority of the day. Is there something Okay, so I have 2 tabs, which are almost 3 tabs. Let's clear out this tab. Those who come here often know how much of a problem it is for me to actually clear my bank. And the fact that I have managed today before stream to clear 3 tabs for loot, man, I've been buying more and more tabs because I am too lazy to do something with tabs full of PvP or PvE loot. But 3 tabs is an achievement for me. So we have a lot of room to put stuff in. Hopefully, we will actually get so much stuff that I will fill the tabs, but we'll see. Let me quickly sell these. And, let's see. Nice emotes. Shob. My latest, the Overcharge emote. I don't think it's approved yet. Let me quickly see. I mean, you would probably see it in emotes if it was. Nope, I don't think any of the Overcharge emotes are approved yet. That's the next one that's coming for. There's a regular one for everybody and a moving one for subscribers. Angry Gerald, thank you for following. Happy to have you here. Give me a moment. So yeah, so what I want to do is, first of all, take a sip of the coffee to help my brain wake up even more for Albion. Albion does require a certain amount of mental energy, as probably most competitive games do, but it's definitely something I feel sometimes when I've talked about this also earlier, but I feel sometimes when I'm starting, it goes slow and it takes a little while to get into Albion, And it's not like I've been away for a month or something. Yeah, I just skipped one day. It's not that. it's not the big break effect. It's just that it always at the beginning of a session, it always feels a little bit like I need to wake up a little bit into it and get into it. There's some stuff that I don't think I'm going to be able to sell in Brazilian. Even these, I'm not sure, although in Assassin Shoes, maybe. 8.3 satchel, if you were here last stream. Random green chest in the mist. Like, not even a chest, but a coffer, you know? The one, the small area, that shows a small area around you, the coffer. A green coffer gave me an 8.3 satchel last stream. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that situation? These are items that I don't think I'm going to be able to sell in Brazilian from the loot tabs so far that I cleared. I'm not chasing max efficiency. It's not like something, something costs a little bit more outside of Brazilian, so I'm going to take it out there. No, but these things actually, I don't think I will be even able to sell at all in Brazilian, or it will take very long, or it will be a very big price difference. So I'm going to keep them, and I'm just going to take them to Limhurst later on. I got my first kill with Cloth Spear after nearly 20 deaths as of nice. I mean, you know my attitude towards dying, so my first reaction is nice. You died 20 times, good job. You know, that's a lot of gaming, but also of course happy that you got there with the kill. So was it? Did it just happen to be a good situation, or do you feel like you did something to, well, essentially to deserve the kill? You know, to get to feel the outplay. We are going to, this is where I'm going to repair it, of course. I still need a helmet, and I'm going to continue. Like, the overcharge addiction is not a joke. I am going to be overcharging a lot today. So if you're here for the long run, although we'll see how long maybe something like 5 or 6 hours, maybe it won't be a crazy long stream today. If you're here for the longer run, be ready for a whole lot of overcharging. This is absolutely has become an overcharge stream. I am using, abusing, and addicted to just overcharging. And in fact, I want to go tier 8 later today with the same Cloth Spear build. If you were here last time, the build is not new. We're going to continue with this and then see, maybe we'll make some adjustments. But I do want to go tier 8 as well, and then kind of continue with the overcharging. Of course, at tier 8, the overcharge is kind of unnecessarily expensive. And we're talking here not just about overcharging in a fight. We're talking about just overcharging in the city before you even before you even go into whatever content you are there for, right? It is going to be expensive and probably not a smart idea for tier 8, but I kind of want to do that still. We do need some geek potions and some soups, which is I discovered last time, but that at least geek potions can be pretty useful, and on cloth armor. Geek potions often actually overall feel a bit better for a couple of reasons. Partly because, well, I'm not using healing anyway, but oftentimes instead of you use gig instead of healing, because on cloth armor you have less HP, and also fights happen much quicker. So the likelihood that you will actually use your gig pot and it will be useful, you know, that 5-6 seconds you have, is going to be crucial. The likelihood is higher because fights on average will just last much shorter if you are wearing cloth armor. It was 1-1 with bad luck, 150 IP more than me. I'm a spear. Oh, nice, Azot. Okay. So it does feel like it does feel deserved, and I hope at least for you it felt like a good fight. Nice, good job. That's great. I mean, that's thing that about spear that I love, which is the rewarding feeling. Yes, there's quite a bit of struggle often comparing to some simpler weapons, but then when you do actually manage to take the fight correctly and it works out and you win, at least I hope you also feel this very rewarding feeling. Is there anything else? Is there anything we are missing right now? Sticking with the pointy end. I love that quote. Yeah, absolutely, Shub. I love that. Of course, unfortunately, as someone who doesn't really craft, that quote lives in my head. I don't really hear it in game a lot. But those of you who craft any sort of, I think it's leather armor or some sort of hunter weapons, if you talk to the lady who helps you craft them, she often says, "Stick them with the pointy end." Absolutely, good quote. Kind of wish there was more lore in Albion when I think about it. When I think about that sort of, like, I would like to know, like that would be a cool story of the people who are the crafting station people, or some other voice lines. Like also the Traveler, the quick travel guy. I also love some of his voice lines. Like have fun walking, you know, when you close the teleportation tab. Are we ready? Are we ready to go, or is there something that has slipped my mind and that would be useful for all of us to think about? By the way, I should probably go tier 8 Mage Robe. It is time, I think. Also, you can see that my spear is actually, you know, way higher IP than my Mage Robe. Let's see actually if I have the runes for that. And that's a strategy generally also, not even because of just the specs difference, but even if I was using like Assassin Jacket, it's something I've been, or even Jacket of Tenacity, something I've been seeing more experienced players do, and kind of has created interest in me as well, and I kind of want to play or do that a bit more as well. What I'm talking about is to actually just use higher tier jacket. Like everything, if you're playing tier 7, take a tier 8 chest armor. If you're playing tier 8, take a tier 9 or 6-3 chest armor. That sort of thing. I feel like it's becoming more popular, and there's a bit of a bait aspect there, because the enemy might not realize that you're actually stronger than you are. And also it's a good upgrade, right? It's almost... Oh, no, that's not what I mean. I should have gone south. Also, it's... although, I can reroll quality once as well. Let's see. Yay. There is something there also that it just does make you actually stronger. Like your weapon and chest armor are the biggest determinants of how strong you are. And it does actually matter, so it's not... I'm not the same man anymore with tier 8 Mage Robe. And I'm still gonna overcharge it. Now it does cost definitely more. It's a 300k armor. And my overall cost has gone over 1 million. It was around 800k actually showing last time I played. Maybe because of food and potions it's a bit inflated as well, but still. That means that I need to be ready for... I mean, anyway, I am ready, and it happens a lot that people just want to kill me, you know. But I have a good build to handle 1v2 situations and that sort of stuff. So let's go. Unless someone, do you like seafood? Okay, so it looks like everything's fine with the build. We can go. Nothing I missed. No extra ideas, or I'm gonna overcharge right away. Nothing, not like particular seafood enjoyer. I do really like prawns, right? I think they are called, like the little the guys. Yeah, prawns. Yeah, I think prawn is shrimp is also. I don't know the difference between prawn and shrimp. Okay, here we go. There it is, overcharged. Let's go. This is how we play now. This is gaming. Just overcharge and go look for adventures. If you weren't here last time, or actually even the time before that, where I discovered overcharging, obviously it has always been part of the game for me as well, but I discovered the overcharge before anything even happens approach, and it's just, I don't know why it makes me happy. I know a couple of reasons, and maybe I'll explain them later as well, but it does make me happy. It's nice to already be overcharged. But other sort of like seafood things that are cold seafood, or where people put a bunch of seafood together, I've never been like too much of a fan. But the shrimp slash prawns actually seem awesome, and fish in general. Like I don't know if I mean fish must be also considered seafood, right? Seafood is not just other weird stuff. Hello, sir. Can I please gaming? He did look at me for a moment. Come on. No. I don't think it's gonna be enough damage, but who knows? He did look at me for a moment, as if he was at least somewhat considering it, I should have removed that earlier. Okay, he missed his E. He drank a potion. I used my potion to dismount him, as you saw me. So as you saw it. Okay, I am dodging. Dodging like it's my job, like I'm Neo from Matrix. Battle Axe throwing his axe, and I'm... So, we got the first warm-up kill on the board. Intervention, intervention. Oh no! Is this about my overcharge? Is this about my suffered energy addiction, Mufanza? No. No! Vic, we've all gathered here because we're worried about your overcharge addiction. Yeah, Mufanza. It's my life. Okay, we have another potential customer of the cloth spear build. Come on, sir. Sir. You already dismounted. Oh no. Come on, fire staffs want to fight. Fire staffs always want to fight. Come on. Staff of fire. It's my life, Mufanza. My life. My rules. My consequences. Or what? Okay. If it's a real intervention, Mufanza, then I hope you brought like an example for me to learn from, yeah? Like Uncle Jeremy or someone who, you know, spent 10 years overcharging to show me what can happen if I go down this path, because otherwise it's just your words. And I don't even know that you overcharge at all. People told me about guilds being good because of overcharge items in the guild stash. What? I don't know what that means. About guilds being good because of overcharge items in the guild. Oh, you mean... Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I know what you mean. You can store siphoned energy. Wait, where is guild? Guild creation. You can store... So the items I'm using for overcharging, you can store them in your guild stash. That was clean. That was pretty clean. You can store siphoned energy in your guild tab, so you can opt to take it out of there whenever. So instead of, well, I'm doing a different thing. I'm just overcharging before I even enter the mist, right? But what you can do is just instead of taking siphoned energy with you, you can open the guild, your guild page, if you are the guild master, or I don't know if it's just the master, or I guess generals or whatever, and you can take OC straight from there, so you don't have to take it with your from your inventory. So what some people do, people who don't actually are not in a guild, they make their own solo guild. They use it just to take overcharge, like the siphoned energy out of it. I don't like that extra click, but it would save me some money, because otherwise you always have overcharge with you, like the siphoned energy, if you're not doing what I'm doing right now, just spending it anyway. Otherwise you always have it with you, and then you know, every time you die, it's plus 100,000. My example is that poor Battle Axe from a minute ago. Wait, did he wasn't overcharged? What, do you think he was an overcharged addict? He's writing some shit. Right, let's see. He got really mad. He says things that I don't know if I should say on Twitch, you know, still kind of a new streamer. He says, I'm an ugly ass 500 pounds fat old fuck. How much is 500 pounds? He's definitely, you know, he's definitely correct. I'm on my way to get closer and closer to actually like proper shape. I definitely have like easily 20 kilograms to lose before I get to where I know that I feel good in terms of my weight. But I don't know if 500, I think 500 pounds is a bit like overkill, right? How much is 500 pounds? That's way overkill, right? So he's wrong, but it's okay. He's being emotional. 500 pounds of pure muscle and spear. 550 is like 220. Okay, yeah. So he's yeah. So he's just not happy, but for being. It was just so we all remember, right? I used everything to dismount him, right? So I suggest not having Runterhood, but you know already what I think about it. Yeah, it's okay for beginners, but a better helmet could have made the fight a bit more possible for him. We have an Arcaner here. Let's see what he thinks. I am pretty strong. I'm not like regular tier 7. I am overcharged, and I do have tier 8 mage robe. Although that kind of just brings it to the same level as my high specs items, but still. When you're on OC, you become violent and hurt those around you. Oh, that's what you mean. He's an example. Albion's supposed to be a peaceful PvE game. Where did you read that, Mufanza? In Albion Online, you are what you wear. And I am wearing a bunch of overcharge. How quick is it to get it out of the guild page? It's too annoying for me, but it's not actually it's actually okay. I'm gonna use my E. I'm gonna use my everything. He's on Enigma Blade. And he's on Mercenary. Oh, he's not a Mercenary. He's on what's it called? He's on Inferno, which I'm going to have to purge. But you can see Arcane trying to fight back at least. I hope he's not going straight for the exit. Yeah, looks like he is though. We'll see. Yeah, I think he's going straight for the exit now that he's not winning the fight. Oh, never mind, he's not. Nice. Oh, never mind. I didn't Impaler there because I know he's going to use his W. No. No. The mobs almost messed it up for me. I mean, his silence was on point, yeah? He removed my stack. Just as I was gonna E, he removed my stacks and silenced me, so... Definitely he got closer than the previous two guys to making it an actual fight. And I'm not surprised, because we're dealing with an Arcane player, and you know, Arcane players are more likely to be either cracked or at least have the attitude to take a fight and see what happens. Does this build work? Yes, it does. That one guy. It does very much work. I've been playing it already for a little while, and we are still at, like, I'm still at a little bit of experimenting stage with this. But what I really like is focusing a lot more on kiting. Like, the build forces me, and I feel like that's the way to play Spear now. I have had to change a lot of my own intuition that I've gotten used to. Because it wasn't working anymore. With some nerfs to Spear, with some changes to other like popular builds, which became popular, which kind of fell off. Because of all that, I feel like Spear was not really working anymore. But now I'm back on the enthusiasm train, and I've already played it last stream and a little bit before last stream as well. Okay, let's start with the little profits. Profit tab is looking... We have already a million. A milli. Not bad for start. So yeah. So if someone else thinks that Albion is supposed to be a peaceful PvE game and Overcharge makes me become violent, then speak up now in support of Mufanza. So I can see you. If you want to be part of this intervention. What's the difference between your helmet and the Guardian helmet? Sushi... It's a different spell. There's a big difference. I mean, both of them are shields, that's the only kind of thing. But this is a smaller shield with not much, but smaller cooldown. It's 20-second base cooldown, Guardian is 30. This shield is less, but no, it is actually... I mean, it doesn't depend on whether you're less than or more than 40% HP. So when you use Guardian Helmet, when you're over 40%, I think the shield you get is actually smaller. But when you use it, or maybe same. When you use it, when you're over... I mean, okay, look at this. This is just a random tier 4 if I were to use the Guardian Helmet. 30-sec base cooldown. Shield 977 if you do it after 40% HP or when you're low, or 651. This is, okay, Guardian always gives you a bigger shield, yeah. But this shield is lower cooldown, and it also gives you energy, which is nice. But it does not remove damage over time effects like Guardian Shield does. As many pounds as missed ease by him. Yes, Cryptex, you're right. Actually, the Battle Axe, since I used everything to dismount him, and yeah, even though, like, it's not an easy fight for him, but it's a fight, yeah? If he actually hits the ease, at the very least, I'm in trouble in that I can't just follow him and kill him, yeah? But yeah, you're right, actually. He missed every single E. Tier 7 Carving wants to fight? Unlikely, but who knows? He's overcharged, so maybe he wants to make it count. Is this the only one-handed spear build you recommend right now? Ooh, I wouldn't go that far, no. And in fact, I am not fully sold on light armor. I love it. I love the feeling of being able to punish my enemy's mistakes with more damage, and also myself being more punished by for my mistakes. And Mage Robe in general, to me, seems like honestly one of the strongest like chest armors right now. Because it's nice extra damage from light armor. It's like 50%, one of the 50% ones, yeah. It says 58 because I also have the passive, right? And it's very, very, very useful to have Purging Shield in many, many situations. But I'm still not. No, I'm not convinced that Spear benefits more from light armor than it would from leather armor, because there are situations like Spear would allow me to brawl a bit more than I am brawling right now. I am avoiding some brawls because I am in light armor, which otherwise I could take. But I do get the trade-off for that of being better from a distance. My impalers hurt more, so it's also, I wouldn't say it's the only one, but I would definitely say it's viable and good, and this build is very, has made me pretty happy. Not having Smuggler's Cape is at some point a disadvantage, but I also have won some fights with the Undead Cape already as well. You can't counter 100 curse. Yeah. I mean, the thing with the shield is it's such a low cooldown, the 20-second, that you get a lot of value from it. It's quite easy to use it several times in a fight at a good moment where your enemy actually is going to hit the shield, and in that sense, like, you can also use it against 100 curse, right? Because of that, you can also use it just to have some more HP against 100 curse, you know, to block some of the E damage. So I bet it doesn't counter it like the other one. SBI gonna nerf it by CDVing 25. Is that official already in the next patch thing? I mean, they should. Honestly, they should. I don't mind it. It's a bit too strong. It's probably better for the health of the game to kind of embrace the variety of all kinds of items, so that this spell that every single helmet has access to is more of a backup and not like such a good. It is okay. Nice. I mean, I'm kind of happy with that nerf, to be honest. Even though I personally really like using this shield, you know, I think it's fair. More. Was it a legendary? Oh, if I missed the X-Taub, if I missed the legendary wisp, then yep, it might have happened. But also, I'm not a big enthusiast of legendary wisps. If you've been here before, you know, because it's not there's not a lot of PvP happening there usually. Yeah, I should have changed my helmet if I knew that he was an invis. You going just for the exit? Re. Yeah, sure, bro. You miss one E and you're gonna re anyway. I don't like fighting next to the exit, but hey, that's how it is. If he was a bit higher tier, honestly, it would make sense for me also to just give him a reset just to be able to take the fight, but tier 7 is whatever. It's like, you know what they say, Fists of Avalon are like a bus. If you miss one, don't worry, next one's gonna come in 1 minute. Subscribe for more Mist's wisdom. Okay, so let's see. Mufanza says, OC is a gateway drug. It appears harmless, but soon you'll find yourself dancing for money in Thetford Marketplace. Oh shit, you had to specifically mention Thetford to. Okay. I see. Not yeah. Okay, is there? I should next time I see someone dancing in the marketplace for money, I should ask them a bit about their life story. I haven't done it exactly like that. It's not like, oh, this is like, I'm like scientific, you know, like to find out. No, but I have talked to people like during when I was traveling, and you know, I myself also was like, I just had my backpack and nothing else. Some of you have heard about this. There were times when I was traveling less crazy, but there were also times where I was just traveling with a backpack, without plans, without money. So I definitely talk to people who are dancing in the street for money, not exactly, but you know, the equivalent of that in real life. And it is actually very, in my opinion, very interesting to see what kind of human experiences and human lives are possible, and how people, what happens, you know, to some people, and what life does and how it goes. So it would be actually interesting to do that sort of thing in Albion too, to actually ask like, what did you do before you came to Thetford Marketplace to dance? Like, what was life like, you know? And do you think you're gonna stop dancing at some point? That's what the Albion advertisement says, by the way. The one vision where you are a farmer with all warm... Yeah. The ads of Albion, some of them are just straight up tricking people to play the game. Now, I'm not fully against that sort of approach, because you've heard me talk about me seeing people who thought they wouldn't enjoy full loot PvP, but actually ended up enjoying it. So I'm probably dead here, but we'll see. Oh, if he misses his E, then I'm not dead. Would be very nice to be able to reset my spells for this. Also, he won't have 2 potions next time, so... I wonder if he's still going to fight, you know? Because right now I gave him a big advantage by dismounting on top of him. I wonder if he's still gonna be brave enough to fight if I do actually have the right spells. And if the fight starts, you know, properly. We'll see. The 5-second cooldown can mess me up a bit here. Oh, that was a bit of my mistake. Now he changed his spells as well, so now I'm just dead. Man, if I didn't E there... Oh shit, I still had my Undead Cape. If I didn't randomly E there to get on top of him, in the end, if I still have E, I think after Undead Cape, I kill him. Oh, unfortunate, unfortunate. I really wish I could get back to full HP also when I was running away. I could have kept running. I mean, he already... When he E'd and he didn't kill me right away, I could have just kept running. But, hey, that's the price I pay for being aggressive. Nope, wrong cape. And I also don't want to destroy it. Let's see. I have this. I have helmet. Do I have anything else? Oh, actually, we can use this helmet. Do I have anything else that I could potentially use? I think I had a mage robe. Okay, I can use the tier 7 masterpiece mage robe for the moment. Everything else I need to buy? I think I had a spear as well. Nice, tier 7 spear. Boots I need to buy. So yeah, what I was saying is that I know also people who didn't know that they would like full loot, but actually did like it, yeah? So, it's... I don't fully, like, how to say, condemn the idea of tricking people to try the game. If you have something and you really believe it's fucking amazing, I probably wouldn't do this. Like, it's not really in my nature, and I've also done quite a bit of sales in my life, but it never really felt like sales. Like, I couldn't really sell. Well, probably I could if I really had to, but I know it didn't feel like sales, you know, which maybe also made me like decent at it at least. I couldn't really like sell something I don't believe in. So I feel like if the company thinks they have an amazing game, then kind of not using any method, but going a little bit, like not directly just saying this is the game, do you like it, but kind of trying to trick people to try it, to understand, to give it a chance, it's kind of okay, honestly. I don't mind it really. But there is a bit of a problem, and I know people, and you might have also seen already in stream also, even sometimes some people who express that they feel a bit like they were, you know, how to say, fooled. Like, it turns out the game is completely different from what they actually thought it would be. I need to get my brain used to Undead Cape as well. Like, this fight in the end, I definitely had a chance with Undead Cape. And of course the E was just, in the end, was... Even after he caught up and I don't have full HP, I think it's still fightable, but I just need to make sure that... And he also changed to Inferno, by the way, which is good from him. Oh shit, almost forgot Overcharge. Ooh. So, it's still kind of fightable in the end, even without full HP. Also, he doesn't have his second potion, right? So if I do use my Undead Cape well, but unfortunately, I couldn't. I needed Siphon Energy. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Almost want to buy more, so I can siphon even more, overcharge more and more and more. Thank you for following Open Crack. Misses 1E, dips instantly. Yeah, Mufanza, it's he's not even on triple kick. So if there was no exit nearby, it's not 100% clear that he can get away there, right? If there is nowhere to go, like that close, since he's not on triple kick, he can very much like die there with the Fists of Avalon. But yeah, but it's okay. No, it's like it makes sense for Fists. When if they miss an E, it makes sense to them to walk away. You know, it's not like they have to run into you and just give you free items. Yeah, so I'm not expecting him to do that. But after he's walking away, I also used another E. First of all, the first E, I just E through him without any stacks. Yeah, so it's not like, oh my god, I got so much value from my spell and he got no value from his E, right? I also kind of wasted mine just to, well, not wasted, but to dodge it. Yeah. Secondly, I used another E to go after him. So the fight is definitely very fightable for him there. He doesn't need to leave, to just decide to leave. There we go. The overcharge has happened. I'm ready. If the ad doesn't convert, they'll change for a different one. Yeah. Also possible, yeah. Like, let the marketing department cook. I don't know if they have a marketing department. Like, I mean, they must have someone, yeah, of course. But I don't know if these ads are, like, in-house or if they're, like, maybe they are, have ordered, or how to say it? Oh, what's the word? Anyway, maybe they have a contract with like some sort of firm or some company who saw Albion that way. And at the end of the day, like, okay, you and we know the difference between Albion and I don't know, World of Warcraft and Farmville and Counter-Strike, yeah, because we have spent a lot of time gaming. But for a lot of people outside, I'm not saying that. I mean, those ads could have been made by someone who actually knows. I don't know. It could have been like a conscious strategy. But there's also a chance that some of the people who work in some sort of marketing agency or in marketing in general, they don't have as much, their hobbies are different, yeah? So they might not have, they just see the material, kind of like AI, like, okay, this says MMORPG, so what is MMORPG like? What kind of feelings does it elicit? Whatever the word. My brain is not wording today. At least not yet. Anyway, the marketing department can also just, sometimes think like, okay, this is MMORPG, so this is about farming carrots, so we're going to make an ad about farming carrots, because all MMORPGs are about farming carrots and fishing, yeah? But you and I know that Albion is not just an MMORPG. And in fact, if you've heard me talk about this, one of my hot takes about Albion has been for a while, that I think it's better positioned, also like when it's presenting itself to the world, like, I mean, the game, and what it actually is, I feel like it's better to think of it as a competitive MOBA style competitive PvP or combat game with the MMORPG on top of that. And the MMORPG part is super important. It makes it really fun and adds a lot of layers. But I feel like at the core, it's the PvP combat mechanics and, of course, the creating your own build, customizing everything kind of base. But it's not an MMORPG with the full loot PvP on top of that. Not that way, but the other way around. I feel like the MMORPG part kind of has to be secondary. Not to take anything away from the amazing social fun you can have in Albion, but just to make a bit. I think that's more fair to what Albion actually is and feels like. That it is not just not one of the MMORPGs with the extra little feature of full loot PvP, but rather one of the competitive hardcore games like Dota, like League, even somewhat akin to like extraction shooters, even though it's not a shooter, with the MMORPG part very well built on top of that. Fire, yep, that's correct. Oh, Mr. Panther, he's already on the correct spell, so let's see if he wants to fight. I mean, a correct spell being Polymorph. Unfortunately, he's on Demon Boots, which is gonna really suck for me. Someone playing tier 7 Overcharged Panther is very likely to fight. I don't see well. His Overcharge is like ending soon as well. I can't really imagine why he wouldn't want to fight, unless he's trying to switch some spells. He also has very good items against me, Cultist Cowl, very good against Spear. He already does have Polymorph, which is the correct spell for this situation. I wouldn't be surprised if Stillfront did the ads. Okay, yeah, I don't know about the relationship with Stillfront. Yeah, I've heard some, conspiracy theories as well, but I really don't know. It's possible that they have. It's possible that Stillfront has like some deals with some marketing agency or some marketing people that they use for other things under their umbrella, which they also now apply to Albion. I mean, what's gonna happen if I E? Is it really? Is it really kind of reasonable for what he's doing? I don't think so, but I'm curious. Did he actually dismount, or... Oh, he went into the next mist. I'm surprised. Like, I would very much expect the tier 7 Overcharge Panther to be the kind of person who wants to fight. Like, if you want to just be safe and not take fights, first of all, you are not preset on Polymorph. 100% you are on Tether. Tether is, like, if you want to play Prowler, like, in a double-bladed staff style, where your primary concern is being safe and taking free kills, 100% you are set on Tether already. But more likely you are going to play another weapon altogether, right? So, I am surprised. I very, very, very fully expected him to want to take the fight. Rene said, but devs want this to be like EVE, with the big guild fights, economy and all that, front and center. True. Okay, I don't know about... I don't know if... I don't know. There's some truth, 100% what you're saying, that a big part of Albion has like been, and something that has set it apart a little bit, has been these big ZVZ and group fights, yeah, which look kind of special compared to a lot of other things you can get, yeah. But I also think that devs kind of understand that people like me, and I think many of you, you know, we can enjoy... I know that you also, and me, we can enjoy all kinds of different parts of the game. But at the end of the day, the one thing that keeps, at least for me, and I think for most of us, keeps us coming back to Albion specifically, is the mechanics of full loot PvP, right? The kind of interesting setup of, first of all, have like the tactical plus mechanical skill of hitting spells, countering spells, all that, but also just creating your build, you know? The fact that I can customize, I can change the spell around, I can take a new helmet, almost the same build, but it's a little bit different, you know? All of that around PvP is what keeps us coming back, but we enjoy everything else about the game, or most other parts as well, right? But I think the devs might have realized, and it might be a bit true as well, that for those of us who are like this, who keep coming back because of the PvP, like, we are kind of gonna find our way to Albion anyway, right? I mean, you and I found our way to Albion, right? We're enjoying it, we're still playing it for, well, at least I am, and I know many of you. I know there's also some people watching who don't play that much because, you know, you have other things or other games on your mind right now, but you might still enjoy being here, which is, by the way, awesome. I very much love the fact that that some of you also might not be as active playing Albion, but still kind of enjoy hanging around. Thanks for being here. What I want to say is that maybe the devs think that, you know, people who really like this sort of hardcore PvP stuff are gonna find Albion and enjoy it anyway, but the ones that need a bit of extra convincing and, you know, marketing and like they need to actually find and catch somewhat, you know, those are people who might not think about Albion, because, you know, someone playing RuneScape might not be thinking about Albion because they don't need another gathering game, right? Okay, RuneScape is a lot more than that. It's amazing, but you know what I mean, yeah? They are they kind of it's less likely that they will find their way into Albion without any ads, for example. So maybe that's why the ads are a bit more targeted to for other parts of the game. Is that also, was that like, is that actually, I know I've already learned a lot about EVE Online since I started streaming, because it's not a game I've ever played. I used to, not even like really follow the drama, but it used to come through some social media channels, so I actually knew a bit more about EVE, but I don't know, it was a long time ago. Just because it did create so much like fun kind of diplomacy that the whole internet was, you know, knew a bit more about EVE. But I didn't know that, or I still don't know really, that the EVE also kind of shined or prided itself with the big scale battles, you know. Like the kind of ZVZ equivalent in EVE, I didn't know that that was like at the center. Like the stories and the diplomacies of guilds obviously was very, 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 very big. EVE was very big on those, but I didn't know that it's the battles also, the large scale battles. It's kind of interesting. I mean, now that I try to imagine how much I've seen of EVE, if I try to imagine it, yeah, it makes sense. You're the reason why I started going to lethal content. That is already a happy sentence, Sasha. I'm gonna read the rest of your message, but that already makes me happy. And as you might have heard me, I've said this every second stream. I don't want, like, I'm not trying to get everyone to play full of PvP. At the end of the day, I would very much love for everyone to try full loot PvP, give it a chance, and see how it feels. If you get over the hump of some anxiety, of feeling bad that you die, see how it feels after that, yeah? So some people stay, and I think you'll be surprised of how many people actually like this. If you get over the first hump. But I'm very happy. It was too hard for me to start doing it mentally, but the videos helped a lot. Thank you. Thank you for writing that, and thank you for making me happy. And if someone is thinking, like, what the fuck is that guy talking to himself? This stream is available on Twitch and YouTube. So, if you, like, Twitch messages appear on screen, YouTube messages do not, but I see everything. Also, I know what you did last summer. But yeah, so sometimes I reply to YouTube chat, which you might not see. Eve is too brutal, but the Albion is the closest to Eve. Yeah, we've had that discussion a lot, like the differences between Eve and Albion. That has come up many times, Fifi. And kind of, yeah, in some ways, yeah, the question of which is more hardcore. And I think one big thing about Eve is the combat mechanics are kind of, make it so much different. Like, some people play Albion, a lot of people enjoy because it's much more kind of addictive and intuitive, kind of, to just fight, yeah. But yeah, the hardcore discussion has also come up a couple times. Eve, keep away, it's people with no life. Albion is less brutal and more fun. Okay, yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, we had discussion also a bit. You don't even, like, that you can, in theory, in Eve, you can even die and, like, get suicide bombed in secure zones, and, like, there are some interesting extra hardcore elements there. Are you double overcharging? And if you do, what's the catch of it? Is it intended or is it a glitch or something? Double overcharge is an intended feature, Twilly. It is. It was added like last year or so. I am currently not double overcharged. There, I can later, yeah. What it does, so double overcharge doesn't make you stronger. It just makes the overcharge longer. Hey, I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Makes a rhyme every time. So yeah, essentially it's the same, you know. Double, yeah, 200 IPs is bonkers. Yeah, no, it's not that. The overcharge effect is exactly the same. Just double overcharging will just, instead of half an hour, it will last for 1 hour. And I can still do it at any time, yeah? When my overcharge starts running out, I can click it again, and it will add another 30 minutes to my overcharge. But the likelihood of my items trashing from the overcharge will also double. So instead of 15%, it will be 30% for every item to trash. Yeah, you can't overcharge for 200 IP. Also, just so we're clear, when you overcharge, you don't get 100 average IP, right? Because your cape also affects your average IP, but it doesn't get overcharged. You get like 83, I think. Yeah, I think so, yeah. When you overcharge, I mean, your average IP at the end of the day shouldn't matter that much anyway, but if you are looking at that, your average IP should go up by about 83 if you overcharge all of your item slots, because you cannot overcharge the cape. Okay, we have a red buff, 5 minutes until the chest. I have 11 stacks, which is nice. This Abbey has been good to me so far. No chests, which is good. That's what I like to see. I want stacks for the fight. I don't want chests. I think I have just enough time to clear this room and then go find the red buff quickly. By the way, in case you didn't know, in this room, this big guy in the middle, you can drag him to one of the sides. He's not gonna leash. So you see, I can fight these 3 mobs together. I mean, if I was lower tier, that would be more impressive because it would take me longer. But essentially, you got what I mean, yeah. Thanks, we should do the dancer and the rhymes, yeah. Man, I wish I was like. That's like a. One of those things I don't think I'm ever gonna really go into it in this lifetime, but you know, I kind of wish I was a rapper, or you know, like writing lyrics and bars. There's I have so much respect for it and it seems amazing, but you know, from experience, I feel like I shouldn't rap, but at least yeah, it's awesome. Like for me, it's crazy. Like actual like. Especially freestyle, I have immense respect for people who are able to pull it off. And as everything, yeah, I think At the end of the day, it's not just magic, it's mostly just hours and hours and hours and hours of practice, but still, I have a lot of respect for guys who have gone through that. Rene said, do you think Albion would be better with in-game voice chat or communication shortcuts? I don't think, I mean, okay, we have to take this discussion a little bit more theoretically, because I don't think it's realistically there's any chance of even considering it, because it would just be so many people shouting like I don't know, shouting like obscene things, some kind of random bullshit, all the toxic messages, you know, you get when you kill someone, or sometimes even when you die. All of that will mess it up so much that I don't think it's realistic to even consider it. If that's what you mean by in-game voice, like the proximity voice, you know, like in, I don't know, Hunt Showdown or Tarkov, if that's what you mean. If you meant something else, you can specify. And Rene says, been playing with random partners in depths and lack of communication. Oh, okay, so team, like, team voice chat. No, honestly, I don't think, it doesn't seem like it's necessary. Like, I don't think, maybe I am being ignorant here. I'm not fully up to date with all the scam technology. But I, for example, if, like, I don't mind discording people. Like, I don't feel vulnerable if people just, you know, if I call someone. I've done that in other games, you know, I met, like, I've been playing Delta Force, for example, recently. I met some guys there as randoms, and we added each other on Discord, and we've been sometimes talking while we play together. I don't feel like it's a security risk that that people can take advantage of just me, you know, calling them on Discord or them calling me. And that should also be not so difficult in Albion. Of course, if you play someone on a phone, then it will be different, but it doesn't seem like a huge necessity. Most people play with someone they know, or you just, even if you're playing with randoms, then you meet someone, you're kind of clicking with a bit, and you decide to play together, and then later you set up your own communication. So no, I don't think it's worth developers' time that much. And everywhere outside of depths, just remember, Rene, it's very clear in Albion that everyone wants your items, you know, that's kind of the, and scamming is part of the game. It's, developers have said many times that it's allowed. It's not against rules to figure out ways to abuse other people's trust and scam them out of money or whatever. So everywhere else, depths is the first type of content where people have this motivation to do teamwork with someone they don't know, because it's not full loot. You know, you can't, people won't lure you or trick you in there to take your items. So before depths or everything outside of depths, it's pretty much not even a question that it's not necessary. I don't think it's worth developing. But it's a pretty cool question though. I like these sorts of, like, thinking about these sorts of things, like game design type of things. I don't know if he's gonna fight me. Oh yeah, he is actually. And he's brave, because if he stays close now, next time I have boots, he's just dead. I don't even want to use my potion, honestly. I might have to though, we'll see. He's gonna blink, and then after that I'm gonna impale her. No, I didn't want, because if I impale her earlier, I risk missing it, so no point. And I still, of course, have E as well if everything goes wrong, but brave of him to try the fight. I don't think he's forced into this fight. Even though I am running pretty good cooldown reduction, I don't think he's forced into this fight at all as a Frost. He should be able to get away if he really wants to. So the fact that he died here is him taking a risk to see what happens, which is always very respectable. 600k. Not bad. One of the better ones. What's the most loot you got from Abbey chest lately? 600k. Good timing for the question, Rico. I don't know if I gotten more. No, there was one Abbey when I got, I remember that milli, that Abbey, yeah? I got 1 mil kill, like, okay, actually it was worth more, but 1 mil survived. Another kill, 1 mil, and then a chest, 1 mil. There's one chest, I think it's also part of a clip. Maybe the clip ends before, where I was chasing the Bloodletter. That was when I was playing Grovekeeper. I killed the Bloodletter, and then after that I got rewarded. That was a super hard. I was like 5 HP away from dying. It was a very, very valuable and intense fight and the kill. And then after that I got the chest, and it felt like, oh, I'm getting rewarded for my kill. And I got like 3 mil or something with the item. Not yesterday, the day before yesterday, so last stream, in the Mist, not the Abbey, but in the Mist in general, I found a green coffer, and it gave me an 8.3 satchel for 7 million. True story. About half of people I played with in guild played via phone, and they were communicating via Discord just fine. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely possible, yeah. I mean, Discord on phone works. I mean, depends. If you have good enough phone that you are enjoying Albion PvP, you're likely gonna be also okay using Discord, yeah. Although, I don't know, actually. Maybe I don't have enough experience playing stuff on phones, but I feel like it shouldn't be a problem. Good morning, Jans. I'm happy to see YouTube chat so active today. For everyone else, I'm reading out. Whenever I talk to or answer a message from YouTube chat, I'm reading it out, So if you're on Twitch, you will also hear it. So don't worry too much. But YouTube chat is not showing up on stream. I think a couple more, maybe weeks. We'll see. Anyway, at some point, I don't want to abuse. I don't want to since I do have access now to actually talk to Twitch support a bit better, since I am a Twitch partner since at the beginning of the week. Maybe I don't want to be the guy who uses that to just ask random questions, but maybe it's worth it for me to also use that to ask to make sure, because the reason YouTube chat is not actually shown on stream is because I read somebody's more experienced person's interpretation of multi-streaming rules, where they said that they think Twitch does not allow this. So maybe if I could clarify that, who knows? Maybe I was wrong. But yeah, good morning to you. It's afternoon for me, but if it is morning for you, then I'm happy to be part of your morning. Last Abbey was actually very nice in terms of I got 15 stacks and I ended up on red, not a single chest before the final one. Everything perfect, except for the fact that wasn't really anyone fightable in the end. We'll see if that changes. About the spear build, one thing, oh, there we go. Okay, purple chest, it might be actually worth losing a stack for. 200k, kind of iffy. It's borderline, yeah. 250k, I would say, whatever, yeah, I'm okay not having a stack. 250k is, well, it's some money, yeah. But for 200k, and especially since I don't loot all the runes and all the cheap stuff, it's even less. It doesn't feel that good to lose a stack. So with the spear build, I feel like a significant part of success and fun. It's not that this is the new meta build. Yeah, it is good, definitely. Play it if you enjoy a more kitey playstyle. But a big part of it is just that this build makes me much more kite heavy as a player, which I think is the way to play spear now. One-handed spear specifically, not talking about Daybreaker. I feel like the way to be successful, and you've seen some of my best fights also last stream, for example, if you were here. They usually come from me using my cooldowns and my ability to do decent damage from far, or at least be effective from far, into, to leverage that, and much less brawling and standing next to my enemy. White cloth armor, you're gonna be squishy. Yep, I am a bit squishier for sure, yeah. Which is, once again, plays into the fact that I don't want to spend too much time standing next to my enemy and tanking damage. And, well, the playstyle, this more kite-heavy playstyle, definitely seems like to be, that's the way to go with spear, but you don't need to have cloth armor and mist collar for that. You can definitely still play at I kind of feel like maybe leather armor would still be better. Also, leather armor allows you to take the cooldown reduction passive. I do have cooldown reduction passive on my helmet and boots, but I could also take, if I was using assassin jacket, in some ways I would maybe be stronger. Yeah, I would have a bit more ability to brawl, but I would also have extra cooldown reduction passive, and I would probably use also a torch. So I don't know. I'm really enjoying this build, but I wouldn't go as far as to say that this is new meta of the meta. It's just a very, very good viable option. But yeah, but cloth armor is also a bit addictive. As I've said this last time I streamed on Monday. How much I enjoy fights where someone dies. Yes, I like that part of PvP. I like the full loot part. Obviously, long fights have a big benefit as well, that you can learn more from one fight. And, you know, long fights happen when one side can reset, yeah? So that's I mean, that's part of the game. But I enjoy, on close armor, I enjoy the feeling that if I mess up, it's more likely that I'm going to die, you know? I don't have that much time. And, on the other hand, if my enemy messes up, I have also a better chance to punish them, because I will just do more damage. So if they mess up their E, they, you know, do something very, very wrong in a fight, it's more likely that they will also die. And in that sense, cloth armor is a bit addictive, you know, because like, the stakes are a bit higher, yeah? I'm not... If I was playing plate armor, I like some of the bloodletters play plate armor to lower the stakes, you know, to make sure that they are as safe as possible, but also, by that also, kind of inhibiting some of their ability to kill enemies. I don't like that. I mean, I don't like playing like that. Bro! What's up, fishy? Just got a 700k kill. Nice. Is it 700k silver or 700k fame? Because 700k combat fame is a lot for a kill. It's like 6-3 or even more, potentially. 700 silver is just nice. Silver. Okay. Then I'm gonna just go with good job. At the end of the day, it depends on the situation, you know. Sure, it makes me feel a bit happier when I earn more silver from a kill, but at the end of the day, like, doesn't matter, you know. If you're fighting 4.1 versus 4.2 and it's a difficult matchup, for example, or it's a difficult situation, then it can be much more satisfying than getting a more valuable kill, which is from a different situation. I kind of used my E already, so I don't really want to run into him, but let's see, maybe he wants to attack me. I have a red buff, which is a bit of an advantage here. Yeah, too bad I missed my Impaler. I mean, sooner or later he's gonna have to use his boots, and then that's when this fight is decided. I also have Undead Cape, which is very, very strong against him. He can, of course, Q me after Undead Cape, but that's about it. Still enjoying that same build? Yeah, absolutely, Abdul. Yeah, I am very much enjoying that same build still. And probably will for a while. Although, I mean, I don't want to try other things soon as well, but this build is very nice still. Oh, he changed to auto fire. Then I can also just go deflect, actually. I can even do this. If I want to be, okay, if I want to be really, really kind of just go in and kill him, I can also just remove his silencer. I should have eat through him, actually. He removed his own boots there. He also used his helmet already, which is super long cooldown. There's no point really for me to risk it. So I can just wait for my cooldowns to be ready. I can even heal up if I want to. I have 2 minutes, so not to worry about that just yet. He needs to stop that. The last hit is the most painful one. Didn't really want to proc my Undead Cape, but I guess it was inevitable because he had Geek Potion. I thought he used Geek Pot, but it was just his buff before. By the way, he didn't take this. He didn't take the buff, which he could have easily taken. That was sloppy, but it was a kill in the end. I mean, he E the first time without proccing his cleric, so I could have just cancelled that, and the fight would have probably been over just right there. Yeah. But it's okay. We got more gaming from the same situation. 500 IQ move. I can't even read out your name. So I don't know how to read out those symbols, but I'm gonna read out the messages from YouTube chat. I'm newish to the game and so far I absolutely love Spear. Happy to hear that. And have been binging your videos. Also happy to hear that. I switched recently to trying out Frost and have been loving it so far, but you taught me a lot. Yeah, there's no buts there, you know. I am not trying to convert everyone to play Spear, you know. Play what you want. The thing is, Spear does teach a lot of skills that are relevant for everything else as well. Like, first of all, just generally adapting to your enemy is already something that you need to do more on Spear than another weapon, so it's already very useful. On top of that, understanding spacing a bit better, you know, you sometimes need to hold your spells because their spells have a specific function based on the exact fight you're in. This is 1 minute and my overcharge is 40 seconds. Okay, so double overcharge it is. Now I have, my items are gonna break, but I have another 30 minutes. So yeah, I'm glad, and you know, I'm glad you found Frost, and you know, yeah, I'm playing Spear. Oh, I'm overloaded. What? Why am I overloaded? I wasn't overloaded before. Oh, because I did equip something different. Okay, I need to... I don't want to equip the tier 8 bag. Let's go for tier 4 bag. So yeah, I've been playing Spear now, and it is in my nature, in my blood to enjoy this, but I've been playing most of my streaming time some other weapons as well, and it's very normal to switch around, enjoy different things, so I'm happy you found the Frost for a while. I post gear on Discord. He used a kind of weird build, but he has 6-2 helmet and 4-2 weapon. Okay, I don't know why he would do that. I need him to think that I am not taking this fight. He has 12 stacks red. I have only yellow, so it's By the way, I also eat, you know, and you can see that my HP, like, he still has HP advantage here. I should have eaten through him instead of eating away. My brain broke a little bit because usually it's Fists of Avalon, but too bad. That was a chance. I mean, I'm probably never catching him anyway. But who knows? If I eat through him, since he's on triple kick, he's super duper safe. But he does have red buff, which if I eat through him and he just brawls me, in reality, I think he has a good chance of winning. I also don't have the correct... I would prefer Frost Shield for that specific fight, yeah. Because he's on Invis, I'm gonna use my helmet to get rid of his Invis, so I don't... I mean, it's very unlikely, especially unless it's an experienced player, it's unlikely that he's going to purge his own boots. I say it that way because an experienced player would sometimes use boots and still queue behind them on gloves, just to hit me for damage. But a beginner, if he uses boots to run away, he's never going to turn around. So my mage robe will probably remove his boots either. Is that guy wearing a gathering hat? This is the most common sleep caster, like bolt caster's build, yeah. With this, he missed it. But generally, the idea is to put your enemy to sleep. You know, they can't move. Then you silence them. But the problem is, otherwise the silence is a skill shot. It's very easy to miss. But that way, you always hit your silence, and then you just eat them and kill them. I would suggest you to play Battle Axe with Candle and Mage Robe. Thank you for the suggestion, Emir, but I don't think that's going to happen. Unless you use channel points, like Vitas did, you know? Vitas made me play Battle Axe, and it wasn't bad. Oh yeah, I definitely would require more. I need to play it more to understand and get into it, but Battle Axe is not on my list of things I want to play right now. But, you know, never say never. It's always, like, I am a bit unpredictable for myself as well. I don't fully know what I'm gonna feel like doing tomorrow in the game. So, there's always a bit of a surprise. And sometimes I do feel like, yo, what is this weapon I haven't tried for a while? And then it turns out to be really, really fun. But yeah, another example of Mage Robe being cool, yeah. That build you mentioned, the Battle Axe, Mage Robe, and Crypt Candle. I don't know about Candle, but definitely Battle Axe and Mage Robe already, yeah, you're right. That Cloth Armor makes everything into a bit of a melting build. Man, I'm sad he left, but I mean, he had Invis Potions. So he had red buff, which I don't have, but he had Invis Potions equipped. So that kind of evens out. After that, of course, he's higher tier, but the matchup is good for me. I should just eat through him. Are there any other weird gathering gear people wear? There is also... actually, no. Let me think. the trap comes from the cape, right? Right, right. At least for real PvP, not really. I think. Maybe I don't think. I mean, people do sometimes, you know, wear miner boots or whatever, fisher boots to get away, but that's not like real PvP minded thinking at all. Both Badon uses a heretic cape to sometimes root you in place. There is something also. There is some sort of gathering something that I think both Badon can sometimes use also, not just the heretic cape, but I can't remember. Yeah, Skinner, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Turks. Yeah. Sometimes I think that's mostly just bow Badon. Yeah, instead of the where can I find it? This is here. Yeah, sometimes bow Badon can use this trap instead of just relying on heretic cape, which procs when you use boots. Use this. If you drop a trap, if someone walks into it, they are super duper slow. They almost can't move. And then you can E with your Badon. Last day of the drop. Is it last day, Famuzak? Does it say that? It's not just for one. I thought it's until the end of the week. Anyway, these noble drops that you can get on this channel. Enjoy. But these noble drops, the way that they were announced is that this is going to be coming back every second week. This is 24 minutes. This is 24 again. So it's not just one-time event. It should be like a every second week or every other week. Then there will be these special drops, which will only be on channels of members of the content creator program, such as myself and a lot of other actual real creators that you see. I mean, majority, almost everyone, of course, except very small ones who hopefully, because like the entry, the barrier of entry is pretty small. So hopefully these drops will not like mess up people who are just beginning. Yeah. But the good thing is that it does not apply to AFK, rerun, mammoth, giveaway channels. How's the cloud going? What's up, TK's mech? Yeah, it's going well. It's continuing to be fun and potent. But I also have not gotten a lot of fights against someone stronger. I was very aggressive against a bunch of guys. This was the Abbey kill. And then I just dismounted on this guy and he used the fact that I dismounted on top of him. And this is the one time I died today. Only gotten 1 coin so far. But you get 1 chest every day. Like 1 coin every day, or it's just for 1 week. Blue, is it actually just 1 coin per week? That's kind of... I mean, it is a grindy game, and also like regular community chests or whatever, the cosmetic drops also take a while, so I understand. But 1 per week, if you need 80 for the pig, is crazy. That's like too long. Like having to collect like for, I don't know, 20 weeks or something. I don't know, it's kind of in line with the whole MMORPG thing, and with the fact that other cosmetics also take a while. Like, unless you get lucky, of course, you can always just get it right away, yeah? But unless you get lucky, like I kind of want... Oh, come on. Come on, mob, let me... I kind of want this, the Swift Claw. Although I like the cat. Now that the cat is out, I like it less. But earlier, I really wanted to get the Swift Claw. I still don't have the coins for it. Yeah, it takes a while. Also the cape, but I got the cape already, the one that I liked. Right now I'm using the new cosmetic, which with the depths update, at least some parts of it, which are cool, in my opinion. They went pretty well together. But I used to use this leopard thing. I got it from actual drop, but if I didn't get it, I would have used coins for it. But all of those take like a little bit of time. It doesn't take like, I don't think it takes 80 weeks, yeah. But yeah, if the little teacup pig takes 80 weeks, the new skin, Buttercup I think it's called, that's too much. I got a coin in my first chest, other chest this month. Doesn't give me coins. Okay. But you got something else then? Some sort of skin or what? Sometimes it doesn't give you coins at all. It seems a little weird. There was a bit of a bug. The first day of the drops, the chests were empty. I think that was like something they announced publicly also. That there was something was broken. Maybe around Christmas next year we can do a... That's super. Yeah, we should do something social in game. Like, I was definitely thinking of hosting a... The thing is, I've said this, I don't particularly enjoy being the organizer and, you know, figuring out what time and where, but I do think we should probably host like a funeral on maybe a couple servers, like start on EU and then go NA, and maybe Asia as well, and I don't have an account on here. To host a funeral in the game for Cripple. You know, to all get together, say our words of what Cripple meant to us. No, come on, stop it, stop freezing me. Oh shit, we have Givers of Deaths. Okay. What was that, sir? That was a 1 million loot delivery, if I've ever seen one. By the way, we need to start clipping things also. This is a good moment for someone to clip it because it's really short, because a lot of cool, good fights end up being way too long clips. I was tier 8, by the way. I mean, I'm overcharged, but... What was that? 63k helmet. Unfortunately, did not get the death givers, but who cares? 700k and... Okay, so about half of it trashed. Can't really complain. I got some of it. But, yo, that was like, he just came and gave me stuff. I mean, okay, he was looking at the fact that I was not full HP. That kind of made him want to dismount on top of me. But then you saw, when he's 5 seconds and over, I didn't just fight. I used my E for damage, and then I kind of, you know, I took advantage of my E cooldown ticking down while he's chasing me. So. And he definitely felt that I'm a free kill. Did he even use his... Did I... Because I just used my mage robe kind of to remove his stacks. But he was also... He looked a bit red to me, so... My sleepy head made me think that maybe he's mercenary, that's whatever, but... it seems like... at the end, I'm not even sure if he used his mercenary. Unexpected damage, though. And I was also close to dying, you know? Because even with one E, I am squishy. He used his helmet already for extra damage, and I am squishy. Although, to be honest, since he did use his helmet, it means that my undead cape would have saved me there anyway, but it was at least somewhat iffy what the fight is gonna be like. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Did you clip that? Thank you. I appreciate that. 1 mil donation, yeah. Would have been like 2.5 if nothing trashed. Thank you, Bovis. I appreciate you. Picking out some good moments from streams to share later outside of stream as well is a challenge for me. So I'm very happy to have that. Allovik, we doing some more spear? Absolutely, yes. Spear has like I spent 2 weeks talking about the sadness of spear, and then Hamster redeemed his points to make me play pretty much this build, yeah? He said any leather hood, I went for Stalker in the end. I mean, when he redeemed, I went for a different one, but now I went for Stalker. But anyway, this build kind of forced me to play Spear in a bit of a different way than I'm used to, relying less on brawling, and it's made me happy already. You can see I am happy. And that I feel like Spear is it's more alive than I thought. But also one thing that actually helps Spear a lot, I've said this many times, like how good Spear is, and also applies to Daybreaker, often depends on what other weapons and builds are really popular right now. Because Spear's power comes a lot from being able to counter different things, but if there's some things that are really popular, like Flamewalker, which is in many ways just a better Spear, you know, it does everything a little bit better, there isn't like a straight up strategy to counter it. At least it wasn't before. So the fact that Flamewalker got nerfed, it's not so popular anymore, also is it's like a big benefit for Spears everywhere. I wish I could play on EU, but the ping is too high. Very understandable, Fishy. I wish we could all play in one big server like it used to be, but everyone would have good ping, yeah? I mean, it seems like, oh, okay, yeah, yo, and I want to be a millionaire. It's like a kind of unrealistic, random thing to want. But I am very... 700k, by the way. Even better than last time. I'm very much... I have this kind of naive optimism that things in life work out, and some surprisingly good solutions come out of nowhere. I do believe that some technology to allow us to enjoy Albion altogether is just around the corner, you know? Like, someone's gonna figure out something, and then we will be able to enjoy better ping while playing on one server. Unfortunately, I am not technological enough myself to really be able to, you know, predict what that technology will be like, but let's see. We will see. Because yeah, it's yeah, the ping thing is. I even made like a short video. By the way, it's the only video on my channel where my face is in it. I mean, now obviously now in future videos I'm gonna put it because, you know, I'm on stream, you can see me. But from the actual videos I made on YouTube, the only video, it's a very short one. Not many people have seen it, but the only one where my face was already there actually before is the one where I'm talking about the ping. It's just crazy, like changing to EU, like how much of a different game it is. After trying every weapon, I fell in love with Warbow until Crimson or someone tell me that it's toxic. Then I try Spear and feel in love with it. Okay. Maybe you just fall in love easily, Fishy. And that's a good thing, but maybe whatever you play, you will enjoy. I used to play on an A server. Oh, what's up, Dante? Hello. Used to play on an A with 190 ping. I played with 160, more or less, on an A. And I didn't know it was a problem until EU server launched. I don't know if it was the same like that also for you, but I don't know, man. It's not to be like overly emotional or dramatic, but I almost had like tears of joy when I started playing on EU. And I mean, at first it was like small things, right? It was just like I was hitting Qs because on an A I knew that I had to predict, like I had to kind of predict where my enemy actually is to hit my Qs well in Spear. So I was hitting Qs much easier, you know, especially against Carving. It was much more predictable for me which spells they can hit, which spells I can hit. That was like a small thing. But then one time I dodged the Royal Helmet based on reaction. That was like one of the first things I realized, like, holy shit, like this is a different game. Like, you know, the stun, the artillery thing that comes from the sky. Somebody was like, Hellfire Hands was trying to stun me, and I E'd out of it with reaction. That seemed like it's zero chance possible to me earlier. And then another time, an 8.3 double-bladed, I think, maybe it doesn't matter with what tier, was running towards me with a stun run, and I crippled it off. He was running towards me, I crippled off his stun run before he stunned me. 150% chance on NA that if I did that, I would still get stunned, and my cripple would go on cooldown, and I would still get stunned because the server would tell me that, oh, actually, I'm sorry, but you were already stunned, so you couldn't cripple the enemy. So those two situations were like, I got like almost tears of joy, like, holy shit, like this is a different game. This is the game I want to play. I mean, I wanted to play it before, but I didn't realize what I was missing. Oof, okay, you see, you can feel the emotion now also, I hope. It was just amazing to experience those moments. So unfortunately, at the end of the day, as much as I would like to, you know, to have some copium left in that, but I cannot say anything other than ping really matters for the PvP side. And obviously in ZVZ it will matter less. You can still completely mess up because of ping and it can be a big factor, but it matters less because like the overall strategy and synchronizing your team and the strategy you have is going to be more important, yeah? But in, so, like, even if you have worse ping but you have a better strategy or you're better at using your spells at once, you will actually work. You will probably have an advantage, yeah, but in 1v1 it's so incredibly important. The only toxic build are those Blade Shadow Color Life Curse ones. Yeah, I don't know. I want to have that discussion at some point. Like, what is toxic in Albion, and whether you can be toxic without even ever writing anything in chat. That's an interesting discussion. Like, is there something? Can you do something? And I mean, I'm not obviously if your player is down next to you, instead of executing them, you start executing and you cancel it, and you start like playing a musical instrument where the other guy has already lost the fight. I feel like that's an easy way to be toxic without saying anything. But I don't know if there's some way you can actually be toxic with your gameplay or your build. I'm not sure. I know we'll have different opinions about this, but that's a discussion I've thought about earlier as well. Is there a way you can... I think there's a way you can mark your VOD. Yeah, you can go in and pull them out, but... Yeah, true. There are ways, but there's so many things I'm trying to figure out at the same time, Bovis, to kind of get my brain. Obviously, I'm looking at chat, I'm looking at game, yeah? But also, I am ready for myself to record some of the fights as well the whole time, yeah? So to also, on top of that, also have a hotkey to, like, add the mark for the clip is gonna be too much mental bandwidth. Crippling stun run sometimes doesn't work even with ping. Yeah, true, Rico, yeah. It's not a 100% thing, yeah, but on NA it was 0%. For me, at least. My experience on NA, it worked 0% of the time. On EU, it works sometimes, yeah. It's not a 100% guaranteed guaranteed cripple. Undead Skull head vanity is quite BM. Just having that on? Many people don't see your vanity items. Like I, for example, I have it turned off. I don't see my enemies' cosmetics. Okay, I found the red buff, which makes me happy, but I have only 9 stacks, which makes me a bit less happy. What's up with the special drop? What's the occasion and what is inside? Just came back yesterday from holiday. Welcome back. Hope your holiday was good. Angry Toast. So it's going to... The way they announced it, it's going to be happening every second week. It's not just an event. The special drop is... They added the pig right now. I don't know if there's other things there. Maybe there are. Maybe they announced something. But right now, this is the highlight of the special new drop. But the reason they're doing it is primarily to kind of... It's one step towards clearing up the Albion category a little bit on Twitch. Because these new special drops are only available to members of the content creator program. Which are most actual creators like myself. So, enjoy the drops. But it excludes the AFK Mammoth giveaway rerun type of streams. So it's kind of it's one step that SBI is taking towards favoring more real creators. I mean, having constantly drops on is still kind of a meh decision, but cool. That was a cool purge from him. Oh, 2 million, nice. The red buff definitely was critical. If I didn't have red buff, I would have had to play a lot more carefully. I was a bit slow with the mercenary purge again, unfortunately. So I gave him a bit too much. But I think he's... And 500k from the chest. I think his mercenary procced also during his... At least at some point, his buff procced and he still had mercenary, which isn't very good for him. We are bringing out 4.5 mil. The spear build is... profitable. Unless I die now, before I get to the exit. That was another clippable moment, and the reason I say that is because a lot of, as I said earlier, a lot of the fights, it's not that they're not clippable, not fun to watch, but they're just much longer, and the clip is maximum 1 minute. So we're not going to see a lot of fights that are this short, but we are the giver of death to death givers. 2 guys in a row. This was tier 8 with 863 helmet, and this was full on tier 8, yeah. With full specs, by the way. But, yeah, it's... Mage Robe also so powerful, because for a while... I mean, okay, the Mercenary Jacket was a bit like I was a bit late with that, but for a while I didn't have to worry about his 3 stacks at all, right? He purged... He had 2 stacks, I think. He purged his own stacks when he used his Q to get the 3rd stack. And then after that, for a while he's hitting me a couple seconds, I know he's not getting stacks at all. Which felt good. Well played. Thank you, sir. That was fun. And if I don't have the red buff, I have to kite him so much more on light armor. I have to be careful. I have to use a whole round of spells and then walk around and try not to give him 3 stacks. Even then, it's like if I don't have red buff there, my playstyle I think has to be more kitey and careful. But that means that he has a chance to he kind of decides, is he gonna follow me? In which case I can kill him again like I did. Or he decides to just disengage, in which case it's not guaranteed that I have the tools to catch him at all. Okay, the overcharge is almost over. Let's see what Dante pinged. I don't know if you saw, but Dante in chat pinged the 7-4 Daybreaker. This is like we need to go kill Dante. Not as a 1v1, tier 7 versus 7-4. Unless Dante disconnects, but we need to go, we need to go fight Dante. We need to go find Dante. So first of all, since Dante is a wonderful spear gamer, I wish nothing but the best. So I hope that Dante gets a really good, exciting fight, satisfying fight against somebody else, like another 7-4 or 6-4 player. He wins the fight, so he gets the enjoyment of winning the fight. But then I show up just at the right moment, and I hit my 1 impaler, and I collect all the loot. That's what I predict will happen. Is that a bad thing to think? Is it bad to try to rat your friends? I do get this. I do get the, like, this kind of competition. You know, with like, you feel it. Like I hope it also applies to Albion. Like I know some people don't fight each other. Like I'm actually more, even some like there's even something more exciting of fighting like your friends or people you support. You know, there's some extra something extra there. But of course, it's full loot. You know, some people can maybe feel bad. I know some people don't attack each other in this if they understand that it's their friend. Shouldn't the death givers use Q1? Yes, X-Respect. They should, but if they are setting up for this 1v1 fight, he attacked me, he didn't have time to really swap spells, but this is definitely better against Spear, but he has to be very careful about being kited. He needs to make up with his W probably being Shadow Edge, or at least Dash, but Dash might not even be enough. Because if he uses Thunder Armor, my whole playstyle changes. It's much riskier for me. He can very easily just full-on destroy me. And since he has Purge, it's even better for him to use Thunder Armor, because he can, if he purges my boots, that's GG, right? But at the same time, that gives me another pretty clear way to take the fight, and I can just start. If I dodge his Sun Shadow Edge, then his Q1 is going to limit his mobility so much that I can probably just keep kiting him. But if I was Death Givers playing against Spear, my number one approach would be Thunder Armor plus Shadow Edge, and then to see how the enemy plays, and maybe adapt from there. Did that happen in the stream, Mr. Noob? You mean the what happened in the stream? The kill on Death Givers? Yes. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! My masterpiece! Tier 7 masterpiece Mage Rope. Where are you? I mean, we made 4.5 mil from that last run, so I'm not complaining. The Overcharge strategy still works, but I'm gonna buy another Tier 8 Mage Robe. I like that. This was a... oh, sorry. This was a masterpiece, the one I just used, but I think I can just use a regular Tier 8. So it was a Tier 7 masterpiece, now we're gonna use regular Tier 8. And I have actually a helmet already. So this was how much? This was 300k. New Siphoned Energy, 400k. And a bit of helmet as well. Ugburg, what is happening? What is this? Why are you posting random numbers in chat? Is it... guys, we have Ugburg's cat in chat with us. Say hello to Ugburg's cat. I don't know what's happening. Maybe Ugburg has just lost it, you know? Too much Arcane. Playing Arcane takes a lot of... like, you have to be strong-willed and have, like, strong nerves, you know? So, but it can take a toll on a man, and we can actually witness Ugburg's crash out in real life here. Yesterday, I played the whole day. 3.8.4 dodged me, so I'm thinking about benching it. Yeah, that's also, like, Hamster had the same... like, we talked to Hamster, and we probably shared it with you as well, of course. Hamster has the same experience. He said, like, if he goes above 6-3, it's so difficult for him to get fights. I knew no one was gonna fight me, but everyone is able to just say no to the fight at exit map. Yep. Yeah, I understand. I mean, okay, I can't really imagine putting that much money into a weapon, whether you made it yourself or you got it from someone. I can't really imagine that, but if I were to, like, if I had a weapon like this, I would also be very careful with my fights, I think. So I kind of understand, yeah. Like, I wouldn't want to dodge, like, specific players. I definitely want to get into, like, that's kind of one of the points, you know, getting to fights against good players is a very satisfying thing, but if I was risking, like, if my weapon alone is, I don't know how much this is worth, like 60 mil or something. I don't know. You have to. I have no idea, since I've never played or put money into a 7-4. But I can. What I'm saying is I can understand them, yeah, to some extent. Yeah, they're dodging me. Yeah. I understand. I'm not saying that you. I know. But I can also relate to a lot of other players who might be worried because they are risking a lot, and they're thinking like if they are running 8.4. They think that they would rather squeeze more gaming out of that same set rather than fight you. And that's one reason why I don't want to play 7-4, at least not yet, because I don't want to be at that crossroads, because my nature, my instinct is to just take every fight, or like whenever I see there's a chance of me winning, to take the fight. But to do that with 7-4, it's much more difficult. I'm too lazy to fame up my weapon. What can I do? Well, do something else. I don't know. Play Depths. Or play Rainbow Six. Actually, don't play Rainbow Six Siege. It's so full of cheaters right now. I don't know. I mean, you have to. At some point, you have to. If you want to play, you have to kind of... You have to fame up your weapon a little bit, yeah. Oh, by the way, I forgot to overcharge. I mean, I have the siphoned energy, but we need to use it together. Here we go. Overcharge complete. Let's go. Who is Dante? He gets mentioned a lot in stream. Dante is a streamer and one of the, if not the best spear, or at least Daybreaker player, probably spear player as well, currently actively playing. I don't want to have an opinion, you know. If you ask like who's the best player, I don't really know. We talked about this. You can't really compare. You don't know who's number 1 and number 2 and number 5 yet, but Dante is definitely among the best. Endpoint. Your Twitch died. Okay. Never mind. Wait. It is actually. So I crashed, not the game. It says unstable. I thought the game crashed, but I guess not. I guess I crashed, not the game. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Tell me if you can see me. YouTube has been a bit more stable. I don't know what's up. Average bitrate a bit too high. That's... Another ad. Yeah, okay, I should actually run ads for everyone so that you don't get them when you start the stream. I don't know what happened and why... The dual streaming, I love the fact that I can involve YouTube as well, but I feel like maybe I need to, what if I change my bitrate a little bit? So let's make it like this and see if it helps. So, yes, I think it's because of dual streaming that something at some point, it's not the first time, it's like second time in a week, and I'm not sure how to look into it, but I hope it really works now. You better make good use of few cents you get from these ads. Yo, Mr. Noob, it's not a choice, I think, yeah? Just so we're clear, yeah? You're, like, absolutely, ads are not like a big, it's not like a considerable amount of profit. I know that, you know, big stream... In maintenance? That doesn't make sense. It's not in maintenance, no, okay. Are you talking about kiting builds? Well, right now I'm just trying to understand why the game is not working. Or rather, why... Okay, now it says excellent on Twitch. I made it out alive somehow. Okay, let's see. This might be a reason for the future to not... unfortunately, to not always stream on 2 platforms until I figure out what and how and what's happening. Okay. Restream channels... Maybe it's something with today. Yeah, but I went to speed check the moment that it crashed. I went to try the like speed test or whatever, and my internet seemed very much okay. But I really have no idea. I have no idea what could have happened, why it was like this. Okay, are we back? Let's see if it works again. Are we back? Can you hear me? Sorry for whatever is happening. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, it's inevitable. It's gonna happen. Technology is it's really annoying because I don't even know how to start troubleshooting this. I will definitely Google later to see if this has, like, my first reaction would be it has something to do with Restream, but the thing is, my whole game crashed. So it kind of seems like it was something with my connection instead. But then I went to a speed test, and everything there seems fine. But I don't know if you saw it. If the stream crashed or you didn't see it, I did not leave mists myself, right? I got full disconnected. Like, it was reconnecting forever. I got disconnected, and then the game logged me out. And when I logged back in, I went to Brazilian, right? Like, automatically. So there was something with the connection there that was. Now it seems fine. I'm also trying to lower my bitrate a little bit. I hope it doesn't hinder the quality too much, because otherwise occasionally it goes over the limit. But I don't think that's the thing. Anyway, we are back. Welcome to your Thursday afternoon. See, now I got to redo this because the first time I started the stream, if you're not here at the beginning, I accidentally said that it's Wednesday, which it's obviously not. Hello, Bold Man. How is gym going? Not that good, actually. I didn't go to the gym today. I need to do leg day next, and I didn't sleep well, so I was my morning was kind of like that. And anyway, yes, thank you for asking, Horizon. It's very important because you know, this extra pressure is what is gonna get me back. And at the end of the day, like, the important thing is creating a habit. Like, for someone, like, if you're like me, as I said before, like, I've had like 8 months where I was actually like really heavy on the gym, but that was 2 years ago or so. But if you're like me and you kind of struggle with a bit of that either discipline or just the habit, I think number one thing is to build a habit. It's not about, you know, actual results or nothing like that. It's just to build a habit. So hopefully, and that can take some more time, so it kind of goes like this. But when the habit is built, like last time when I was sleeping well and going to the gym like for a long time in a row, it didn't feel like I was forcing myself at all, because it was just a natural thing. So hopefully we are doing that. Don't worry, I will check on you on the next stream. Yeah, do that, Horizon. Do that every day. Tomorrow is actually next stream. Thanks for following also, Burfleck. I'm a beginner. How can I get started at PvP? I'm currently using Battle Axe. I'm at the gym right now, lol. Nice! Okay, you are doing yourself a favor. I hope it's a good day for you, Burfleck. But your question is way too general to get an actually good answer, like how to get started at PvP. If you are really new, first of all, under the Twitch, I have also a link to my video, like 10 ways to actually get good. All of those things are useful things to think about and implement, yeah? But I suggest at the beginning that you start with just learning the mechanics of the game, which you can do in Arena, you can do it in Yellow Zone Corrupted Dungeons without risking your items. Now, as soon as you're able to, I suggest going into full loot PvP, but if you're really new, just play some Yellow Corrupted Dungeons, play some Arena, just so you get kind of used to the mechanics and you start understanding a bit more, like what other people's spells do as well. Because I'm guessing, if you are here, even though you are beginner, you at least already understand more or less what your spells do, right, on the Battle Axe. So now, next step is to more and more understand what other people's spells do. Okay, looks like it's working. You know, there's also, like, this is something, like, I've been blessed for 2 months of not having actual technical issues. My internet is good. And in Estonia in general, like my internet speed is good, everything is generally stable, you know, I don't have to worry too much about outages and stuff like that. But every now and again, somebody drives their car into a post. That has happened twice. Like, the only 2 times I've actually lost internet in the last, I don't know how many years. Both times it wasn't even a storm. During storms, it's also a bit iffy, yeah, but it was someone who drove their car into a post, which is, you know, connects, and the electricity was, not electricity, but the internet provider, I don't know, maybe it was electricity, I'm not sure. But anyway, the internet service provider suffered from, like, a random accident, so they couldn't, like, so it took them, like, 12 hours or something to fix it. Okay, looks like stream is back to being normal now. We lost some people, but, you know, they will be back. I'm sure. Because it is so much fun with the spear. If I missed something, you know, while I was crashing, and something was, you know, I was trying to figure out what's happening. If I missed something that you wrote that you would really like me to react to, or, you know, to have a conversation about, please, feel free to write it again. Don't feel bad. And play just one build at the beginning, it's better long terms. Okay, yeah, James in YouTube chat says to just play one build at the beginning. It's better long term. Well, it's kind of like, what kind of experience do you want, you know? If you just focus on learning one build, you're gonna have a better and smoother way, like easing into PvP and understanding some of it. And you're still gonna have to learn other people's builds in order to play against them, yeah? But you're gonna learn it when you die, yeah? You play against dual swords, you die, you learn what dual swords do, and so on and so forth. But if you want a more hardcore experience, then don't feel like you have to decide, you know, for one build. If you don't like your build, just switch around and try something else. It will be useful for you. Or if you want the more hardcore experience, then of course just changing around builds will also teach you faster, but you're gonna suck with every build, yeah, for a while. Kobe says, problem came from Twitch server itself. That's why most AO streamers like Eckwart only stream in YouTube. They say it's much better and more audience. You think Eckwart only streams on YouTube? That is a load of shit. But no. Very, like, few people stream on YouTube compared to Twitch. But Twitch has had problems. That was like a month ago when Twitch was said it was attacked and it had actual problems. And I think if there are some technical problems from the multi-streaming, it comes from the multi-streaming app, not from Twitch, not from YouTube, but from the multi-streaming solution. You know, from the software that takes my stream and puts it in 2 different places. And maybe in the future, if I get another monitor, I mean, maybe in very distant future, even I can. I do actually have parts of my old computer. I took it apart when I was building this one, and some parts of it are still kind of alive. I could maybe like build like something, but anyway, did we get? Okay, Stream Elements just announced that I'm live again. I hope we didn't crash or anything like that again. So yeah, maybe in the future, like with 2 computers, it's gonna be a bit easier. But right now, with the software that takes the stream and puts it in 2 different places, I think that's the one to blame, not Twitch or YouTube specifically. Where do you live? I live in an amazing, small, but cool country of Estonia, where it's usually cold, but last couple of weeks, it's so, for me, it's way too hot. It's difficult to live. Let's see if Dagger Pair wants to put his daggers in me. Oh, he's using the wrong Q. With that Q, okay, now he changed. Yeah, nice. He doesn't have stacks. Oh, he did it without stacks. What's happening? Okay. He went invis, but I think he forgot which Q he had, yeah? Like, he did a regular dagger pair strategy, but he forgot the stacks part. He forgot the part where he needs to use his Q3 to stack up first and then go, or like start the stacking and then go invis. So he did actually Q me out of invis, but he didn't stack up. It's kind of okay that he used Thunder Armor. I think it's not terrible against me, but I mean, he's gonna get kited. It's the same guy who used Death Givers before. Is that a joke or for real? It is actually, yo. It is actually the same guy. It's the same guy that dismounted on me earlier. This time he had Invis Potion and... Interesting. Okay, he's trying different things. Let's see what he comes up with next time. Also, nice spot tricks. I don't know how you instantly noticed that, but you're right. It is the same guy. Also have a bit of a potion advantage here. And you can see that even with me having a even my poison potion and him really messing up, like I still was losing a lot of HP because Thunder Armor is just so damn strong. And I should not be able to brawl him if he didn't mess up already. And because he messed up, so I know that I'm just brawling until my E is ready and I kill him, yeah? But if he didn't mess up his E, if he still had his E, I would have to be so much more careful. Same here, I'm melting. Oh, what's up? Aha, yeah, it is. And the thing is, it's actually, during night, it should be okay. But I don't know why. Like, my windows are open. I'm not living, like, high up. I don't know if that matters or not, but like, I'm close to the ground, you know? So it's not like... I don't know. Maybe it's because, you know, the computer, or maybe, you know, it's... because I spend a lot of time here, and the computer also runs pretty hot, you know? It's even though I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fans. But yeah, anyway. Maybe that's the reason, I don't know, but I feel like some rooms are always very warm. And during the day, it's difficult. It's legit difficult to be productive. It reminds me of when I was living in Spain for a while. Like, I could not imagine how people actually work in Spain. I know people who, if you grow up in a warm climate, it's different, yeah, but for a lot of people. And to be honest, what I also realize is that actually a lot of people don't work in Spain, you know? People just pretend to go to work and do jobs, but in reality, there's a lot less work being done than I imagined. That rat is having a bad day. Why are you calling him a rat, Fifi? Or are you talking about someone else? Why are you calling him a rat? He's not a rat. He dismounted and tried to kill me. Okay, first time I didn't have full HP, but still. The second time also. He's not a rat. He's a fighter. He's a fighter. Both times he risked his items. He's playing like a gamer. Oh shit! Can we kill an 8.3 with this? I mean, he was... It looks like he thinks I can kill him because he wasn't even trying, yeah. We are kind of neighbors. I'm from St. Petersburg. Oh, we are very much neighbors then. Yeah, you're closer than a lot of real neighbors. Yeah. So we have similar weather. Yeah, it is. And also, I mean, depends on where you grew up, maybe, but we might also have like similar predispositions, you know. Because as I said, like I think for a lot of people, like in Spain, for other people, it wasn't that big of a problem. But for me, coming from the north, I could not imagine, like, when it's like 35 degrees, I cannot imagine doing any, like, even having like an actual, like, thought, like having an idea and like doing any sort of actual real work. I don't understand. I don't imagine. Maybe like working outside, even though outside it is even warmer, but like physical work anyway is a bit like the effort is anyway there. But like actual like office work, you need to have AC, otherwise you are dead. I don't know. So yeah, anyway, it's also the Nordic predisposition, which you might have as well. I have not been to St. Petersburg for a long time. Definitely have been there many times, like with school trips or something, but you know, not possible to travel anymore. Not that I was like looking forward or trying to. I don't think I have any relatives there or anyone to visit, but it's not possible to travel anymore. He's not a rat. Yeah, exactly, James. Yeah, okay. So I see that you answered. I agree. Yeah. There's nothing about him was ratty at all, the guy who died to me. Here, 30 degrees is a rare thing. The last summer I was in Japan, it was 35, 38. Bro, it's fucking sauna. Yep. I think the actual sauna was for me in Singapore. When I was in Singapore, it was the most sauna I've ever had. I've never traveled to Africa, never traveled to like South America, never been anywhere there. But Singapore was the one place where I went outside and I legit felt like there's zero. I cannot do anything. I was just sweating. Like my shirt was just all wet just from walking outside, not doing anything. And I was also less like you might think like, okay, yeah, well, you know, fat people sweat, but I was in better shape for sure. We'll get there again soon. So anyway, yeah, it was impossible to live. But yeah, 30 degrees here doesn't really happen. I don't think in Estonia. I don't remember if it's happened in my lifetime. Probably has, but it's very rare. Heat record Estonia. I'm gonna check. It's like 36 or something, which is I think is all time. 35.6 is the overall like recorded history. The highest temperature in my country that has ever been recorded is 35 and a half. Okay, I guess. Oh shit, he's in combat. Okay, who are you in combat with, sir? And he used his boots to run away. Where's the? I wish there was this double bladed here somewhere. Oh, my 15. Wait, we are both waiting 15 seconds. Where's the double bladed? I guess I just tried to kill the bow, but he will have time to mount up. Is this the double bladed? No, it's. He hit me. Not me, I hope. Yep, nice. Go for the 6-3. Good job, little bow. I believed in you. Again, I got hit by the E when I wasn't sure that I'm in range. He still has... Oh no, he has only one potion. He drank one already. He's gonna go for the exit now, I feel like, yeah. I'm gonna use my boots to catch up, but I might be a bit too far already. I don't want to kill the bow, because he did actually help me there, but I don't think they're catching them. This guy might be catching with soldier boots, we'll see. But we are too close to the exit, so I think the quarterstaff has left already. And the bows can fight each other. No one else here that is really worth it. That's not a quarterstaff, no. I don't want to mess up. Oh, this bow doesn't even have anything selected in his chest piece. This is the guy that looted the chest, so he might have something, but still kind of unlikely. And this is the Wanderlust player here. But he seemed very scared before. Like, I had 15 seconds and he still ran away, right? So he's not going to 1v1 me. There's no chance. Even with the potential of bear pose helping him. Let's see, though. I'm gonna intentionally hit my Q, so I hit the bear pose also. This guy just arrived. You saw his bubble at the beginning. Well, at least stream is not crashing. But locals, they good. They even wear long sleeves or pants. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's true. That's what I meant. Like when I was in Spain, like local people were much more relaxed about it. Obviously, it happens all the time. Yeah, I wonder if it's possible to get like acclimated, to get used to that. If there's someone here who's like moved from one place to another and actually like lives in a different climate than you were grown up with, I'd be curious. Like if you want to share, without. Or I mean, you can share also where you're from. You don't have to if you don't want to. But I'm curious if you have like experience. I don't know, because I know that when I get really old, at some point I want to live in Spain, like for real, like that is kind of my place. I'm not rushing to go there, but I know I love the feeling. But I'm curious. I don't know if it's possible to get used to a different climate as an adult if you move. Is that, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it takes like 10 years, or maybe it's actually their ways, maybe someone knows better. Because for me right now, I very clearly feel like if there is such a thing, then in my genetics, I am like a Nordic man, you know? I am very resistant to cold. I often, when it's like really cold, people are surprised why I'm not wearing like warm clothes or a hat or a shirt, whatever, when it's not that cold. But I'm very, very sensitive to being like, to overheating quickly. You don't travel because you're already with Legendary King with Kong Body. You already reign everywhere. Nice. Nice, Wilson. Thank you. I approve this message. But actually, I was for a long time addicted to traveling, and it is definitely still on the list of things to go back to at some point. But there are different periods in life, so you can enjoy some unstable, unpredictable periods of life, and then you can enjoy some I know where I'm going to be tomorrow periods of life. And currently it's the latter, the more stable one in my life. Overcharge, is it time to remove it? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I can also... Does it matter? Wait, double overcharge is always good, right? Because it's the same trash rate as the first overcharge, but I don't have to spend 100k, right? So if I'm gonna overcharge anyway, I should always double overcharge, right? I just realized there's never any reason to remove items and not... The only reason would be if I don't want them, the items that I have on me, if I don't want them to trash. I don't want to have a higher trash rate. But if I'm going to overcharge anyway... Yes, Rico, it is more trash rate. Instead of 15%, it's 30%. That for every single item to trash. But anyway, I am always overcharging. Like, for the last couple of days and today in the stream, I am overcharging before I even go into the mists. It's always overcharge. That's what we're doing. So there isn't really anything to... There's nothing to lose, right? Doesn't the OC use 10 more siphon? No, it doesn't. It's free, it's free. It doesn't use 10 more siphon, no. I used to live in Malaysia, Australia, Texas. Holy shit. Those are all places that I would love to be in for a week, but then I would also probably become a fried victor. When I moved to Scotland, it took years for me. Okay, so you actually have exactly that kind of example that I mean, Bovis. And did you actually, to be honest, I'm still not great with it. Today is a relatively warm day and I'm still wearing a hoodie. Okay. Okay. But what about when it's cold? Are you, you're saying you're still struggling? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I see. It's a story to suggest that getting used to a different climate is difficult. Even if you full-on move and spend that time there, you're still having trouble, you say. Hi Victor, thanks for your spear theory philosophy videos. Hello Magnus, and happy to be that guy. Thank you. Thank you for the good energy. Here we go. Double overcharge. Did not take siphon energy. I didn't even have siphon energy. It's around 20 degrees and I would still say it's a little chilly. 20 degrees is like perfect for me. If I could live... Obviously, I love Morocco. Yes, hello. I love variety in life and also temperature. It's kind of fun to have somewhat different things, but if it was 20 degrees all year round, I would be happy still. Like 20 is pretty much perfect. Like it's kind of chilly, you know? But it is very good. It's very good to be outside, you know, just with a shirt. It's very nice to play basketball outside, you know. It's not too warm. You can fall asleep decently well. Doesn't double OC? Yeah, okay, we talked about that. I always use the OC before Mist. That's a new thing for me, haha. I'm probably gonna do it with tier 8 as well. I'm using tier 8 Mage Robe, but everything else is tier 7. Maybe I'll go one tier higher later and try the OC thing as well. It's kind of new to me to just overcharge like that. And I love it. It's so much fun. Yo, Snipes! Mr. Snipes, welcome. How are you? I'm doing well, except for the not sleeping enough part. It turns out like my idea of playing one game of Delta Force, then doing like 20 minutes of work or answering an email, then doing another game of Delta Force, then another 20 minutes of work. That idea didn't fully work as well as I expected it to. So I ended up kind of pushing my sleep schedule back without really getting the productive time out of it that I was hoping for. I was really, it's really attractive to think, okay, the night is starting, I'm going to do a lot of stuff, If I'm not going to sleep, at least I'm going to be really productive. And it takes a while. Okay, yeah, Victor Jordan. I am a big lover of basketball. Unfortunately, I don't feel like I'm in good enough shape right now to really enjoy it as much. I still love playing basketball as well, but hopefully I'll get back on track with that. But everything about basketball, it's been the one thing in my life that actually gets me to do to enjoy cardio. Well, okay, one of two things, to be honest. But yeah, running without the ball is not that fun. No, Vic, you gotta sleep to focus on being really focused. Yeah, sleep is super important. Yeah, I've said this before. Like I have this gamer problem. That it always feels like one more turn, just a little bit, almost there, Just gonna go to sleep now. And then, before you know it, it's almost morning. Our Forge Hammer is good for solo PvP. They are fun and they're viable, but they are not you won't be able to compete with meta very well, because you're kind of like they're fun. You should definitely play Forge Hammers. If your heart is calling for Forge Hammers, try it out. There's a bit of an issue that you kind of need to do both. You need to brawl when your E is ready, and then you need to have something to kite and avoid taking too much damage when your E is not ready. And it's a bit tricky to kind of pull both of those things off, because if you're fighting something like a Frost or Bow, they might just kite out your E, so they might be, because they are full on kiters. If you're fighting something that like a Bloodletter or something, yeah, you might get good value from your E, but you're gonna have a hard time actually avoiding taking a lot of damage when your E is not ready. So there are challenges, and your E doesn't offer any mobility, which is why it's probably not has not risen to the meta, but it's definitely viable and playable. You can sleep enough in your grave. Is that like a saying, right? I've heard that. I'm 100% I've heard that, Snipes. I'm not sure like who I've heard that from. That's 100% like something I've heard from people, like I'll sleep when I'm dead type of thing. I think I gotta work on my vocab. Yeah, what's wrong with your vocabulary? This is also a vocabulary stream, because I'm trying to figure out some words. I know quite a few words that don't always come to mind at the right moment, but if English is not your first language, like it's not for me, I'm sure you're gonna hear a word here and there back from my debating times that I might use, and then you might learn it. Or if you have a word that you think I should learn, then tell me. I am very happy to learn something new. Oftentimes it's like, I think this is true for most of us, with your language, even in your mother, like if your native language, oftentimes there's a bunch of words that you kind of know, and I think I have a lot of words also in English and probably my own language as well. I kind of know, but since you don't know exactly, like you haven't heard it in enough different contexts, you don't have the confidence to use it. I fought an 8.3 Bloodletter with tier 7 OC Daybreaker. One of the best money-making situations, I feel like. Tier 7 is just strong enough where you can almost do it. Of course, the Bloodletter will have to mess up a lot, but it's almost doable. Tier 8 Daybreaker, I would say, you can overcharge and you are in a very good spot to kill. Did 3 trades and then he ran away. Made me super happy. Oh, okay, nice. So you were happy even when you... you were happy even when he didn't get the kill. You're required to tell me, well done, Mr. Noob. Oh, yeah, well done, Mr. Noob. Happy to say that. I mean, that's a win. And for oftentimes you can't do much else, you know. If the enemy if the blood metal, the 8.3 blood metal pair is if he's an experienced player, very often you won't kill them. Like, you need to outplay. At the end of the day, against like a guy who really understands what's happening, they will feel the limits of their own build and how dangerous you are, even though you are tier 7. So you will need to do some crazy baiting. If you saw the clip of me killing the 8.3 double bladed with my tier 7 Daybreaker, it's somewhere like on stream clips, and there's a video also like on Twitch. If you saw that, you saw that a critical part of why that was possible. Like, obviously a lot of things had to go right, and I had to hit spells and stuff like that, and it's a good matchup. Yeah, it's one of those where you can actually overcome the difference. But the critical thing at the end of the day, what made that kill possible, is this super duper baity situation where I was like 50 or 100 HP away from dying when I drank my last potion and removed his stalker, right? So he gave me the chance to get the kill, essentially by, you know, because he thought that he's killing me. Like, without that, like, yeah, sure, you can defend yourself, but without that extra bait, it's very unlikely you're actually gonna get the kill. You're just gonna be able to defend yourself against those mobility builds. Hello, man. Hello, Ding Ding. Ding Ding says, hopefully I can get my first kill with the spear soon. I hope, and I wish you good luck with that as well. At which spec should I start going tier 7? I have max spec for boots and offhand and 60 plus for the rest. Okay, I suggest first of all to consider your economy more than you consider your specs. Like, if you're already an experienced crafter and you have tons of silver, you can go tier 7 right away and not worry about it. If you're a beginner, then don't really use more than, I would say, 1/20th. It depends. For me, it was 1/20th. If I had 2 mil, I didn't want to use more than 100k on one build. If I had 20 mil, I didn't want to use more than 1 mil on the build, right? That's a good kind of rule of thumb, but you can adjust it for your own personality, right? If you are more of a risk taker, risk a bit more, sure. If it doesn't make you feel bad to lose that item or the set. And finally, your boots and offhand is kind of relevant. Offhand scales well, but your boot spec, for example, doesn't really matter at all. Like, I'm using tier 7 boots, but I can just as well use 4-0 boots, and the difference it's going to make in how strong I am is very small. What really matters is your weapon and chest piece in terms of your IP, yeah? And your specs just give you extra IP. My general suggestion would be to start looking for PvP more actively, and also go for tier 7 if you have the money for it, when you're somewhere around 70-75 specs in the actual items that you are using, yeah? So if I was like, if one of my friends was starting Albion and he was interested in PvP, 15 seconds. If he sees that I have 15 seconds, he can actually kill me right now. Tier 7 dual swords is strong enough to take advantage of this. He killed someone here. Good job for him. So, if my friend was starting Albion and he was into PvP, I would tell him, I wouldn't hold him back if he wants to PvP right away, but it's very inefficient. I would say that it becomes at least somewhat okay in terms of money spent on how strong you are when you reach around 70 spec in your spear, if you're playing spear, but any weapon, in your chest armor, like if you're using assassin jacket, your assassin jacket, and everything else, yeah. But boots are the least important, for sure. 60 plus in the weapon is good enough, bro. Yeah, I mean, even 0 is good enough, bro. Yeah, it's all about your... it's about your economy. Essentially, it's an economic decision, kind of. Yeah, because you are paying much more. Like, if you end up fighting me or someone who's played this game more, you are just, like... You will be, like, forget about, like, the skill difference as a beginner. Obviously, it's more difficult, yeah, because you don't have all the experience. But if you forget all of that, you are as strong as me, but you spent, like, 50 times more silver on your set than I did. So it becomes an economic decision. So if you fight your enemy 10 times and you win 5 fights out of 10, unrealistic for a beginner, but maybe, you know, maybe you get lucky. Every time you win, you earn much less than the amount of money you lose, because you are spending a lot more money, essentially, to be as strong. Sometimes I struggle to remember and use the word I need even in my language. Yep, exactly. I have the same experience in Estonian as well. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Estonian doesn't have that many words. I know it sounds silly, and maybe, depending on your background, maybe it sounds to you like obviously, or maybe it sounds to you like, what the fuck, you know, like all languages have words, yeah? I have found that some languages have significantly more words. Languages that have been around and have a lot of culture behind them have had books plays, like theater plays, books, and everything else, all kinds of other things created and written for them for centuries and centuries and centuries, have surprisingly developed much more. So there are a lot of words in English, like a lot of words that there is, like you can say 17 different words for like to describe something, I don't know, maybe dangerous or harmful in English, and in Estonian maybe you'll find 2. And I think Russian is also one of the languages more similar to English in the sense that there are so many, because like the cultural heritage is so massive, all the everything ever created in Russian language together, there's just so many words, so many different like shades of happy that you can, you know, express with different words, with different ways. And my language doesn't have all that. So in that sense, at least it's Estonian. Estonian is very difficult. There is no reason to learn it, and it is probably it's among the more difficult languages in the world. Not like top 1 level, but different. It's like probably somewhere near top 10. Yeah, top 10 most difficult languages. At least from what I've read of people who have studied that. But that difficulty does not come from vocabulary. In terms of words, we don't have that many words. Bratsko asked, what solo content would you suggest for someone just starting with spear? Like my spear build is all 0 specs. If you're just 0 specs, maybe it's good to just go kill mobs, yeah? Just go Black Zone. If you can afford to lose it, if you're not completely new, you can afford to lose your 4.1 set a couple times, just go hit mobs in Black Zone. At some point, if you have friends, you should also try depths, because depths right now offer very good fame and good silver. So there's kind of no reason not to take advantage of that, essentially. But, man, the demon boots are annoying. The demon boots are very annoying. But it also means that he can't really, you know, get close to me very well. Unfortunately, it's a really sad matchup. Reflect I'm just trying Reflect, because Reflect worked against Arlight Blasters, so I'm kind of curious to see what it will be like. And you can see Reflect actually working kind of okay here. Honestly, I'm almost a little bit surprised. But he has Demon Boots, which is very, very annoying. It's very difficult for me to hit my spells, even if I do decide to go for the finish. He also still has Guardian Helmet, right? So yeah. He still has a Cleric Robe and Guardian Helmet, and I can get good with, like, I can get some good value from my Mage Robe to remove one of them, but it's unlikely he's gonna give me both. This is one of the matchups that was always difficult for Spear. I would normally not fight a lot of light crossbows, especially if I'm trying to make money. But it became even more hopeless when Cripple was nerfed, because this is a matchup where Cripple was pretty good, you know, for extra damage. Oh shit, am I actually a rat now? Holy shit, am I a rat? I'm gonna have to change to this to be able to catch them. Looks like I am a rat. I'm gonna kill this guy first, though. I mean, he wanted to fight, so I don't want to punish him for that, but he still has one healing potion. Yeah, I don't know how this fight now. So because of Demon Boots, this becomes even more annoying. But what I wanted to say is that because of Cripple change, like this is a fight where Cripple was at least somewhat useful before. Because you could get the constant damage buff from your enemy caltrops. But now, the new cripple, I mean, removing his move speed is not valuable. And, nah, man. Unfortunate. And next Demon Boots, he kills me anyway. Which is very sad. The whole Demon Boots thing makes the whole fight so much more annoying. Unfortunately. Without Demon Boots, it's already difficult, but I feel like it's kind of doable. But Demon Boots kind of means that I have to really crazy outplay him. It's so easy for him to just run away if I do well. And on the other hand, if I didn't have Undead Cape, I'm 100% dead, yeah. But yeah, what I was saying is you don't care, like, just removing his Caltrops movement speed buff is not really that valuable. And reducing his attack speed, which is the new thing Cripple does, is absolutely useless, yeah? So this matchup, which was already so difficult, became much more annoying with the Cripple change. Like, this is one of the matchups that new Cripple doesn't do anything, pretty much. However, as you can see, at least with I feel like Deflect is probably the way to go now with this matchup. This was at least some chance there, yeah? He did, like, one thing he did really good is use his Mage Rope. I was already gathering. I should have E'd earlier. I was kind of taking, you know, it's like I'm taking a step back, you know, to take the extra power in my punch, you know? It's like I was already getting my air ready for that big E play, and then he removed my stacks with his Mage Rope. That was... Until that, I actually believed in this fight also, here. How much do I have on my overcharge? 15 minutes. Okay, let's go. Thanks for following. Bookshelf Giving. What a name. What? I want to know the story of behind that name. I mean, you don't have to share, you know. But anyway, I appreciate you following. If you want to. I'm very curious sometimes of where nicknames come from. Arabic has a crap ton of words. Like, I can name 10 different words for lion and I won't have named. Like, wait, what? Okay. First of all, that sounds like the joke that, you know, Eskimos have like 15 words for snow. Because they need it, because it's actually relevant, because, you know, they can describe different types of snow. That sounds a bit like that, yeah? Like, having 50 words for lion is not something you will ever find in a Nordic country, because, well, who cares? You know, we don't even have one species of lions, let alone different. But yeah, I would imagine, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with Arabic. But I would imagine that Arabic is also one of the languages, like I said, kind of like English and Russian, that have like crazy amount of words in general, because there's so much culture that has been created and using that language, yeah, throughout history. So, you know, there is no Estonian Shakespeare who would have invented like words. This guy wants to fight me, right? If he wants to, sure, but I mean, we're not gonna. Life Touch doesn't seem like a very scary rat, but he does have sandals to be able to catch up. Deathgivers wants to fight, he needs to change his Q. He also has just one poison? Is this some sort of swap action, or what is he doing? I don't think he's actually... He's gonna swap spells, right? Yeah, he's not swapping. Okay, if he's not swapping, then I just don't... I mean, I just need to be a bit careful about removing his stacks. Also, if he runs into, like, a mob camp, I need to be a bit careful. But honestly, like, even if he gets, like, 3 stacks right off the bat, I can also... it's gonna be okay, probably. Another where? I don't know what you want, bro. Oh, he wants to fight elsewhere? Fuck this Life Touch, man. He's not gonna kill us. Is my cape ready? Yeah, my cape is ready, so I'm even safer from Life Touch than I would be otherwise. Why does he have Smuggler's Cape with just one cheap poison potion? Mount, bro, you are tier 7. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna take orders. If a 6-3 says he's gonna fight me, you know, if I do what he wants, maybe, but for tier 7, I don't. It's not my #1 priority. I can dismount him if that will convince him. Hi Vic. Hello Klitschko. Holy shit, that's a long message. I just stumbled upon your YouTube channel this morning. Really informative about PvP. Happy to hear that. I just recently started playing Albion. Got like, okay, wait, he dismounted. Let's see. Got like 72 hours play time. Okay. I will read the rest of your message. Although, for anyone else and you as well, you know, try to make it shorter. I know. Sometimes you want to say more things, and I really love that, especially all the positive emotions in the message. But it's just not so easy to read one long message when I'm in the midst. At least we got rid of this guy. Okay, the Death Giver is definitely showing that he has enough experience that he is not, like, you know, he used his Inferno and he expected me to mage rope. I can use this to my advantage and I don't need to mage rope right away, so in the future when he Infernos, I can just look at him funny and keep hitting him. He doesn't have any potions now. I don't think he's gonna fight, man. It's a very difficult fight for him. I'm on row snapper, he's on row Q. At this point, I can almost just brawl him, yeah? Also, he E'd at the beginning of the fight with just 2 stacks. So his E was actually on cooldown. Okay, got like 72 hours in place now. Been bouncing around Nature, Arcane, and Frost Staffs. Bouncing around is good, yeah? You get better at... Because you play different things, you get much better at everything in Albion, yeah? Like... I'm definitely struggle more fighting against weapons that I have never played myself. And this also affects your group play, yeah? Because groups will have even more different weapons, so if you have at least some experience with them, you will understand it better. What's your opinion on which one I should focus? Nature, Arcane, and Frost Staffs? I would go for Arcane. It's not the most popular choice, which also is one extra benefit, that not everyone knows what you're going to do. It's very strong. It's not like meta tier, but it is very viable. Currently, if you play it well, you will have some good fights, and it will teach you some things, because you will be punished for your mistakes. So you will occasionally die. If you miss too many spells, or you waste your E, if you're talking about one-handed Arcane, for example, you will die. So you will be much more punished for what you do wrong than, for example, on Frost Staff. Although, Frost Staff is also fun, so... Nature is not so good for solo PvP. Nature is good if you are more of a PvE focus. So far, I've played a lot of non-lethal Corrupt Dungeon, been wandering into Mist, but I'm still kind of afraid. Sorry for long message. Oh, you actually said sorry for long message at the end of the long message. Okay, that's cool. So, it's, yeah, I mean, you should start with Hunter Corrupt Dungeons. And at the end of the day, it's fine. All of us were kind of afraid, you know? Depending on what the stakes are, if the stakes are higher than they were before, everyone is a bit afraid, so don't worry about it too much. I don't think I need to worry too much about them teaming up. This guy seems like an experienced player. He has everything 100 spec, not over 100 though, but seems like an experienced player, no? Right now also I don't think he was jumping just to get away. He was jumping to, like he was queuing to try to dodge my Impaler. That was a really bad rat by life touch. Yeah, that was a weird one, yeah. He just dismounted randomly. Way too early. Can you explain base IP? Is it not possible to increase it with spec? Well, IP does get increased by spec, but not base IP. That's the base part of base IP, yeah? That's the IP that you start working with. All the specs and everything gets like applied on top of that. It's still a tier 7, you know, so it's... I don't want to... he doesn't have potions. I kind of need to... Considering he doesn't have any potions, I do have a decent advantage. I mean, it's generally also it's not a bad fight for me. But if I follow him into a mob camp, I need to be careful. Not just that he gets 1 E for free at the beginning, but also he will, you know, he will later be able to keep stacking up. TLDR. Big fan. Do you think there's any particular good reason to prioritize playing? Oh, nice. Oh, Bovis. Okay. I should have just read. Bovis's message was like condensed. And once again, you know, I love. Thank you, like Klitschko. Thank you for like positive, positive, good energy message. You know, I don't want to be the guy who doesn't have time to read happy messages. But yeah, it's just it's much more complex. But you know, there's not like crazy amount of things happening in chat like there are sometimes. So, but just know, you know, if there's more things happening currently. Like a lot of messages, the long ones is very easy to ignore, unfortunately. Because my brain is also trying at the same time to figure out what's happening on my screen in the game. And what's happening right now is that we need to find a new mist, I think. Do I have time on the overcharge? I actually have only 8 minutes. Maybe I should just follow the Death Givers. Maybe I'm being a bit too pissy. But honestly, he should also switch to Q1. Yeah, let's see. Maybe next time I just follow him. And see what happens. Because yeah, if he's not on Q1, even if the fight starts with like, if I started the fight with not with full HP, like so he's one of his E's like is for free, I would still probably honestly fight. So it's not like it's more like psychologically feels like, yo, come fight me and don't fight mobs, right? But in reality, I have enough of an advantage to not worry too much about that. Come on, guys, come on. But yeah, if base IP is still confusing, your base IP is everything except for specs and masteries, right? So the tier, the enchantment, the quality, that is what makes a base IP. The base IP of the item that will not change, but the actual IP of the item will change based on whoever is wielding it at the moment. Hey, Twitch is not crashing anymore. Every time I say that, I need to be a little bit careful. But looks like it's working well. Okay, come on, give me. I have 8 minutes. Kind of sucks to be running around with. I wish I could triple overcharge, you know. Hey, new idea. Triple overcharge for another half an hour, but then at the end of that, everything trashes 100%. No choice. Because right now, if I find an abbey, I cannot go in there, right? There's no. I just need to find the next mist and hope that I get a fight in the next 6 minutes, 6:20. I wonder what this build will be like in Corrupted. Is there any chance to make this work? Like, a lot of the kiting potential is limited in Corrupted. Like, yeah, I can clear out the circle and kind of run around, but the bats are actually very relevant in Corrupted, which is great. That's a very good game design choice. I love it. That SBI has created bats and has actually made them more impactful recently also. So it's relevant. If you're the one constantly running away in Corrupted Dungeons, you will become significantly weaker. And specifically, you will become slower. That's a big thing. My screen lagged a bit after you said, hey, Twitch is not crashing anymore. Okay, I need to be careful. Maybe there's like AI listening to me. You know, like in YouTube, whenever you say like the video, YouTube picks up on that, like, because, you know, the system listens through, like, it kind of scans through all the videos, audios anyway, you know, to check for copyright infringements. But anyway, even if anyone says, if you say like, oh, don't forget to like the video, the like button like flashes and like makes some sort of party effect. Yeah, if you watch if you haven't noticed, go watch a YouTube video and you'll see like when the person on the video says like, don't forget to like the video, for you as you're watching, the like button like lights up for a moment, or like it does some sort of effect. So maybe Twitch has something like that also, like, you know, when someone uses the words Twitch and crash in the same sentence, then Twitch like lags the screen for everyone. I really didn't know that. Yep. I don't know if it works first. I don't know if that also applies to subscribing. Last time I checked, no, but who knows? Maybe they've added something. Mr. Archer, come here. I want the chest. Here's 6 quarterstaff. Ooh, a purple chest. Come on. I don't remember. Do not remember. If I've had... No, man. The camp chests are just terrible. Like, at least I got that amazing 8.3 item from the coffer, yeah, and some abbey chests have been really happy for me. Like, good income, actually. But the chests I get from camps, like, in the mist, it's probably right now the weakest part of making silver. So all my favorite YouTubers don't have the same editor. I mean, that's not part of, like, you couldn't edit that in a video. The actual button under the video reacts. There's an objective here I'm going towards, the Turbulent Wisp. Camp chests should just give good and consistent amount of fame tums instead of this shitload. I don't know. I mean, okay, instead of the shit loot, yes, but I would much rather it actually has some loot. If the camps are there, why not make them worth a little bit? Because you are much more vulnerable when you are playing and clearing camps than you are, for example, in Nightfall Abbeys, yeah, where there's an exit everywhere. Although you are dismounted there, but you are pretty vulnerable. Dang, the joke didn't land. I thought I saw a joke in there, Mr. Noob, but I don't know. I think I missed it, yeah. I thought I saw a joke, but then I thought that it doesn't work because we're not talking about like the same effect happening in the video, but it's the button underneath the video that flashes, yeah. That's why I thought, okay, that doesn't make sense. But there might be something else I missed. You know, like, jokes are like PvP. You know, you have to die 10 times before you can start winning fights. Yes. I don't know, actually. It's on my bucket list before I die to do stand-up just once, you know, but it's not something I think about too much. But what was I saying? So, like, if legit didn't give any loot, only if that guy follows me, I'm gonna have to attack him, but hopefully he doesn't. If legit it doesn't give any loot, it wouldn't give any loot, but just tomes, then, bro, why are you? Go fame your black monk. Go fame up your black monk staff. Stop following me. If they legit just gave tomes, then it would be absolutely inconsequentially unimportant for anyone who has already some fame, right? Like, for me, it doesn't matter. Who are you running away from? Fuck. Nah, his boots will be here before mine, so I don't think it's happening, unfortunately. Never mind, it is happening. That was an interesting situation. I attacked one guy and then suddenly... Oh, the Black Monk staff is angry now. The longbow is definitely many times more dangerous than the guy actually attacking me. Oh shit, my overcharge is 57 seconds. That's why he's attacking me. My items can break now. Holy shit, I need to get to the exit. I need to get to the exit. No, I'm in combat with the bow. This might be the end of my overcharge strategy. But he's not dismounted the bow, so I can mount up. The bow... Oh, he doesn't have frost shot, okay. So he's probably not catching me there. No. My overcharge is almost over here. I don't think I'm in combat with him anymore. And he doesn't have frost shot. So unless my boots trash, I think I'm fine. My boots actually trashed. I don't think I'm in combat with him though. Shit, I am. Yeah, I should have helmeted there. My boots actually trashed. The only thing that trashed was my boots. In the middle of the sprint. I could have maybe still eat up and run, but I don't think... Yeah, I guess I must have been in combat with the bow. I could have... I didn't believe I was in combat with the bow. But I could have... Otherwise, I just E north and mount there, because already he... Well... I had some loot on me as well. Nice. He will get to pick up my... This is a good moment. I just needed a couple more seconds of the sprint, and then... yeah, but if I know I'm in combat, I should just E away, and he doesn't have frost shot, so he can't actually, you know, catch me. Sometimes these 4.1s have a high tier swap. Yeah, Rico, I know, but I mean, usually you can tell when a swapper is... Nobody swaps 4.1, to be honest. It's tier 7 usually. And you can use... Okay. Oftentimes you can tell, like a swapper is relatively obvious. Let's go for this. Do I have enough weekend? I need 192, so I almost have enough runes to level this up. That was another clippable moment. Actually, I'm gonna record this as well. Finally, so this is what Mufanzo was warning me about. The dark side of overcharge addiction that nobody talks about. Finally, for the first time, I got to experience it firsthand on my screen. Do I just use this? I guess I just use this. I mean, it's kind of needlessly expensive, but whatever. I don't think I can sell it either. Let's see what happens. That was fun though. I realized that at the moment I said that I hope my boots don't trash, you know, it's I already felt like I am tempting God. I don't want to sell this. I want to sell this. How much could I get for this? 180k, and if I buy a new one, this also makes me scarier. That's like the extra negative of using this, even though it is nice. It looks good. Yeah, there's no point, unfortunately, because I think people will fight me less with a masterpiece mist color. And let's put it on like this. Okay, I need to buy a couple more of these because I think I need 192, if I remember correctly. And the rest of it, let me just buy the... Is this the build? Yeah, this is the build. Okay. This I don't need. Cape I do need. Like this, I think. Nice. I'm getting good at buying stuff. And I still need some cabbage soup. And gig pots. Yeah, the Black Monk staff. Brave soldier. Brave 4.1 soldier. Who yeah, I did this mistake. I thought about it, but since I don't really play, you know, Black Monk, nobody really does. I thought about it, and I shouldn't have shielded like against his E, because his E will remove it instantly. It even says that clearly, you know. It even says clearly not just that it breaks shields, but prevents new damage shields from being applied. So I wasted both of my helmets completely. See, we still get the lesson, as always. So yeah, it's kind of like using Guardian Helmet inside Life Course E. By the way, if you don't know, if you are standing inside the Life Curse E, then your Guardian Helmet will not work. Like, it won't do that, like it removes your curse tax and then instantly disappears. No, it just 100% will not work and not affect anything. Did you clip it? Oh, nice. Overcharge, give it an overcharge, take it, yeah, nice. Good clip. I like that. It's definitely a very good clip to have. To remind me. Oh, see, not even once. It happened today with me. 4.1 nature set versus tier 7 roller gloves with 120 spec. The 4.1 nature had a 8.3 swap. Or are you saying he swapped from 4.1 to tier 7? Which is also very weird, honestly. I can't imagine that that's not mists, right, Rico? Like, that might... Okay, even then, no. I mean, no. I can imagine someone bringing a nature swap to clear some mobs in Roads of Avalon. But other than that, this is very rare. The situation you said is very rare. Actual swappers, and the kind of swappers that I have to think about, at least somewhat, are the guys who play tier 7 hyper mobile builds with a lot of invis potions. So it's going to be Frost Staff or gloves, battle bracers, I mean. And then they swap to like an 8.3, 8.4 that nobody wants to fight. Like a hammer or whatever. Okay, time to overcharge again. I'm not learning from my mistakes. Double overcharge, and we go. This is what has happened. This is the kind of decadence that I have fallen into. Yeah, I eat through the bow. Now that I realize. And since he's not on frost shot, I should just E away and mount up north of him. Well, anyway, thanks for following the Klitschko. That is a great clip there. Be careful. All you fellow overcharge addicts out there, be careful. I think he was probably also playing at that. Like, he probably realized I'm almost out of overcharge. The bow probably didn't realize. I mean, the fact that the bow didn't even swap to frost shot means the bow was like kind of out of the loop completely of what's happening around him. But I think the Black Monk staff actually legit like realized that what's happening and that he can There's a bunch of 6-3s. There's a Great Hammer 6-3. Oh, with Assassin Shoes. And there was Death Givers. The Great Hammer went to fight Death Givers because I'm not as valuable and attractive. But the Death Givers doesn't want to fight the Great Hammer. That looks like. He's on Rose Snapper. Already a bit more dangerous. On Rose Snapper, even more reason for, like, not reason, but there's a bit more leeway for him to still use Deadly Swipe. Also, he wants to be a bit safer, like from the hammer and so on. So I don't, if he's gonna fight him, I don't expect him to change to Thunder Armor. But it gives me a better potential to maybe outplay him also, which is nice. How do you get access to that kill recap with all the items? You mean here, this one that I was showing? You saw. I go to stats. Wish there was a quicker way, but yeah. Then there are kills and deaths. Here I can see the death. And here I can see the kill. I'll be lurking from time to time to learn more PvP. Happy to have you. Also, I'll be looking forward for the villain part 4. Yeah, you are not alone. There's a lot of people, and I need to figure out how in my life am I taking streams and making them into actual YouTube videos, and then the series will continue. It's not that, but thank you. Although I don't think lurking, is that what lurking means? I appreciate you either way, but I've always considered lurking meaning as in, no, lurking is also like if you are here. I know most of you, yeah, but I'm also that kind of viewer. If you're here, you're not participating in like chat actively, but you are watching. Is that lurking? Or is it lurking when you leave the stream open and you'll just leave and go do something else? I don't know which one. Yeah, I'm not sure. I always imagine that lurking is when you leave it open and you don't actually watch, whereas if you're just watching, but maybe not writing. Is that still lurking? Okay, I'm confused. I've confused myself. Does Overcharge affect the item or the slot? If you have random boots, the item. Could you have swapped them in? Yes, I could have swapped them in, but the new boots would not have been overcharged. Yeah. It affects the item. So right now, if I loot boots, I can swap them in. But then, if I swap boots now, this overcharge will be removed, so they might also trash. And the new boots that I put on will not be overcharged. Hello! Hello, Voodoo. I have arrived. Happy for you. Your arrival has been noted, Mr. Voodoo. If you want to have a bit of fun, if you just arrived, you want to have a bit of fun, go click the clip that Bovis just clipped from me finally meeting for the first time after 2 days, meeting face to face with the actual consequences of being an overcharged addict. Berkey says, I loved your Daybreaker guide video, but there was only one problem. You never mentioned when to change W against what enemy. I'm still learning to get better with Daybreaker, but it would be nice to know. Oh shit, we have a 7-3 here. Yep, you are kind of right. I mean, it depends on what you play outside of it. Like if you watch the spear guide, you get some of that understanding there as well. Do I have to actually do this? Do I have to try to dismount an armored horse? Or do you want to try killing me, Mr. Sinista? I think he's... yeah. I should... Yeah, I'm so bad at playing like the helpless, scared Genki. I think that's a good word, Genki. Like, this guy might have been sizing me up for a potential kill, but now that he knows I'm trying to actually attack him, he knows that this is dangerous, right? He must understand. Hello, sir. I will take your items, thank you. For 200k. Click one button for 200k? Sure, always. Never mind, so much for 200k then. Actually got almost nothing. The Blight Staff is legit, not a joke, dangerous, yeah? He has a gift pot still. This guy is gonna kill us anyway. I cannot full commit here, unfortunately. I mean, this fight is going very much in my favor, but I can't worry. I can't full commit because of the death givers. Yeah, his cape is kind of useless, especially with like Merc Hood. I wouldn't use that cape. And as you can see, I mean, healers obviously. I need to force the fight to end. Like when I got an advantage like I did, I need to just go after him and force the fight to a victorious conclusion. Now, if I give him time, you know, that's the only way the healer can actually win. I guess I mount and get full HP and then continue, because he's gonna catch up sooner or later. But also, nah, I could mount up here, yeah. Okay, whatever, let's do it, but then fight again without death givers. We are both, like, the death givers actually doesn't have a Stalker Hood. So, maybe, if he doesn't proc my Undead Cape, I'm not really that worried about death givers, right? Because the Undead Cape will probably save me, but we don't know for sure. Anyway, let's see. Thank you for following, El Cantin. Well, he is much more careful now than he was before. He has Omelette as well. And he still has Geek Pot, which he didn't use before. I used my E, let's see if that changes anything about the way he plays this. I need to get close to him and then fight, you know. I need to get like on top of him somehow. If that can happen, I can lose some HP while I'm getting close, but I can't lose too much. If I get on top of him, then I can start the fight, and then I don't have to worry that much. I mean, he's gonna heal anyway, but it's not the end of the world. I'm gonna do enough damage to offset that, unless he gets to heal like 3 times in a fight. But the problem is, like, then last time he completely wasted his helmet, but this time if I get close to him, his helmet might actually end up being valuable. Okay, now he wasted his cape again. He still took damage from my E, you know? It might not have been that obvious because he did not get knocked up, yeah? He still has Gift Pot as well. Thanks for videos, been very helpful. Thank you for the good vibes, Tendre. Happy to hear that. It was already kind of okay. I used my boots to get close, but then, as you see, then I don't have. Then I can't match. Like I used my boots to get close, and then I used my E to catch him when he was Eing and bootsing, but it's not enough to keep myself on top of him. And I kind of feel like I need Impaler for this. Like I need damage, yeah. Also, the fact that he's an Omelette makes it like makes it possible for him to keep doing this. Now he has boots and I don't. Oh, now I removed his boots as well, and now he should be dead, hopefully. Nice. Okay, ended up well. I did have to use my boots to get close, but I had my E ready still. Nice, cool fight. Very, very cool fight. And I say this partly because, yeah, you know, it's a meme already. When someone plays something that isn't meta, that dies, then I say like, oh, cool build, you know. But it is actually, it's so nice that someone is playing, not like, not trying to figure out the meta, but just playing what they enjoy. And it's almost viable. I would definitely bring a different cape. I don't feel like this is very good, especially with the helmet, which is not like, he's not gonna use his helmet just defensively, yeah. So you saw his cape was not super valuable mostly. It's very easy to just, for me to do nothing. But anyway, that's, the result is a fun fight, and I'm sure this guy with that build is getting decent amount of kills, yeah. Like I'm sure he's surprising people who don't expect Blightstaff to be serious in solo PvP right now, and he's surprising people with actually doing a good job kiting and then coming back to kill them. Has the OC trash rate been reduced? Haven't got any trash. Thank you, Dr. Golik, for coming here and saying that nothing trashes for you. I've lost like 20 items in the last 2 streams. From trash rate, I mean, not from dying. But it might also be that I am kind of going a bit overboard with the good old overchargation. I usually play Impaler Reflect on the W Daybreaker. Oh yeah, sorry. So the question of which W to use, it's a deep one, and my best answer right now is stick around and watch what I do. But of course, I'm not playing Daybreaker today, but you know, it's similar. There isn't like oftentimes understanding why you use certain things is more important than just remembering. But in a very, very like you can take almost every fight with Impaler. It doesn't mean that it's always the best, but you can take almost any fight with Impaler. You just have to adapt a little bit. Like for example, if you're playing against Frost or Bow with Impaler, you're gonna have a tougher time. I suggest changing to Harpoon against Frosts or Bows if their W is mobility, if they're using Frost Shot or Frost Nova. Yeah, depending on which weapon we're talking about. But you can take those fights in Impaler, but if you take it with Impaler, you need to do the same thing that other people do, which is just walk away from the Frost until they use their mobility towards you, right? As an example. So understanding why you're using Harpoon there will help you more than actually just learning to always swap to Harpoon. There's other things as well. And Deflecting Spin has some matchups like against Crossbows, which is decent. I only play Corrupted Dungeons because it's more fun, and I started to enjoy Spears after 1,600 hours just because of you. Man, that is such a happy... I'm glad that you're enjoying Spear. And especially if you enjoy PvP more because of me, that's like the change I want to see in the world is for people to be more... Like, to kind of increase our overall ability, like for all of us, to just enjoy the competitive PvP more. It doesn't have to be like a frustrating, toxic experience if you lose. It doesn't have to depend so much like win or lose. It's not... It's fun to win, but it's fun to PvP. So if you can enjoy that with the spear, I'm very happy. Hello, thanks for the guys. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you for thanking me. Could you maybe answer my question about carving? Let's see, Emra. Did I miss you? No, I don't see it. If it was like a long time ago, you have to just rewrite it. But I don't see, like in recent YouTube chat, I don't see a carving question. Hello, sir. Are we gonna do battle? Are we going to do some serious battle here? He is stacking up, so I'm sure he's gonna try to battle me. He doesn't have boots. I'm gonna use my boots. It's not a good idea against Deathgivers, but... His E is still on cooldown. He has 3 stacks now, but his E is still on cooldown. And this guy can easily kill both of us, but he doesn't have boots. Oh, and there's a Phoenix up north as well. Need to be a bit careful. All of these 1v1s are interesting fights separately, but I need to be a bit careful finding myself in the middle of everyone. Yeah? Another interesting 1v1 fight. I tried to E through him as I'm dodging the E, but unfortunately, as you saw, I didn't hit the bird while I was Eing. Deathgivers with 1 stack. And who else is there? Oh, the Flamewalker is also part of the party, part of the fun now. Then the Deathgivers would be... It's 2 million, right? It's definitely the most valuable of the guys here. This one is one of the more difficult fights. Of the 1v1s right now on my screen, the Flamewalker is definitely the most difficult one. If he does not miss his E, then I don't think I'm winning that fight. I think I've killed this guy recently, but I killed him when the disconnect happened, yeah? I think that's what happened, yeah. I killed him when the server crashed, and then he was trying to rat a fight. It's probably the same guy. I don't think many people play this specific build. He was trying to rat a fight I had with Bloodletter. Then the server disconnected, and when I came back, this Phoenix guy, Dawnbird, he was Lightcaller is the correct name. He got down to mobs while the server was offline. So when I came back, he was down, then I executed him. I've seen people engage with E without stacks. Is that good? Yes, carving E does not rely on stacks that much. Yes, it is good, Emre. Sorry, I see now that you first said, can you answer my question? And then you wrote the question. I thought you had it already. Carving E is not as reliant on stacks as some actually like stack-based E's. Yeah, it makes your E a bit better, but in many situations, carving E, you just need to use it to close the gap. That's it. Like a lot of, like, if you think you are the better brawler, oftentimes carving you E, Q, W to start off the fight. And then you are kind of stuck next to your enemy, but many enemies you don't mind being stuck next to, yeah? And we're not just talking about frosts and bows or kiters, but also like against the spear. It's not a bad start. Against another carving, it can be okay. If you're fighting something like a Battle Axe, you might be a bit careful. If you're fighting like Q1 Death Givers, you need to be very careful about brawling. But it's a good way to get to put your stuff on cooldown right away, right? So that you will essentially have more damage. Like if a carving starts fighting me, they E, Q, W. If they hit all 3 spells, I've already lost like 35% of my HP and I haven't even done anything. And now their spells are already on cooldown. They're already waiting to soon have them ready again. So it's not a bad strategy. Yeah. But of course, if you E from far, you can miss it more likely. Kill the juicy guy. Everything except boots and cape trash. Very sad. Very, very sad, Budo. Only thing that can make it better is that you know that next time you kill an even juicier guy, you have that plus. You have expectation to balance out the trash rate, so next time fewer things will trash. But it is a sad moment. Now, did PvP not happen at all? I hope these other guys on my screen that I was just in the middle of, I hope some of them are fighting, because I hope it's not one of those situations where once again there's like 5 people who all want to fight, but because we're all together at the same moment, the fight doesn't happen, yeah? Because nobody wants to be the one who puts themselves at risk of being ratted, yeah? Like you saw me also, like I want to fight the Death Givers. I really, really, really want to fight Death Givers, but I know that if I kill him, I'm going to be left with like 25% HP maximum. So I need to be careful, because if I don't have my E, the Lightcaller will just one-shot me, right? For example. So, and everyone else also has similar thoughts in their mind. Everyone is thinking like, okay, you know, there's so many people who can potentially left. Abby lesson of the day, I already mentioned it before. In this room, you can drag this guy, you know, to kill him together with his friends for some extra efficiency. I have 40 minutes on this double overcharge. Man, I love overcharging. One thing I'm not even counting is how much I have spent and siphoned energy these last 2 streams. It's not like crazy amount, but still, you know, every time every half, like, okay, if I double overcharge, then every half an hour of gaming costs like 50k passively. Okay, plus the food, right? Let's say I eat food whenever it's ready. It's like 50k food for half an hour and 50k overcharge, yeah? Because if I double overcharge, it's 100k for an hour. So it's eventually just playing Albion passively. Like, I mean, without doing anything, even if I don't use my potions and any spells and don't die or don't kill, I'm spending 100k an hour to exist. Actually, that sounds that bad now, if I think about it. At least he died next to his comrades. What was that about? Who died next to his comrades? In that last mist, nobody died, right? From the situation we're just in. Thanks for following. Versus Zeru. The little mini-boss. Ah, this guy in Abbey. Yeah. Yep. I mean, yeah, I did keep him there. I could have also gone back to the middle with him. After I showed him what I did to his friends. Yeah, you're right. So, I have not been very efficient in Abbeys on stream. There are some rooms that are like much better and some places that are much nicer to clear. But I mean, these rooms are not bad. This room here is pretty good, you know, because you can gather all mobs very quickly, kill them. But there are some rooms that are really not worth clearing at all because it takes so long, or you have to put yourself at risk. Like these rooms here, the purple ones here in the middle, these two, I would never clear them. It's just such an invitation to just die there. Because if someone sees you and they're coming from one of these entrances, they're close to one of these entrances, north or south, and they see you, they're probably gonna catch you. If they want to, I mean, if it is a situation where you're being essentially ganked. So yeah, even without much efficiency, last time I got 15 stacks. By the way, I've been asking this, like I asked this now more clearly. I asked the guy who has been, I don't know if he's like, I don't know if he's paid by SBI. I'm guessing he has some sort of position now, I don't know. Or at least some sort of like a partnership deal. Anyway, there's a dude who I don't know if he's a content creator now. He used to be for sure, maybe he still is. There's a dude who's been doing like God's work with communicating, like explaining some of the changes to like creators, you know. Just a little bit like explaining some reasoning sometimes, you know, like doing a bit of the communication between SBI and us essentially. So I asked him and he said it's like he put it on the list of things to ask from the developers, so hopefully we'll have an answer or a change soon. What I'm talking about is of course the thing I mentioned already a couple of times, giving the same thing in the abbeys, doing the same thing as in depths, that when you get a chest you still get a stack of the buff. I feel like it would greatly improve the like my experience with abbeys, and I think for a lot of people, because it would remove a bit of the RNG of ending up with 9 stacks of buffs at the end of the abbey, even when you have completely focused on PvE, right? So hopefully they will do that, or at least we'll have a good reasoning for that. Have you tried any Middle Eastern dishes like shakshuka? I don't know what shakshuka is. I've definitely tried. But can I remember something? Like, this is stupid, but in the supermarket close to my home, there's a Middle Eastern restaurant. And a couple times I've eaten there, but I can't... I think both times I just took like a selection of like dishes, right? Ah, that was a mistake for me. But I think he's in combat with me at least. Bit unfortunate. He can kill me with his next E now, but we'll see. I think he's still running though. If he hits his next E, I'm probably dead, but not sure. Never mind. Easy. 4.5 million, and he was on a spider as well. I mean, props for fighting back. He's on triple kick, which means that this matchup is much more difficult for him than it would normally be. He's on triple kick, but he decides that since he got the invis buff, the invis damage buff, he's gonna use his E. And one thing about like Assassin Jacket into E, I think there's a bit of a problem that you can see. Just by the way, good to remember as well. The E does 2 instances of damage, right? Learning moment, and then we can also clip this. This was a very, very quick death for him. The E does 2 instances of damage. Assassin Jacket buffs up your next damage instance. So if you come out of invis, you want to do big damage right away. This is why good fists players will always, first of all, against Spear, if he had time to change, he would have changed to Devastating Combo. Good fist players will always, after going out of invis, they will use Devastating Combo. I think it does. Let me see. Devastating Combo. No, actually the same. It's also, the first one also does the damage. Then it doesn't matter, yeah. For both of them, just remember this, that invis, like the E out of invis, is so much less painful because it only buffs his first, like the knock-up damage, which is not that big. If he got the Assassin Jacket buff on his actual E damage that he did, like the big E damage, I would be messed up. I think he took the fight because he saw that he gets like good Assassin Jacket value, at least somewhat decent. And he saw that I don't have a red buff, and he had a red buff. I think that's why he decided to still take the fight. But he was on a spider. That's interesting. It's the first time I have a spider. I've never used a spider. Why do people use it? Do you know? It's like the new Salamander, yeah? Because there's no gallop, yeah? You're constantly same move speed. Okay. That's cool though. And most important things all survived. Only his helmet died. My mage rope was kind of just a defensive. Since I was standing and brawling him, I just used it for extra resistances there. If it was very important for me to purge something, obviously I need to keep it. But if I was thinking about this fight and if I'm thinking, okay, what can I purge at all? The only thing I can really imagine is not even boots, because it's unlikely he's gonna hit me while bootsing, but is Undead Cape. Yeah, if he's trying to use Undead Cape time to win the fight, I think that's what I could do. So anyway, what I wanted to say about Middle Eastern restaurant, both times I went there, I ordered like a selection of Middle Eastern dishes, so I didn't actually it was like a bowl with different things, and it was like I don't want to say the names because I feel like it will probably be wrong. But yeah, it wasn't like I haven't actually properly tasted the Middle East for sure. Like I know some of the things you get like in the Balkans where I've traveled as well are kind of like, I mean, it's similar, yeah. It's getting close there, but it's obviously not the same. Okay, maybe I can clear this. Whenever you go in Abbey, just don't go to top left. It sucks so much in there. Top left. You mean this up here? This one. This place sucks. Like the very, very top north sucks. Top left? I'm okay. I mean, not the rooms here, but like just going through this big room, and some of these rooms are okay, I feel like. Oh, do we have 2 clippers now? That's awesome. Nom. I'm curious now. Somebody look at the clips. Okay, first of all, let's look at the fight. Let's see the fight, but then look at the clips and tell me which one deserves more time and attention. He's gonna fight. He has 2 healing potions though. He has 2 healing potions. And I have only 1 minute on my buff. Oh, he changed his Q. His Q is stun. That's interesting. Unexpected for me. Okay, I procced his buff. He didn't proc mine. That's huge. He changed to Assassin's Shoes, so he cannot catch up now. He doesn't have any mobility. I can just full reset if I want this. And I can take the fight with a buff. He's choosing to go full on brawl and like gutting his mobility for the sake of that. But I need to eat new food though. Sucks, but I do. I can't reliably finish this fight in 1 minute. Also keep in mind I'm risking 4.5 mil in my pocket, so I like being a little bit more careful here than like normally with tier 7 is makes sense, yeah? Because I don't want to give him my items, like the items I got from the other guy for free. Very bad start there. Unfortunately, Cultist Cull is also really, really good against me. I still have red buff though, so it's not like a terrible start, but he still has 2 healing potions, remember, so... Like, he's everything about him is just to get on top of me and brawl, which is kind of a free kill, you know? I can't stand and brawl there, unfortunately. I need to eat food again. How much from my red buff? 2.5 minutes. I don't enjoy the fact that he's playing it like that, I really don't. I feel like it's very risky for me right now. Okay, you know what, fuck it. Let's bank the 4.5 mil. He's choosing to make sure he wins the brawl, but completely, you know, gutting his mobility for that. I don't think I want to give him the items. He's being a bit like the fire staff on Gig Boots, you know? Doesn't matter what happens as long as, you know, you don't... like, you just stand and defend yourself. Now I also don't have the buff. So I don't think I can beat his 2 healing potions. So I'm just gonna go to the next exit and... yeah, just leave, save the juicy loot. Yeah, I need to learn to do that better, yeah. It's definitely something that... the mistake I've made several times is to just get like this, kind of get angsty about, ooh, there's another fight, yeah. I'm slow. Voodoo was not the first clipper, is that what you're saying? That's what you mean, you're slow. I think the counterplay is to E into him when he E's you this way. Yeah, but you see, he's not. Were you looking at the screen? He's not Eing from far away, you know? He's not Eing to close the distance to get close. He specifically changed his shoes to dash. He always, all of these times, he started the fight by dashing on top of me and then Eing only when he's already on top of me, which means it's much more difficult for me to react. Plus, when he's on top of me, I'm using other spells, right? I'm using impalers and Qs, so oftentimes I will be in global cooldown. If he eat from far, 100%, yeah, what I could do is try to eat through it. That's one of the options. Or E away even, as a reaction. But he always starts the fight by just bootsing on top of me. Hello, Mr. Hammer. What's the use of Mastery modifier? So, Shengo and everyone else who's wondering. This stat here, you see it on some items, Mastery modifier. This just affects how much your specs affect your item IP. Meaning that, like, if you have higher specs in Spear, the IP is higher. But even though the base IP is the same for 4.3, 5.2, 6.1, 7.0, the base IP is the same. The actual IP I will get is higher from 6.1 because my specs affected a little bit more. You can see it also here, plus 37%, but first 37 Mastery modifier. If I was wearing a 4.3 Spear instead, let me turn off game sounds for a moment. If I was wearing 4.3 Spear instead, it would be the same except this 37 I would not get, right? This is just the developer. This is like one extra little bit of stat in there. I'm pretty sure the developers just added this so that you would actually have motivation to craft and buy and use higher tier items. So that 7.0 is a little bit better than 4.3. Otherwise, everyone would only use 4.3. Abbey North sucks because pathing there is bad for anything you can be doing. Yeah. The absolute north, like not the northeast, but the absolute north of the Abbey is also my least favorite part of the Abbey, very, very clearly. Let's see. What is my overcharge timer? I swapped HUDs to not have music. Okay, 26 minutes. I'm just going to buy one more food and some potions and we're ready to continue. And by the way, I don't know if you saw, but the first time when I met the quarterstaff, the first time he did E from far. And I actually tried to E through it, but I was a little bit late, yeah? So my E kind of played the sound, but didn't actually work. Do you do damage to his E when you E into him? I think it gives damage. No, I don't. If I E through him, but if I'm Eing at like just the same against Fists of Avalon or Dual Swords, if I'm trying to E as a reaction to their E with no stacks, the damage part is not that important to me. Of course, if I have stacks, I am sad to waste my E and not get the damage. But sometimes it's not about that. Like dodging, like with the quarterstaff, if I never hit my E and he never hits his E, I think I'm happy with that, yeah? I think his E is a bit more dangerous. It works with spin from swords or carving E too. Wait. You damage him. Now, the quarterstaff, if he's already in the air, I won't damage him, yeah. It works for spin. Wait, let me try to understand. I'm not sure what how works with spin from swords. You mean the blade cyclone? This guy wants to fight. Okay, I'm not sure. I need to change spells though. Okay, never mind. He didn't want to fight. Never mind, sir. Wow, I'm already 5-7 on the way of my 7-hour daily. For drops, you mean, or for what? This is last time. If he does not fight now, I'm just wasting my time. Okay, he does want to fight. I can start by using boots, that's okay. Is it 7 hours to get the drops? No way, that's way too long. Is it 7 hours a day to get the... No. I'm a bit salty about the drops. You feel free to be salty about the drops. I mean, obviously I like the bit of extra boost. I know that like some people are here for... Like, I became Twitch partner very quickly, right? I think part of that is because I'm streaming Albion. Obviously, I would like to, like my mom says I'm the most special boy and I'm amazing at everything, but in reality, a big part of that is because in Albion, you have some viewers more than in other categories, usually for like streamers, because people farm drops, yeah? So I'm benefiting from it a little bit, but overall the drops, I'm very critical of the drop system also, yeah? Of the fact that you constantly have these drops in the background. I don't think it's good long term, so you can be critical, absolutely, but there's also not like something, you know, to really worry too much about, I think. But you can be salty below. 4 hours for the special box. And oh, because they don't run at the same time. Yeah, I get it now, of course. Yeah, you cannot have 2 sets of drops for the same game at the same time. Or like or at the same time, even for different games, obviously. Yeah, you're right. Which spear build would you use in a 1v2 fight in the depths? I would go Assassin Jacket for depths. I would use my regular, like, nothing too super special, Torch, Assassin Jacket. But I don't know about Helmet. Helmet, because this is so nice, like the shield is nice, any helmet can work, but you would probably, I don't know, I would probably go with Cowl of Purity, so that I would have extra damage if I do decide that I want it. Okay, now he's fighting. I'm happy to use my boots to get close. I should have changed my my jacket also, actually. That was a mistake for me. Not super worried about Daybreaker, but of course if I attack him, I can die because of that. Yeah, nice try for him to try to dodge, yeah. I don't think Daybreaker wants to fight me. Although it's not a bad matchup for him, but he's tier 6 and I'm tier 7 overcharged, yeah. With tier 8 armor, so. That the IP difference here is bigger than the matchup advantage he might have. Yeah, against the Warbow I should probably also have swapped my armor to Frost Shield, but you know. I had already so many tools, so it wasn't that important to be super optimal. Put a peasant's drop streamer on another monitor. Yeah, tricky, but I don't know. I hope that Twitch also makes it so you cannot earn drops like on the same account in 2 different places. There's an 8.4 Panther, by the way. I don't know if you saw it. He came from the north, which made it easier to spot him. But there's an 8.4 Panther trying to get 3 kills on objectives, which used to be, man. Do you remember like the first Prowling patch? Not the one with Prowling, Plate Prowling became really popular, but at the beginning when they added Shapeshifters, Prowling was super popular and really strong. You could kill people without even really going into Panther form. Yeah, remember that? When Shapeshifters came out, the human form was so strong. Not 90, but let's say 50% of objectives in Mists had an Invis Prowler on them already. Like, I kid you not, 50% of chests, Turbulent Wisps, everything, there was a Prowler hiding in his invisibility, waiting to prowl. That was a crazy time. Like, you legit couldn't really go contest objectives. Because even if you didn't see someone, you knew there's probably someone there in this. How did you end up achieving almost a bill? Yigit, there's no almost. I've been spending now on stream, but I was well over a bill. And I need to sell stuff, okay? But yeah, okay. It's a good point, yeah. Easily over a bill. Only PP. Only PP. Nothing else. No market slipping. No swiping. No crafting. No transport. No gathering. No refining. Only PP. But keep in mind, yesterday I opened a coffer, like a random coffer, and it gave me an 8.3 satchel, which is 7 mil, right? That also counts for me as PvP in that sense that, you know, this bill was all me playing Mists, solo Mists, duo Mists, some roaming with friends, yeah, stuff like that, yeah? But not all of it is from the tiers of my enemies. Some of it is just objectives that you find in PvP content. We've seen you gathering before. Yeah. I have tier 8 mining, but I think my tier 8 mining has made me like 2 mil total. Because one time in Rhodes Vavel, I found an 8.3 node and I like gathered a little bit, yeah. Maybe 2 mil, maybe 3 mil, I don't know. What I made from gathering. Then grats, mate. Respect the grind. Yo, there's a video, Yigit. I mean, you are not on Twitch, so you can't use the exclamation mark silver, which others can do in Twitch. There's also, like, you can just find it on YouTube. There's a video which I've titled something like top 10 ways that got me to 1 bill silver. Anyway, I talk about my approach, like some of the how I buy, a little bit of how I buy items, how I sell. Like parts of it are like a guide, like things you should do. Parts of it is just me sharing my experience of this is what I do, and you see, the result is pretty happy, yeah? So that you can also, you can maybe learn from some things, because I am pretty good at, obviously, like, actual PvP skill comes in handy as well, but I feel like I'm pretty good at not wasting money. Not now on stream. On stream I am happy to waste money for fun, but still, like, I'm pretty good at not buying items that are needlessly expensive and not upgrading, like my cape, for example. You know, this side I'm not buying a 6-3 cape, which makes it much better. When do you use Impaler versus Harpoon? I use Impaler for almost everything except for Harpoon when I want to catch someone who is like very heavy on kiting and mobility. So essentially Harpoon I just use against Frost Staffs and bows if they're W. So if bow has W Frost Shot or Frost has W Frost Nova, which would be usually the case, then I prefer Harpoon. The only other time I'm kind of thinking about Harpoon is when the enemy has Cultist Robe that I really want to cancel. So because Harpoon is an interrupt. So if I think that my E is not enough to have just one interrupt, then I also sometimes will. But Impaler for everything else. I love Impaler. Now that Cripple got nerfed, Impaler feels like a very good preset to be on. As well as Invis versus second skill for Assassin. Okay, for Assassin Jacket, if you're playing open world, I suggest to be preset on Invis all the time, because you don't know what's going to happen. You're going to get ganked, you're going to get into a situation where some people are attacking you, or you attack someone and then it turns out they have 5 friends. Invis gives you more options to kite them. But for an actual 1v1 fight, Inferno is better in 90% of cases. The only time Invis is better for a 1v1 fight is if you specifically use it to counter something the enemy has. So you just go Invis while they, for example, against Mercenary Jacket, it can be good, yeah? The enemy goes uses Mercenary. Now, if you went Inferno, they could still hit you and still heal. But Invis, they cannot hit you. Or, occasionally also, like, I mean, you can kind of use it against Inferno, but the enemy uses Inferno, you use Invis. But then I'd rather have Inferno because that's better cooldown to match the enemy's Inferno. Or the other thing that sometimes I use Invis, if the enemy has a Fiend Cowl, and I know 100% they're going to purge my Inferno, but with Fiend Cowl they cannot purge my Invis, so I keep myself an Invis. I find YouTube streams more cozy and calmer. Yeah, I'm not trying to get you to come to Twitch, you know, do whatever. That's why I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch, you know, so you have the option. I was just saying that in Twitch chat you have this command, you can !silver to get a link to the video that I was talking about my experience of making 1 billion silver. I'm still over 1 bill. I just need to sell. I already sold a bunch of stuff today. I just need to sell a bunch of this stuff. Just so we're clear. This is not just copium. Crafts blasters, man. Voodoo has so many different conspiracy theories. I craft blasters. Yeah, well, where's my spec then? Look at my tree. Look at the right side of my tree. Look at this. Tell me, what am I crafting? I am very good at secret. Actually, it's an overlay. It's a dynamic overlay that is hiding my real Destiny board. Science result. I think you can farm both drops at once. I have gained 2% in my noble drop and 1% in the other drop. Be careful with that because the percentages don't always update correctly. I've definitely often been, like not often, but it happens to me many times where I am looking, I'm watching a stream and I don't get any percentages and I think it's broken, and then suddenly I get the message, hey, congratulations, you did the drop, you got the drop, yeah? So sometimes they get announced like in a delayed way, yeah? So it might be showing you like progress in percentage for something you already got before you went for the science experiment. But it is likely, that said, it is likely that you're right. Everyone knows how to use an alt for crafting. Yeah, I could be also doing that on an alt, but I'm not, but I could be. They say liquid only is bad. It's good to have assets like items, mounts. 100%, yeah, you get, yeah. My video on how I made to a bill is like a PvPer's perspective of the kind of strategies that I apply to my PvP, to how I buy items, how I sell items, how I approach PvP that has made me a lot of silver, like enough to have fun. it's not like a guide of how to be optimal with your money in general, because I could not make a guide about that. I don't care about that, and I don't focus on that. And like a lot of the things I do might not be like the optimal thing. And 100% you're right. Like keeping myself on 850 million silver right now, or like 1 bill when I sell all the items. It's not as good as investing in something. Yeah, just like in real life, a lot of things depreciate a lot less than just raw money. Yeah, you're right. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm too lazy to figure out what to buy. And part of my brain likes seeing the big number. Every time I open inventory, if I ever notice that, oh, I have 800 mil. Okay, to be honest, I was much happier when I had 1 bill, but still. I'm gonna get back there when I sell the items, and then I'm gonna look at it occasionally and feel like, yo, this makes me happy. I'm actually glad to just have a big number on my screen. But if I was like hardcore, like if for me the game was about making silver more than about actually playing PvP and getting good at PvP, better at PvP, then I would figure out something better to do with the silver, I'm sure. I remember buying premium for 11 mil. Yeah, you get it's you're not the only one. I don't know what server you play on now, but if you are playing on NA, if you're playing on Asia, then it's crazy. The prices are crazy. But on EU it's still kind of manageable. What is it saying? On EU it's showing 26 mil, yeah. I also know that prices used to be like, it used to be 6 mil for premium, but sooner or later you're gonna pay 500 mil for one pot. Yep, inflation is real. You are right. I mean, some people already pay like 1 million for a food, yeah? I don't know. I don't think you can have 0.4 potions, right? So the best potion you can have is 6.3, I guess? He owns the stations in Thetford, and nobody said because nobody in Thetford is everybody in Thetford is AI. Yeah, at the beginning, of course, that was one of the things on my radar. I was really new to Albion. I was like, oh, I could own a station, but then I found out how cartel works, and in general realized that this is like you have to spend a lot of time and focus, and I mean like real life focus, not just in-game focus, and make some friends and stuff to like play a more economical game. I'm not an AI. Semrek. Oh, Semrek is from Thetford. Careful, guys. We have ChatGPT in chat. If you didn't know, everyone who lives in Thetford is AI. We established this one time when AI kept pushing me to buy Thetford items. There was one day I was playing AI-generated builds the whole day, and the AI kept trying me to buy Thetford items. Especially Thetford Cape with every single build, but also it even told me to buy things like Thetford shoes, which obviously doesn't exist, so... We had a lot of analysis, and we realized that nobody really knows anyone who is from Thetford. So probably Thetford are mostly clankers. That's the new word. Have you heard that? It's the new slur against robots. I've seen it in a couple places now. I've seen like people derogatorily referring to robots or AI as clanker. What a time to be alive! Yeah, I would not like 10 years ago. Or 5 years ago, I would not have guessed that that the future is now. Obviously, robots are still very far from where they are in science fiction, but it's kind of crazy to think that I'm in a world where people, non-ironically, use a slur to refer to robots. But I think on Twitch we're still free to say that. I don't think it's against the OS for the moment. Oh no, who knows? Sorry, my mistake. I will update my answer. That's great. That is perfect. That is a perfect answer to this. Good. Nice. Good job, Semrek. That is really good. I teach ChatGPT to only advise Thetford Cape to make big money. Yeah, I mean, it must be learning from someone, yeah? But the thing is, Thetford Cape used to be the go-to cape for every build, especially corrupted dungeons, you know. Undead Cape doesn't make sense, and Thetford is just extra damage. Smuggler's Cape was not a thing back then. I think it's from Star Wars. Clanker is from Star Wars. I don't remember that. I of course don't know all the lines from Star Wars, but Clanker. I mean, I guess someone talked about C-3PO like that, yeah? Like he was the annoying one to many humans. These are not the clankers you're looking for. I don't know if you agree. Let's see, Yigit. So Yigit says, I don't know if you agree, but I think it would be best to shrink 25 to 50% of the server's silver income No, wait. 35 to 50% of the server's silver some time to time, maybe 6 months, to keep the economy in shape and giving the rich whales to do other stuff. Okay, but how do you do that? I mean, there are ways. I mean, trash rate is one of the biggest silver sinks, yeah? Items just trash. Okay, wait, no, to be honest, you don't lose silver, right? Because, no, trash rate is not a silver sink necessarily. It's more like reallocating, yeah? It's like an item sink. So the actual silver sink is a rerolling quality and attuned weapons. That's one of the best ones, yeah? A lot of money gets like taken out of the game when people attune weapons. Is there anything else I'm missing? I don't know. But I also, the actual answer is I don't really have much of an opinion. It's a good matchup for him. He's on cripple though. Let's see if he actually tries to cripple me. Come on, bro. Fight me. Daybreaker versus Spear. Will you fight? I mean, he also has very good helmet. I'm gonna let him reset and see if he fights. He needs to change his armor and helmet. I'm gonna let him get full HP and see if he fights. Okay, he changed his armor, so he's probably fighting. Yep, nice. Why are we running now? You changed your armor. He's on Cultist Cull, which is very good against me. I'm happy to match his boots and E. My E is better cooldown. I have 7 minutes on my overcharge, so that's not gonna run out. Oh, he changed his impaler to impaler now. Okay. Now this is proper fight. It should be difficult for me, but we'll see. The question is which of this is better. Is it better to cleanse or not? Go now. Come on, we ran around for so long. And I lost the chest, man. What a Daybreaker player, bro. That is... it's a good matchup for him. I give him time to reset his spells. I'm disappointed. Now, I ended up not getting the chest. Let's see if we can maybe find the person who looted the chest. But I'm unhappy. I am tier 7 overcharge, tier 7. Yeah, okay, I do have tier 8 this thing. But in general, like, it's a fight that Daybreaker, like, he has a lot more leeway. Now, of course, it's not that easy for him to always catch me if he is winning. But still. It's 100% the fight he needs to take. It's gonna be it's a good way for him to make money. And he did swap spells, right? He swapped to Inferno, which is, I think, better than Invis for sure. He swapped to Impaler. That's good. He swapped... that's all, yeah. He had already Cultist, Called on Cultist. I imagine someone having 5 billion is going to be reduced to 2 bill by the system. No, you can't do that. No, okay. First of all, I don't know what the exact effect of that would be. So the proposal, this is from YouTube chat, you know, you don't see the YouTube chat on screen, but you know that I see it and we talk about it also. The proposal is essentially to just reduce people's, like, if I have 800 mil, all of a sudden I will have like 600 mil, yeah, every 6 months, yeah. I cannot fully like analyze the ramifications of that for the economy, because even though I like to think I'm pretty smart at analyzing things, I am not an economist, and I also in Albion, you know, my focus is not understanding the economy. So there might be like benefits here that outweigh the problems, which I'm not thinking about. Like the basic idea of trying to keep prices similar, I understand long term, but there are like a couple very big problems. First of all, people will just quit the game and will not play. Like that's a very, very psychologically very difficult for people who have money to accept that, yo, you just took away 200 mil. You know what? Fuck it. I don't want to play this game anymore. Yeah, people already have a lot of these quit moments when something doesn't go, even when overall it's not like a big disadvantage, but it's something doesn't go as expected. Yeah, if your expectations are not met, people will be like, you will be unhappy. I think that's way too crazy. If you just reduce, like, you just take money away from those who have it. Obviously, this is going to be a big benefit to those. Then nobody will essentially try to keep silver. Yeah. If you know that the big purge is coming, people will desperately try to buy items. So silver will become super duper cheap, right? Like if you know that there's like everyone is losing 30% of their silver next week, can you imagine what the premium prices will do? Like premium price will be like 200 mil all of a sudden, because nobody wants to have cash. Everyone wants to find as many ways as possible to spend their cash on items. But that's That's from me, from a non-economist mind, yeah? But the more obvious thing is just people will be super unhappy. That's why attuned, like Awakening Weapons is such a good silver sync, because people, first of all, it targets people who have a lot of money, you know, it's not for beginners. But secondly, it feels like I make the decision, right? It feels like I am willingly like making a financially questionable decision. I am willingly throwing my money away. That's psychologically nice, you know? That's my own decision. If the game told me you are now losing half of your whatever you have, I would be very, very pissed. And many others as well. I lost 15 mil from Awakening Weapon, didn't saw it got money. Oh shit. Oh shit, show. Yeah, replacing traits, it's not just money, it's also that your weapon... First time, actually. Yo, double overcharge, nothing trashed. History is made. You know what this means? There's only one possible conclusion. I am actually getting better at overcharging. Like with a lot of things in life, once you start doing it consistently and more often, you get better and better. I have become better at overcharging. Very, very easily. I don't expect to lose more items. Okay, so full overcharge cost me 120k in repair costs. We just learned that. 120k in repair costs plus 100k in this. So it cost me 220,000 plus this for plus 100,000 of food. So 320,000 for 2 hours of fun, overcharged fun. So it's actually, I'm actually paying 160k per hour to play like this. Oh, sorry. Practice makes perfect. Yep, and I'm getting a lot of practice. Check this out. Check this out. Oh, come on. Mr. Graalsuker just came and... his name is Graalsuker and he's playing Grail Seeker. That's a bit funny, yeah. But he actually messed up my big moment. No way. Oh, this guy wants to 1v1, by the way. That's a cool... I love the fact that people are playing Curse Skull. Unfortunately, not many people want to fight against that. It's just annoying. Anyone who fights against that will probably already, like... They will equip Guardian Helmet to take the fight. Without that, Curse Skull very good at 1v1s. Graalsuker is German for Grail Seeker. Ah, okay, okay. Well, it still sounded funny in my head. Well, you probably heard... Wait, let's see. Yigit says, you probably heard Warmane, private Lich King server. They do it often and it's helping the economy, but not sure about the full loot aspect now when I think of it. Well, yeah. Once again, I don't know the details, like the economic details of... there's probably people who are better versed in trying to like analyze a proposition like that. But I can say, yeah, like you already pointed out the fact that some things from other, like from economies from other MMORPGs, you have to be careful about transferring stuff because Albion is kind of unique in that the economy is completely player driven. You cannot sell items to the market. There are no items created by the game. Everything is player driven, which makes it so much more fun for anyone who wants to play like the economic side of the game because it's real. You know, it's not gaming the system. It's not learning. It's not learning how to like abuse the game, sort of. You know. Not playing against developers, it's playing against other people. It's actually real economy. VD's Nut says, I'm sure this has been asked before, but it crippled good after nerfs versus Sword of Access. Nope, it's not. I mean, versus Access, it's okay, it's viable. If you remove the adrenaline, the only reason it seems okay against Access is because removing adrenaline is a very impactful thing. Yeah? So the cripple it's not like crazy good in that it doesn't give you like the buff that it gave before. It doesn't feel super, you don't feel super happy about having the cripple buff, but removing the adrenaline from a battle axe is very impactful in a fight. It actually matters. But against swords, no. Against swords, absolutely no. In fact, because against swords you don't even remove the stacks anymore. Oh shit, we have I fought this guy recently, I think. I'm not sure if it's the same guy, but I fought a very similar build recently on this build, and it went well. Let's see if he wants to fight. Need to be careful. I don't have E and the fist is just gonna take the kill anyway, unfortunately. Now I have the wrong spell against fists, but hey. Does he still have 2 potions? I don't know. No, not me, sir. Oh, this is tier 7. I'm gonna die here. I can't get out of here with Harpoon, unfortunately. Oh, never mind. I forgot. I have this. And the kill was mine. I forgot that he can mess up his E and W. Normally he always has enough damage to kill me through everything. And now I can change my spells and actually fight him also. And I don't think... The problem is maybe he can loot the fists. I don't know if he did enough damage to loot the fists. But if he didn't, then we are fighting for it now. And I don't want this fight, but hey, I have to take it. Because we are fighting for a lot of money, yeah? That's why I have to take this fight. I can't really get away from under him. If he E's now, I have to E also, because otherwise he will be close enough to boots me. What? He doesn't want to fight? Did you even see what the loot was like, sir? Why isn't he actually fighting me? Oh, he is, okay. Very, very annoying, this build that he's running. Fuck. I was not patient enough. I should have kept my spells for a little bit longer. Ooh! He had his W ready. I was worried that I'm gonna, in the end... Damn, that was a nice clip as well. In the end, I was pretty sure that I'm gonna E, and he's gonna W, and his W will kill me before my E damage gets through. Had to fight it for the extra money. It's not as much as I was hoping it would be. But, yo, nice. I messed up my purge a little bit, because I was already expecting that I'm going for the kill. But I didn't have the damage. And after I used my purge, predicting that he's about to go for mercenary, because he has to be afraid that I'm about to kill him. But I was a bit too early. I don't know if he still had healing potion. Maybe that's why, but anyway. That was clean. That was enjoyable. Let's see, did he loot this guy fully or not? Oh, this is the same guy. I told you I just fought this guy earlier. I don't think I'm... Yeah, my cape is on cooldown. Nah, he still hit it. Fuck. Wait, my cape is not on cooldown, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna lose the items, unfortunately. No, don't burn, don't burn. I had to dodge his second E there, holy shit. His E's on cooldown now, so he cannot E after me. I'm alive! I'm alive with the 4 million that I have in my back. He was trying to play around my undead cape a little bit, but he did not hit the big E. The thing is, I dodged his E, because if he hits it, I'm dead anyway. I dodged his E, but that means my E, and I only then procced my undead cape. So he kind of saw already which direction I went, but he didn't guess it after that. I can't believe that just happened. We are getting a lot of good clips. Today is absolutely a clip farming day, I see. There's a lot of fun things happening. From my boots trashing in the middle. My boots overcharge trashing in the middle of me using them. To surviving an 8.4, I think it was. After gathering up a bunch of these. The frost that we killed was actually the same guy that I fought. I don't have his kill here anymore. But one of the first good kills I got on this build was against that frost player, I remember. He often plays masterpiece stuff, and I think it was the exact same build he was using. Or very similar at least. Nice, 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 nice. Not bad for profit. Somebody had also loot from someone else. Like one of the guys we killed at the beginning there, or like I looted, let's say, even if I didn't kill. Also had some stuff from someone else. I'm telling you, Overcharge works. The dual swords was at the end was of course obviously the most difficult one, was the actual one against dual swords. Although survival was also epic. No way that happened. 2 mil is too little, yeah. Damn. And it kind of worked out well for me because he's 8.4, I think. Anyway, because he's so high IP. When he dismounted on top of me, I always have time to mount up. But he is so good at dismounting that essentially, if I mount up on top, right next to him, after he already dismounted, if I mount up, he will 100,000,000% always be able to dismount me. And then I have 30 seconds of no mount. And like, if the same thing happens, he procs my undead cape within those 30 seconds. I can't mount up like I did. So it actually worked very much in my favor that I stayed dismounted and just tried to proc my undead cape. Damn, this beauty, this undead cape. This is my my new best friend. I hope the clips are fun as well. I'm not watching them right now, but if there is something like maybe later, I will definitely I will feature them, like some of them on the Twitch page, and we'll see. Actually, Twitch makes it relatively simple also to change, like to make clips into YouTube Shorts. So. Ooh, that was a nail biter. I found out that you can use stats nickname in chat. Yeah. If you want to look someone up, like I can't do this in Mists because Mists doesn't work in Mists. But if, for example, I wanted to see like how Dante is doing, I could just like the stats and then his name. But I can't do this here, yeah. Or, like, I have very bad clips. Don't watch them. Yeah, you are just clipping me going to the bathroom and then titling the clip. Yo, this is the most entertaining part of Vic's stream. I already know. Voodoo, I saw it. It's okay. You know, in case you haven't realized yet, it's okay to make fun of the streamer, but as a community together, we have to make sure that everyone who is not yet enjoying the stream, that we tell them that this is the super mega awesome best ever PvP stream you've ever seen, you know, so that we can grow the community. So that we can fool them into thinking that you can actually be good at PvP. But yeah, but of course, clip whatever you want. I appreciate all of it. One day I want to be strong enough to walk around without my horse. Yarya, you are already strong enough. You just need to believe. I did that one Monday. I did the challenge of not having a horse. I was playing the whole time without a mount. There was actually there's a clip from there as well. I escaped the situation while I was overloaded. Barely. Also with like 10 HP, but you're already strong enough. By the way, Altarik, thanks for following. It's been a while. I think I missed a couple follows earlier during the action. If you're still here, appreciate you. And the same goes for Borges. That sounds about right. Happy to have you here, whether you are new or returning. Remy says, hey, I'm new player, 50 mil fame. I tried a lot of weapons and I like the Death Givers. The Pyro and the Spears. Okay, I don't know what exactly is the Pyro, because there's many fire staffs, but if you mean Flame Walker, maybe? And the Spears, okay. I see you're a huge spear guy. I am huge. Thank you for noticing. I mean, it is... Yeah, it doesn't always it's not always so obvious on camera. Oh, another Daybreaker. Let's see what else. Why would you suggest them to a player and why not? Okay, if you're a beginner, I'm sorry to direct you to YouTube, yeah, but I have a video called "Is One-Handed Spear a Noob Trap?" It's not very long. That will answer my question of exactly why I would, like, who I would suggest and who not. In very short, Spear is very good to learn PvP, but it's difficult. With Spear, you're gonna die a lot. You're not gonna understand why you're dying because you have to adapt to your opponent much more than some other weapons. The weapon is difficult, also tactically a bit more difficult, but it's very rewarding. It feels good, and as a beginner, if you play Spear, it forces you to learn the basics of the game of PvP faster and more deeply than some other weapons. But it comes at the cost of, you know, you don't have a lot of easy wins. If you play duels, like if you those other options, if you play a Fire Staff, you're gonna have an easier time, and sometimes you're gonna win fights, and you're like, even if you don't fully understand what you did or why. And Death Givers are kind of similar to Spear. Death Givers are also the only downside of Death Givers. Why I would 100% suggest Death Givers the same way I suggest Spear. The only reason I kind of wouldn't is because Death Givers is very expensive. As a beginner, you have to not worry. Like you have to find things that you can buy and not worry too much about money. Yeah, Death Givers is going to be much more expensive for a beginner. He has 2 healing potions. He can purge my mage rope or my boots and keep me in the brawl. He has his own Infernal. Like this should be a good fight for the Daybreaker. I don't know why he's not fighting. Especially if he overcharges, but even if he doesn't. I mean, I'm kind of confident to be honest, but missing the 200 AP, so just waiting patiently. You mean you're waiting for 200 IP to play without a horse? What does that mean? The Daybreaker does want to get dismounted, but he wants me to give him like a extra advantage of using my E first, which I don't think is warranted for this situation. I'm okay giving him an Impaler advantage, yeah? If I dismount him with Impaler here, he can start the fight by hitting an Impaler, and I can't. I'm okay with that. The Mace can actually do a decent job ratting also. It means my specs are low. Yeah, but how does that affect you being brave enough to play without a horse or not? I don't see the connection of... Oh, you are not talking about doing a challenge and not doing a horse. You just mean dismounting in the mist? That there's too many people who are like too... okay. I understand, yeah. Holy shit, what is this? What are you cooking? Ursine molars. Mister, you already have my respect. Can I also have your items now? I mean, you have my respect, I have your items. That seems like a fair deal. Okay, the Invis Potion and Wanderlust kind of negate the respect part, because it means he's not here for PvP, unfortunately. Wait, when did I subscribe? I don't know, is it? Maybe you got a gifted sub at some point. It's possible. I just discovered secret tech against Assassin Shoes Deathgiver, dodge roll. Shoe skin. I tried that, but I don't like it. The iframe is very, very, very short. And they will just, like, that's it. You can't get out from under them. You cannot really kite them as well anymore. I mean, it's just gonna work maybe once, but even after that, like the dodge roll, yeah, okay, you roll and then what? What happens after that? Okay. I guess we'll take the regular bow. Not the best of timings, but... I'm still gonna catch up. Not much to take here, but hey. Is this worth something? This was a little bit minus karma move, but he is at least somewhat interested in PvP, you know? So he can actually, of course, rat if I do fight the Daybreaker, but the Daybreaker did want to fight anyway. Scribble plays those. Yeah, maybe that was the inspiration for this person here. Take the stew. I should have, yeah. I'm not hungry, Budo. Oh shit, the Daybreaker. Is he gonna fight me now? Okay, I'm gonna use my boots as well. They should be going the other way around. He still has 2 healing potions. He should be the one chasing me, but you know what? I want PvP. If I dodge some Impalers, I'm doing well. He's gonna E into me still, yeah? I'm gonna have another potion as well. I think he has the tools to turn around and just kill me. I don't know why I'm still chasing him. Fuck, I should have eat, yeah. I should have eat. I was already a 1 fight. And you can see, at least he learned something about the matchup, you know? It should not be me who has to convince him to please fight me with your better build. But I was still fighting. Until the end, I was still just thinking about how I'm going to kill this. I wasn't thinking that I'm actually in too much trouble there. And even if I dodge his E there... Did I have a loot on me, or am I actually worth that much? Anyway, even if I, like... After dodging his E, I use my E for it, it's still fine. I'm still winning that, but yeah. This goes here. Karma caught up quick. Yeah, it was the karma from killing the bow, but no, it was a one fight. It wasn't... Essentially, yeah. You said, I have to run after him saying, please, sir, please take my items for him to be able to take the fight, yeah? Because as always, as you know, with spears, with a lot of matchups, whoever is chasing has a big disadvantage, yeah? Because it's so much easier for him to hit spells when I'm going close to him as the other way around, right? Normally in this matchup against, if it wasn't against the beginner, like if we would decided to do a 1v1, normally in this matchup, usually it's the Daybreaker trying to go after spear, because the Daybreaker is so much better at brawling because he never loses stacks, you know? At the very beginning also, I lost my stacks, yeah? Not only I use everything, not everything, I used my Impaler to dismount him, but then he removes my stacks, so now I can't just E back, yeah? So normally in this matchup, but okay, it's okay. We gave him an experience, so hopefully the same player next time in the Mist, he's going to be like braver in a good matchup. Definitely a very, very good matchup for the Daybreaker. I already have food, what else do I need? I think like this, yeah? Oh, I want to use Dirate Mage Robe. Mage Robe. 5-3. Nice. Siphoned Energy, Gig Pots, and Cabbage Soup. I have the other things. Yo, what's a good solo PP build for Hellspawn? I don't know, Anamawa. Hellspawn is not played solo right now. After the latest nerf, sort of, where, you know, your channel is slower, I have not seen people try to make Hellspawn work. So there isn't some sort of like meta build. Usually Mercenary Jacket goes well with it. Potentially Royal Boots even. Oh, whoops, what? I misclicked something. I needed soup, yeah. But it's not. It's not so good. If a 4.1 is the same IP with me when I'm in 6.1, seems like not worth it. Yeah. That's reasonable, yeah. But okay, I understand what you mean, yeah. Just for me, the specs and using a horse are less connected, but I understand. You're just generally saying that you feel like you're too low IP to be running around too much without a horse, yeah. And that's true. That makes sense, yeah. But you know, I'm also very vulnerable. Like I'm running around right now, and 8.4 is likely to kill me. One thing that went like really badly there is that when he procced my Undead Cape, I should have E'd because he procced it with Impaler, which slows me, by the way. Brace for Overcharge. There we go. It slowed me, and that's the best way to do it, yeah? If I stop chasing him, obviously, like, it's GG, right? He can't kill me unless I'm chasing him this whole time. It's like a warbow, yeah? But anyway, after I do chase him, it's a bit unfortunate that he procced it with Impaler, so I am slowed. And the way which I tried to dodge was there was a tree as well. So there's a couple things that like went wrong for him to hit the E, like went wrong for me, so that he can hit the E. But all of that said, it's still very clear that at the end, when he does proc my Undead Cape, I need to just E right away. Not into him, but I need to just E to the side and then continue fighting, because he's going to die probably after that. The Mage Robe was a cool interaction though. You saw, he Inferno'd, he didn't hit me right away. Then he saw, oh, the enemy is not using Mage Robe. So he started hitting me, and then I used Mage Robe to remove it. So that was nice. Can you give me a build for solo depths? Voodoo, man. You have to temper, like, it's all good fun and games, Voodoo, but you have to like manage a little bit your excitement about feeling like, oh, it's so awesome that, you know, you can keep making fun of me, yeah? You can, but you know, you have to understand that not everyone instantly knows that you're just saying random shit, yeah? So keep that energy, but let's like, you can dial it to like 70%. The actual answer for depths is like the actual answer for depths, it depends. You have to, if I can give you one random build, I love playing True Bolt Hammer with Stalker Jacket. That's just one random idea. Since your question is so general, Pokemon Master, but you can, I suggest that you have something for PvE clear in your build. I had Stalker Jacket. If not, you have a build, like I have a weapon that is good at clearing. Unless you're going just full rat with like full invis, bloodletter, everything else. Have something so that you can PvE and try to have some sort of burst damage so that you can actually maybe kill someone when they attack you. Like a duo attacks you, you can maybe kill one person. But if you want just one specific build, I play True Bolt Hammer, Stalker Jacket, Call of Purity, Cooldown Boots, or Energetic Sprint, I think. I don't remember. And that was very, very good. That was fun. Voodoo is now having a dialogue with himself. That's why I most focus on Corrupteds. At least there is a soft cap. Yeah, Corrupteds are there for that, yeah. The Twitch drop gave me a dress. What am I gonna do with it? Use it. Put it on. Maybe you'll like it. I look like a badass warrior with this cape. But I would also look like a badass warrior with a wedding dress or whatever you get it. First respawn, no penalty. 2 respawns, 30 seconds. Leaving hideout or smuggler's den. Okay. 5 or more respawns, 1 minute. Am I crazy or does this tooltip not make sense? It says 2 respawns, 30 seconds. 3 respawns, 30 seconds. 4 respawns, 1 minute. 5 or more, 1 minute. So shouldn't it just say 4 or more, 1 minute? Why is it separated to 4 respawns, 1 minute? It could also then say 5 respawns, 1 minute, 6 respawns, 1 minute, 7 or more. Still 1 minute, yeah? Something about this tooltip doesn't make sense. Well, at least there is there is a tooltip, yeah? Some of Albion's tooltips, unfortunately, are not conducive to learning the game. They don't help that much. Some things are not clearly stated or explained, so beginners can get a bit confused. And even experienced players, you know? I'm still... After all these years, I am still not sure if the fact that Cleric Robe, when you activate it, protects your channels and it gives you CC immunity only when you're channeling something, but not normally. I still don't know if that's a bug or a feature, because no one has removed it from the game, but they also haven't put it in the tooltip after all this time. A princess with a big spear. It's not... It looks kind of okay. Like, even on a male character. Oh, not here. The wedding dress actually looks okay. How do I don't want cape, okay. Oh, that's a mistake, sir. Your mount is very easily dismountable. No, he still has boots on. I will just purge his Hellion, and then I'll be fine. I think I can afford to take quite a bit of damage here. Like, in terms of IP, I have such an advantage that it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Okay. Not bad. Don't come to Mists on Swiftclaw. I've said this many times, Swiftclaw is not a good mount for Mists. You are not even reaching the HP cap that mounts have in the Mists. It's much easier to dismount you, and having the faster sprinting speed, like galloping speed, is less valuable than having quicker time to gallop. Because very often what determines whether you survive or not is when you get on your mount, how fast you can get going at the start. Not your speed when you're running around for a while. That's a pretty good build against me, but it is tier 6, so he's probably not gonna fight. Mule is good mount if you specifically want to get dismounted. I wouldn't use... Like, I mean, if you're super budget, maybe. But otherwise, I wouldn't use Mule unless I... Like, my whole point is that I want to get dismounted so that I can rat better. Next beast. I don't think there's anything happening here. And when you die, they get useless mule. Okay, that's true. But that by that logic, Badawal, we should just We should always use tier 3 items, yeah? Like, there was a guy here earlier with only a mount and a helmet in my mist. That guy is really outplaying, you know? Because if I kill him, imagine the sadness that I only get some random shit that I never need. So yeah, public service announcement. Don't use Swiftclaw in the mists. Usually people who are in the mist from on Swiftclaws are those who came from Rhodes of Avalon, you know? Who were roaming open world of Rhodes of Avalon and saw an interesting mist. Oh, this guy is fighting. Oh shit, there's someone else also. Ooh. Plate armor death givers. I'm not a fan, but as you know, I'm not a huge fan of playing plate, like of fighting plate armor in general. Are we fighting him together? He is 4/4, yeah. But I don't have good spells for this. Kinda need to change my spells. Okay. Let me go. Let me mount, Mr. Bob. I mean, it's a cool build, but the plate armor death givers, the problem is some of these fights, like these wins I have against death givers that you've seen me get like several times. A lot of these, I mean, my enemy has to make mistakes, yeah, and then I can capitalize. With this plate armor build, he's gonna have to fuck up a lot. Like, he's gonna be pretty safe for a long time, especially knight armor, you know, when he's running away, he's gonna be really safe for a long time. He's also 7/3. Like, he's playing this, like, this is like a double-bladed player who decided to play Death Givers, I feel like. Because, you know, he's playing plate armor, knight armor to be really safe, and he's playing just 4/4 Death Givers with 7/3 items. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. It's raining so much, I'm under the water. Man, I love rain. Must away. Bye, bye, Voodoo. Thank you for being here and clipping and trying to make fun of me. Unsuccessfully. I've never used any mount more expensive than tier 3 in horse in a black zone, but do you know as that they reworked horses so that higher tier horses are actually faster now, yeah? So tier 4 horse is actually better. It's not just more carry weight, which isn't that important. It's actually better. And tier 5, I mean, tier 5 is going to cost a bit, but you're like, I didn't kill you for loot. It was all about sending a message to Swiftclaw users. Yeah, partly. Oh shit, another spear. Let's go. Spear versus spear. I killed you. I killed you. Come on, spear. You are tier 8. Fight me. If you hit more impalers. If one person hits 2 impalers more than the other, that person wins. Come on, Mr. Spear. I don't know. He doesn't want to fight because I'm overcharged, maybe. I don't know. Oh, he actually left the mist altogether. He was so worried of not being the best spear in this mist that he full on just left the mist. Yeah. Hey Vic. Hello Mustafa. What is the best activity to afford a mammoth as fast as possible? What a question. Well, probably, I mean, you already know what the answer is. The best activity to afford a mammoth as fast as possible is to get a real life job, or get a promotion, or go work 1 day or 2 days, and you're there already. And in the game, probably depths right now is the best. Like, it depends on your skills and what you enjoy and how much money you already have. Because, you know, like using the market can work if you already have money, yeah, to make more money. Okay, I have to be really careful. The annoying part is he's on the Assassin Shoes build. You know, Assassin Shoes absolutely have been my bane of my existence. And it's essentially like Death Givers or dual swords. He's just gonna Assassin Shoes on top of me, and then... oh, he says, hi, Vic. Well, now I have to fight him. He's gonna Assassin Shoes on top of me, and I can't really stand next to him. So I have to E out. I'm gonna E out, he E's after me, removes my boots, and next time his Assassin Shoes are ready, I have to take the fight. Not much I can do there. I could maybe change to Gigpot for his E, only thing I can imagine. But I have to dodge his E anyway, that's the only way I can take this fight. No, I don't have other ideas. I mean, I have to try it, but if he knows it's me, then it's also a question of honor, you know? I would rather die fighting valiantly than be remembered as the dude who didn't. And we have... oh, the spear, he didn't leave the... I thought he fully left, but he actually didn't. Man, this spear would be so much juicier for me to fight, of course. Daybreaker, not a good matchup. Is that a stream sniper? Well, I mean, Unlikely. I mean, you can't really snipe people in mists very well. But it's someone who might... I don't know, maybe he's on stream or maybe he knows that I play this... that I'm playing this build. And he expects that no one else is playing this build yet, yeah. This guy is being so brave because he's on demon boots. I'm training his brain not to react to my turnarounds, you know? Too bad. Too bad! But he's on demon boots, so he can't catch me anyway now. That's the cost. That's what he pays for being so safe and using demon boots. That's the cost. I mean that he can't, you know, force me to die even if I miss my E. My favorite streamer is on happy streaming. Thank you! Wisdom untold. What's up? Something trashed. Oh, that was... Oh, the Daybreaker's Overcharge was almost ready. I didn't realize that's why he wasn't fighting. Oh, look! He's a bit of an Overcharge enjoyer like me. Now, the other spear now wants, of course, to fight. Bro, I was trying to get you to fight me this whole time, Mr. Spear. Come on. That is not the way of the spear. Although, as I say this, like, from my moral high horse, obviously I rat a lot as well, yeah, so... Nothing wrong with that part. How much HP do I need to actually kill? Oh, never mind, the other guy survived too. I owned his soul, though. The quarterstaff? That was a satisfying situation. That he still didn't hit his E, even after all this. But if I do mess it up, I'm gonna die very quickly. That is sad. That is sad truth. We're both on cloth armor. If I do mess it up, and he's playing cartwheel and demon boots, so he's really, really safe. And unfortunately, I am not. Because if I do mess up and I start losing the brawl, he's gonna cartwheel and demon boots 100% to catch me. I like how the spear felt like so much shame that he just left, yeah? After trying to rat it, failing, he didn't catch any of us, not accepting an actual fight, he failed shame. I would do the same, yeah? I also sometimes try to rat and miserably fail. You've seen this on stream, where I have a perfect ratting opportunity. It's happened like twice at least. And I end up not catching either of the guys, because either I try to go for both, or I just miss a spell or something. So, I understand, like, then in shame, you are leaving. Let's like a green mist for a moment. Is there any matchups you use the Tenacity ability or always Inferno? Bushman. Jacket of Tenacity special. Like, Inferno is always pretty much always good, but Jacket of Tenacity special can be very valuable when your enemy has a purge and you expect them to purge your Inferno anyway. Because then, it's more difficult for them, right? Because if they purge your Jacket of Tenacity ability, it has much shorter duration, so they get less value, and it has a much shorter cooldown, so you'll have it again in 15 seconds or 20 seconds. I think it's 20, yeah. So, essentially you have a weaker spell more often, which is a good way to play against the Purge. Otherwise their Purge gets more value. Visit casino, win big, and you can buy Mammy. I don't know about casinos in Albion. It's definitely not legal, but I mean, I'm guessing people still do that, yeah, because it's very it's like, people, I know this from 15 years ago, from the beginning of RuneScape, yeah. Actually, now almost 20 years ago, yeah. So, it's very obvious that whenever there's any sort of RNG in any sort of a game, people will use it to gamble. Like, this is like a Rule 34 type of thing, yeah. It's just a fact of life. If the game has any sort of RNG, people will find a way to turn that into a real life gambling thing, yeah. But I'm not aware. I don't know how people do it in Albion. I don't care too much. I know it's obviously against the rules. Gambling is very much prohibited in Albion. And with good reason, because RuneScape has, for a long time, RuneScape actually became like a real life casino. Like, for a while, We're not just talking about people just having fun with like silver or like in that case GP, but a real life casino where people use their credit cards to spend thousands of dollars to gamble in the game without any restrictions or licenses, yeah? And then if they win, then they RMT that out. So I understand that Albion wants to be very careful about not becoming, because at that point, you are also somewhat, you know, vulnerable to real legal consequences. I'm not talking you as in the gambler, but you as in the game, you know, the provider of the illegal casino, essentially. Kind of experimenting a new build in depths with Arcane Staff. Says Wisdom. Astral mostly, yep. Astral sounds like it should work decently. You have good PV, clear, and you can actually surprise a lot of people with... Like, not everyone still expects the Astral damage, which is pretty big. Soldier Helmet, Armor of Valor. Plate Armor, Astral though? I'm not sure. I mean, Soldier Armor I would understand, but Armor of Valor? I'm curious. Boots of Purity. Okay, yeah, okay, I understand Purity. Not sure, but Sandals of Purity and Morgana Cape. I don't understand. Why? What does Morgana Cape give you? Isn't that just the cost speed and like attack speed when you E? Am I being a dum-dum or are you being a dum-dum right now? Because I don't understand, how does Morgana Cape help Astral Staff? When you use your E, you are channeling the ulti anyway, holding the umbrella and there's stars falling everywhere. So how does Morgana Cape help you? Is there something I'm missing? There might be. Picked shield from Q. It's pretty weird, but I'm having fun with it. Okay. I mean, I'm very glad you're trying something new and having fun, but the Morgana Cape doesn't make sense to me. I mean, Soldier Helmet, at least I kind of understand. I guess you... I mean, it's just decent defensive, you know, nothing too deep about it. You can maybe survive until your second E is ready, but... When you use something like Q or W, the passive gives you attack speed and range. Yeah, but that's like, what does Morgana Cape do? Am I brain farting? Morgana Cape, when you cast your E, you get faster cast times and attack speed for a while. Which does nothing for that, right? I wondered why people use it. Oh yeah, yeah, Bushman, I'm happy. Happy to answer that. I mean, some matchups you can kind of... Hello? Why did he come so close? He's not even full HP. Oh, that's why he did it. Fuck. Now my mount is gonna be on cooldown for a while. But his boots are almost over. The fact that he turned around... Actually, yo, I can catch him, yo. Yeah, because he has no boots now. He has no adrenaline. Yeah, he should be dead. His mount is still on cooldown for a little while. I think I'm just about gonna catch him when he starts mounting. We'll see. Yeah. Oh shit. I actually missed. No! Well, he has 0 boots, so it's not like he can get away anyway, but the golem did make it a bit less happy for me. Okay, he had something. Did he have some gathered materials or what? No, not really, okay. Okay, public service announcement again. In order to find out how strong your enemy is... By the way, this will be a clippable moment, I can feel it. In order to find out who you're dealing with, who is on your screen, how strong they are, do you need to run or not? You need to click on their nameplate and click your inspect hotkey. You don't need to go next to them and start smelling them to figure out if this smells like an attacker that can gank you or this smells like someone who is just PvEing. Okay? So... this would not happen to him if he just inspected me. I know it's more difficult on mobile. I know that when you're new, there's so many buttons and things. You don't even know what you're inspecting sometimes, what are you seeing. But get into the habit of doing this. Don't go next to the enemy to smell their body odor to figure out whether this is dangerous. He died because for whatever reason, when he saw me, he just walked like flat out next to me. Not just in my Q range, he actually stood up next to me. I know, it's a bit of a joke, but you know, inspecting, getting used to inspecting is good. I like to get up close and personal. Yes, okay, straightest man ever, but do you want to get close and personal with everybody? Or would you rather, from a distance, observe and try to decide if this particular person you want to get close up and personal with, and then get close up and personal, yeah? We're talking about inspecting here. I'm not saying don't go close to people that you decide you want to be close with, yeah? Inspect from far, and then make your move if you decide that it's worth it. That fort would probably net me more damage, but the main damage comes from auto attack while in plate armor. Nothing about what you're saying, Wisdom, to me makes sense. Keep in mind, I am not well versed in Astral in that I haven't played it. I've played against it. I have a friend who plays it, and we've been discussing this, and I've seen it in Arena. But keep that in mind, yeah? So I'm just not like an Astral staff expert talking or something, but nothing that you say really makes sense. My understanding is that if you decided to use Astral Staff and not like regular Arcane, then your main game plan is to use your Giga Damage E to your other, like the rest of your build. Either you amp up your E damage, or you give yourself ways to survive and keep the fight going while you're waiting for your second E again, yeah? So that's why I don't fully understand the point. Like, I don't understand. If you want to mostly auto-attack, then why don't you use like a Witchwork or a one-handed Arcane or something where you can actually E your enemy and then auto-attack with the passive? Astral Staff, you don't auto-attack while you're Eing, right? Like, there seems to be so many better choices. Everyone saves their defensives or mobility for your Astral ult. Okay. Ah, okay, so what you think... Okay, so you feel like you found a bit of like a psychological trick a little bit. That because everyone expects your E, like your weapon to revolve around E, like just like I am expecting, yeah, that's what my comment was about. Because of that, you're kind of faking it out, and in the end, you surprise them by being strong even while your E is not ready, yeah? That's what you're trying to do. Okay, that's interesting. If I understood correctly, that's kind of interesting. But then, why Soldier Helmet, yeah? Exactly, the results are more shocking for me than them. Okay, that's cool. That's cool if you surprise yourself. Okay, that's interesting. I kind of understand that logic at least a little bit. But then why Soldier Helmet? You cannot attack while you're using Soldier Helmet either. Why not use Guardian Helmet or some defensive that allows you to keep standing and attacking your enemy? I'm not saying to necessarily just go for full-on like a damage helmet, yeah? Although you could also try with Sulker Hood, but then why not use a defensive that you're not losing 2.5 seconds? Soldier Helmet is a good defensive, yeah, I like it, but it does... one of the downsides is that you are actually channeling it, yeah? Well, at least whatever it's called. You can't do anything else. I'm using Soldier Helmet to go in or out while waiting for the shield from Q. It's almost perma 1k shield with little to no downtime. Okay. Real life criminals agree. Always inspect first. Yep, exactly. Rico gets it. Whereas Straightest Man Ever says, I don't discriminate, I go next to everyone. It's not about discrimination, it's about being wise with your time, I guess? Or with your resources? I don't know. I understand, but anyway. If you want to know how dangerous someone is who is next to you, don't go and smell them. Click on their name tag and inspect it. Yeah. Want to get to 15 stacks? Do I have... Oh, I have some stuff. Oh yeah, I killed the guy. I guess it was a gatherer, yeah, the Bad Luck's guy. So he would have gotten away because... even after that, he would have gotten away because I don't have any way to purge his Minor Boots. But he used his Minor Boots and Invis while he was still under my Poison Potion, you know? That's why you saw him turn around and suddenly I saw him revealed. I tried to hit my Impaler when he was Invis, I missed it, but he still got revealed because he was still under poison, yeah? So, if the same situation happened when he came to smell me, he has Minor Boots and Invis Potion, he still is not gonna die. He just waits for my poison to be over, and then he uses Minor Boots, Invis Potion, and I can't really catch him. Also, if he waits a little bit, then by the end of his Minor Boots, he can already mount. But since he did it so early, his mount was still on cooldown from me dismounting him earlier. I'm gonna leave this red buff here for a moment. Oh, never mind, there's another red buff, okay. I need to have a red buff for the chest art. Really would like to. I go full plate with blazing and people are shocked when I soldier helm in. into auto attack. People are shocked. They let go of their mouses and they're sitting like, oh, like that, shocked like that. By the way, if you joined recently, the stream crashed today earlier, and that's why on Twitch it might show like that I've been streaming for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours or something. It's actually been, we're closing in on 5 hours soon, yeah. So I'm just saying this so like if you think like what the fuck, you know, the streamer's brain is fried, and we've gotten way too philosophical way too early. Keep in mind that the stream is actually going on longer than you think, a little bit longer. Okay, 3 minutes for the chest. Just enough time to check out if this is a red. Holy shit, this is even better than a red. This is a chill howl. I can't fight him without harpoon though. And even then it's questionable, but let's try it. After, if I E, he's going to just be able to... Oh, he does. He's going to run out of energy, actually. He's going to run out of energy pretty quickly. He also doesn't know which way to go. No. Too bad. I tried to E, but it got caught, unfortunately. If his E is ready before mine, I might be fucked by his E. Yeah. Unfortunate, but at least I have another poison ready soon. Also, he's gonna run out of energy. Without, if he cannot channel his robe, he has some energy problems. He has some big energy problems, but I cannot really catch him. How much am I overcharged? 1 minute. I need to remember to click it. Yeah, he's gonna robe again, and I can't cancel it, unfortunately. It sucks because I need 2 cancels, yeah, for his robe, and I mean I just need harpoon to catch him also. He didn't E before I E'd though. He was out of mana. Yeah, but I can't stop it. Yeah, you saw it. I can't stop him from getting away and robing. He didn't E before I E, so it's a thinking player, right? He was ready for me to. He understood that if he E's right away, I'm just gonna E through him anyway. Okay, well, he's gonna have to E after me. I mean, W after me now if he wants to take this fight. Yeah, I had to OC. I had to double OC. I'm OC'd all the time. The whole day I'm OC'd, but I have to double OC. It's looking like I just need to leave now, unfortunately. Because I gave him a bit too much of an advantage while he's chasing me. He understands that. We're doing the... Oh, come on. We're doing the trick of answering, you know, people... I got this idea recently. I also kind of do this, but like when he's writing random shit in his language, maybe it's not random shit, but you know, I don't speak Turkish, so I don't understand. I'm just gonna start answering in Estonian, yeah? I told him I don't understand in Estonian. Hello, Victor. Hello. Is that an E? I don't know what the 2 is supposed to be in your name. Z2 El Chico. I think last time I had a better understanding of it. Hello, Victor, I have questions, man. This sounds ominous. I don't like that start. The first coming into stream and hello, Victor. I have questions. Okay, let's go. Arctic, is he good weapon in Mist? Yes, Arctic is good for Mist, but it's not meta tier good. It's not among the best choices, but it is viable good. Yeah. Too bad. That's an interesting fight. Since he's an oblet, it's very difficult for me still to actually catch him, as you saw. But that one time, I don't know how I couldn't E. Like, I already heard the E animation. That one time he actually froze me, which is, until that point, everything went well. That one time he actually froze me, I was ready to E, and I thought I clicked it, but unfortunately, didn't register. This guy is not gonna fight me, right? No way. This guy will fight me. I don't want to fight this, but he will. Now, these Assassin Shoes builds are one of the some of the most annoying ones for me. Definitely. Very much sucks to lose half of your HP before the fight even starts. I mean, okay, I fought the last time, so I mean, we have to try, yeah, but he also has 2 healing potions. Last time was kind of okay, but he's gonna do so much damage. He gets on top of me and he's already, like, doing a lot of damage before the actual fight even starts. Interesting. He didn't even use his W. That's kind of weird. He still has 2 healing potions. I mean, my second potion will be ready as well. Come on, boots on top of me. I know you want it. Okay, I will boots after him to take advantage of what happened here. And now he doesn't have boots, so now I should be in decent enough place. Because he has to use mobs to get away, like this. And if he doesn't mount now, next time I have boots, I'm fine. I mean, I'm catching him anyway, I think. I don't want to E until he actually starts mounting, though. Actually leveraged my mobility advantage. It's much more difficult, I keep saying this. It's much more difficult to leverage a mobility advantage into a victory than leveraging your brawling advantage. But this time it actually worked out. The fact that his movement was so limited let me catch up to him. He had to use mobs and even then it was difficult. I'm kind of happy that I boots right away. I thought at the beginning maybe it's not that good, but if this same build, I've seen it a couple times, if this same build is played with a purge, it becomes so much deadlier because then he cancels my boots, and after that, you know, I am like the Hunter Hood is definitely the kind of ruining part of his build, which makes him so much weaker than he would otherwise be. 6-3 Death Givers might be interested. He has 2 healing potions. I need to be aware of that. Other than that, it's very, I mean, that is also typical, but let's go, sir. Let's try. Let's fight. Come. Come. As you are. Okay, I'm going to come. Luckily, Voodoo is not here to clip that. I'm going to follow the Death Givers. Because this guy is 6-3, so having a chance to kill him is worth it. If you saw earlier, like when a tier 7 is telling me like, yo, do this, do that, like follow me, change your spell, whatever. I'm not gonna do it, yeah, whatever. You know, but 6-3, it's interesting for me. Having the privilege of fighting him and potentially taking his items is important. He's on heal steal, which seems like a good decision. He also, I mean, it's 6-3, by the way. I'm tier 7, brother. You don't need to start the fight with stacks. (6-3), by the way. He just E'd me. Just E and kite. Like, he E'd without stacks. That sucks. I don't approve of this. I am giving him a chance to take a fight. But of course, from his perspective, yes, he does have a big advantage to win the fight. Oh, not big, but he has some sort of advantage, yeah. But at the same time, he's also not... he's also not... Like, he's risking more to potentially gain less, right? Keep that in mind, too. That is also part of this fight. There are too many mobs here. This is not a good idea. I still think Eilstö is a good choice for him. It also makes his E's much more dangerous to me. Like, just brawling is less dangerous when he's on Eilstö, but giving him E's is not a good idea. This is boring. It's okay, I understand, like, we are fighting and he's using the mobs around us. Nothing wrong with that, but it's a bit boring because, I mean, I can't really just, you know... Essentially, the fight will only start when he's certain that he has a good advantage, yeah? Bro, what are you doing? What is this shit? I actually gave him the advantage there. But my cape was not procced. Why isn't he coming after me? What? He just let me go? Or what? My boots before his, so... I need to be careful with Shadow Edge. Also, I think he still has another potion. Man, he was so careful. Okay, he messed up his helmet a little bit. But I feel like he kind of had the kill already, no? I feel like he did. Maybe I'm wrong. But he was so careful. Like he, if he took a tiny bit of a risk, he would have killed me there, right? I mean, it's a good example. I wish the game worked more like this. That you have to risk in order to get good money or to get good kills. If he was willing to take a tiny bit of a risk, then maybe he dies. And once again, he's risking a lot more, right? So maybe in his mind, it's not worth it, yeah. But if he took a tiny bit of a risk there, I should be dead, I think. Because I did not purge his stacks in time. So he got a free E and that was a lot of damage, and you saw especially with the helmet. But he was so worried that maybe he will die that he ended up not getting the kill. And he doesn't know that I have another mill in my... Okay, it's not much, but it's... I do have more items than he knows about. Okay, let's see if we can fit some of these things here to stack them up nicely. Okay, yeah, we can. This goes here. And potions and everything here. How long am I overcharged? 20 minutes. Okay, good enough. Good enough to keep going. I take the same fights while 520C got 6-3 Hourglass. What? First of all, good job. Secondly, wait. Why do I see people playing Hellion and Mist often? Hellion used to be super giga mega meta for everything. I think people just use Hellion so that they can keep the fight going. Kind of a little bit like the Cultist Cowl also helps. Like, if you are fighting like a million people around you and, you know, you kind of like, it's a scrappy fight where everyone is coming and going, Hellion can keep you always kind of healthy enough. But in a 1v, like, and you have to play around mobs, you have to Hellion mobs, you cannot just Hellion your enemy. But I don't think it's very good at like low IP. If you're trying to just like take a good fight against someone similar IP to you, I don't think Hellion is going to be as strong as like a Jacket of Tenacity with Inferno or Mercenary if you're playing Deathgivers, but for high IP, especially if you're dancing and you're often in a 1v2 situation, you're dancing between many enemies, Hellion can help you with that. What if you go Assassin Shoes? I don't want Assassin Shoes on this build because I need mobility to kite, Big Bad Owl. Generally on Spear, I used to really like Assassin Shoes when they made the change because with Cripple they worked really well. But you have to be more brawl heavy. Like, as you notice also, the builds that are using Assassin Shoes, Quarterstaff we saw today, Dual Swords, and usually Deathgivers, all of those are very, very good at brawling. So the only thing they need is just to close the distance without losing too much of their HP, and then just smack their enemy. I am not a build that is trying to just get up close and start brawling. So for me, I don't like it. I'd rather have the extra mobility to kite around, to run away as I need to keep the distance between us, or to close the distance with boots. Like, it's fine, yeah. I mean, maybe against... Nah, even then, I don't have enough mobility, like, enough of the rest of my kit doesn't offer enough mobility. If I was to Assassin Shoes on top of a Frost, it would be iffy if I could catch them. They blink away, I harpoon, and now they use boots, and it's a question. Like, it's a bit difficult for me without boots. Because now I only have an E. Oh, interesting. With this W, he's a bit scary to me, but you know what? We have to try. I will remove his mercenary jacket. I have to go close. Yeah, he's gonna just W from far, and I have to go close, yeah. Oh no, never mind, he's coming close. I didn't remove his mercenary, I decided to remove his grudge instead. He still has mercenary. Oh shit, I still have 4 stacks. I went back in too early. Next E, I should kill him. If everything goes according to plan, next E, I think he's dead, but I'm not sure. because as you can see, his damage is also kind of crazy. Fuck, he still has boots now, so now I'm just dead. Okay. Good job, double-bladed. Amazing. Were we on top? Oh, we were too close to a camp. Was kind of close though, but I wasted my... I mean, I didn't waste, but I went back. The problem is I went back when I still had 4 stacks. If I don't walk back into him, I just wait for 2 seconds for my stacks to end. It's my fight. But since I walked back to him and he still had... I would... This is not a hopeless 1v1, I think, but it's difficult, but it's not hopeless. Anyway, if I don't walk back to him too early, I have a big advantage, and I think I'm winning that. So boring this shit. Hope they nerf double-bladed. They already nerfed double-bladed. This is like... I mean, to some extent, this will remain forever, yeah? You can't remove it, because mobility will always matter. If you remove double-bladed, those same... Like, there will always be people who just want free money, whether it's because they want to RMT to feed their families, or because for whatever reason that they enjoy this. Although I think I don't think non-RMTers play this for more than a couple weeks, yeah? They will get bored of this. This is just pointless, yeah? But this will always remain. If you remove double-bladed from the game, the mists will be, there will be plate bloodletters, plate prowlings, maybe great hammers. Yeah, it might make it a little bit more enjoyable for the rest of us, because, you know, those plate builds are at least less, like, they're not as safe, but still, it's gonna be the same. It's inevitable. It's the cost we pay for having a fun game, because what makes Albion fun is the variety, that you can play it in so many different ways, so many builds, so many strategies, but with that variety, it's inevitable that it also creates, like, there's also creates space for people to play in a way which makes it, you know, less fun for everyone else. And I've said this many times. You can play the game whichever way you want, but I don't have that much respect for someone who is playing in a way clearly where if we all played like that, it would be like the game would die. That's kind of like the way, what I don't like about it, yeah. But yeah, he probably needs money to feed his family, and you know, it sounds like trying to be really nasty and angry, but legit, like there's like. The chances of a guy playing like this, the chances of him being an RMTer, and that's why he plays it, are very high. Like, very, very high. It's people who play just for fun, very, very few people would play that. You would have won. I think I was winning, but I'm not sure in the end. Like, the fight until double-bladed comes, I'm not sure if I'm winning that fight otherwise. But if I didn't go back into him to allow him to keep 4 stacks on me... let's see, did I actually... What's the time? 20. Okay, I don't know if I still have it. It's probably more than 5 minutes have passed. Let's see if I have the replay. I think you know what I'm talking about, though. It's one of the pretty big things when you play against Curse. Let's see. I'm gonna quickly show you what I mean. Okay, so display capture. Here we go. Okay, everything makes sense. I did end up removing his grudge because otherwise I have to keep kiting, yeah. So now I don't have anything for his mercenary. That kind of sucks, but you know, both of those are very, like, grudge is also super duper strong. But this is the big mistake. Here, after I E out, I need to walk away, wait for these stacks to, and if he just runs away, yeah, it can happen, yeah. But he doesn't have mobility on his E, so I will catch him eventually unless he mounts up. This is a big mistake from me. If I just wait for these stacks to go to 0, I have won this fight, I think. But now I walk back, he keeps stacking on me, and now, yes, he gets mercenary value, that's okay. That's my major usage. It was like, I decided to use it for grudge before. I accept this. This is okay. But the fact that I'm constantly taking 4 ticks of damage, still now, this is the big mistake for me. Right? So this whole time, I am just ticking so... It's like the damage ticks are so hard. Unfortunately. This is very sad also that my cape procced. I wish I could have impaler before the cape procs. I shield because to block some of the damage from Curse, although it's the last proc, so it's not that bad. Here, he removes his own boots. I have E ready. I E. And now the question is, he has 100 HP, I have 256. I have 2 stacks on me. If the double-bladed doesn't come, my next Q... Okay, he has 112 HP. Let's see how much did my Q do before, at the beginning of the fight, for example. Where are you? 180. Okay, yeah, so my next Q kills him. Yeah, you're right. So the fight was actually won, even with my mistake. But I hope it's clear that the mistake that I did make there. With letting him keep 4 curse stacks on me. Double-bladed is cringe. Yeah, it's like... Radar bladed staff. That's a cool name. Radar bladed, yeah. Double radar. Yeah, I don't know if they're like, I don't know enough about the RMT community and how many of them use radar or not. I'm guessing they do because I mean, if for them it's the job, sure, but it's okay. We pay the price for having a fun game that there will be, like, we're also opening. It's also like if you want to have like anything in real life, if you want to have some sort of event which is inclusive, right? If you don't want to have an event just for your friends, but you want to invite, like, you create a party, you organize a big party because you want to have the extra fun of more people coming. Yes, if there's like, if 50 people come, one of them is gonna be a weirdo, is gonna probably try to take a shit in your I don't know, hot tub or whatever. That's the price you pay for being able to have this inclusive party, meeting new people, having fun. Yeah, a little bit like that also. Like the whole game is fun because we all can play it in different ways. But you have to accept that means we also need to accept double-bladed players, at least tolerate them a little bit. Oh, we have Hamster and Knight is fighting here. Oh, did they just trade? Is that what they're saying? I think they're dueling here, not actually fighting. So you don't respect me for playing only full plate Ironclad? You can play whatever you want. But yeah, if you go too far into just being safe, making sure you never die, then just keep in mind, yeah. And it's also true that for some time, it's also fine to play different things. Sometimes you play something more safe, sometimes something more dangerous, different builds. I also play plate armor. I'm not saying plate armor is like the problem in Albion, yeah. But it's just like if you take too many steps to make sure you never die, and it comes at the expense of also not being able to really kill anyone unless you are a rat or you are taking advantage of a situation. Then just keep in mind that if everybody did that, the same thing, there would be no Albion, yeah? We would play another game. It would not, at least the PvP part. Now, the rest of the game can still exist, although it requires full loot is necessary. Like, people who play Econ, whether you're doing crafting, refining, any sort of non-PvP stuff, it's not fun without the PvP. That's what makes it fun, the real market, yeah? But I think double-bladed is nerfed enough. Like, it was nerfed enough to a point where double-bladeds die, you know? Like, yeah, in this situation, we are both 100 HP and there's nothing we can do. But that guy is gonna die. Like, that double-bladed guy, he's gonna die to 8.3 Daybreaker, or maybe even lower IP Daybreaker, like you've seen on the stream as well, like tier 7 Daybreaker. You can also sometimes kill. Or if someone comes across him, like, if he got into this fight and we were both 50% HP, what if I fight back? Maybe I fight back and I take like 40% of his HP, like, before I die. And now somebody comes and kills him. That's possible. So, it's not a real party and then someone shoots in the hot tub. Yeah. Truth! I say that as if I have a hot tub. I don't, but I imagine that's... I imagine that if you have a hot tub, you have a... like, at your own place. First of all, congrats to you. You must be doing well. But if you have a hot tub at your own house or apartment, then you probably... yeah, that's probably how you measure success in life, right? If you're social enough and you have enough friends, so that at least some of them will bring, when you invite them, they will bring someone else who will shit in your hot tub. That's how you know you've made it in life. I'm now a radical rat. What happened to him? Yo, because I said that some people play plate armor in order to be safe and not risk. That's why you now become a radical rat, straightest man. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. Is there anyone in the camp? I don't know. Actually, I don't know why he was dismounted, but I mean, he might have heard, he might have seen us. You know, I wasn't focused on seeing if he was on the screen before. But also after I died, I realized that we were fighting pretty close to a big camp. So the double-bladed might have also just been running around on foot around the camp, you know? That's why he was already there. I wonder if the other guy got away. Because it looks like he tried to kill both of us, but he actually, you know, he hit the other guy once and then E'd me and killed me. But yeah, I mean, the Shadow Core has no mobility, so unless he instantly mounts up, he's not getting out of there either. I've been ratted so many times, I decided it's now my turn to rat. Yeah, everyone is a rat. Don't feel bad about ratting, but I mean, if you think like, okay, first of all, wait, look at this. I love that. Okay, now that we've overcharged, now look at this. Double overcharge. Now, what I want to say is that if you want to rat, rat. Always rat. Don't feel bad. Don't like you don't owe anyone anything. Yeah, I also rat if I see an opportunity. Go for it. But if you are ever going, like, if you think like, oh, the rats have it good, like I had to work for my kills and the rats just come and ruin everything, go and take a ratting set and have it as your goal that I am just going into the mist to rat. Try that and see. And I think there's 5% chance that you're gonna find your next calling and your favorite thing. There's 95% chance that you're gonna discover how boring it is. If you're limiting yourself to just ratting, you will discover that it is just boring. You see? Like okay, I mean, this is not like just a rat. This is a this is 8.3. But you see even him, like his life, like part of his life is following tier 7 players and hoping that he will find like me or someone who wants to take the fight. Right? He's running around hoping that one of us will fight so that he can get free money. Can you imagine like how much of his day is just doing this? And if you now imagine the same, but you are 4.1 or 5.1 or whatever with a rat build, it's even worse because you can't, like, he can at least, he could dismount and kill one of us and get away probably. But it's gonna be like, it's just boring. It's just running, like, it is actually just like a job at McDonald's. That's why I say, like, people don't play the double-bladed for fun, yeah? They play it as a job usually, most of them. Very few people at this point would play it just to have fun, like very, very few. Do I fight Curse? It's gonna be a lot of damage, like a lot of damage. Tier 8 Masterpiece Curse with the Pierce W. Gonna take and the Crypt Candle as well. I don't know how I can take this fight, but hey, I have Geek Pots at least. Jokes aside, it's very boring. Yeah, that's it. So it's like, in some ways, yeah, like when you fall victim to someone who is just trying to rat and not just opportunist. Yeah, I'm also an opportunist, as you know, we all are. If you fall victim to someone who is just only ratting, it sucks. But you can think that, your whole day, like you played Albion for 3 hours, you had decent amount of fun, hopefully. You had some fights, at least you could partake in some fights, even if you didn't win many. You could partake and get better. They were, like, half of their time was just running around, even when they meet people. So first of all, we all run around looking for people, yeah, that's part of the game. But also they are just running around after people, seeing if someone else will start the fight, trying to, And even then, it's not guaranteed. I mean, 8.3 double-bladed, yes, is pretty safe. But like a low IP curse rat, even when they finally come across a perfect situation to get that rat in, after running around for hours, there's no guarantee that they're actually going to succeed, yeah? Like, what if one of the enemies has Mistwalker or Soldier Helmet or whatever, Or they just have more mobility, so... I actually started taking every fight I see, no matter how unlikely a victory is. That's a great attitude to have. I'm very happy. Happy to hear that. I wish this curse fought me. I feel like this fight should be very difficult for me. I would love the opportunity to see what it will be like, but he's not interested. Dr. Golik asks, Big Zane, have you discovered how Taco on Flamewalker as Daybreaker? Oh, how to take on Flamewalker as Daybreaker? Because I'm losing millions trying to figure it out. Well, you kind of just try to outbrawl them and dodge their Qs. I don't think there's much else you can do. If they are not willing to close the distance, you might not just be able to fight, yeah? Because they are decent at far range, and they are decent at brawling, so they can also just decide to outrange you, and that's it. But this guy's still running around, this 8.3 guy. I mean, same as me, I'm also running around, yeah, but on average, most of the people in this mist I could fight, and some of them will fight me. This guy is just still running around hoping that he will get some free money somewhere, or that one of us will decide to fight him. Oh, I only have tier 7 this time. I just realized I didn't buy tier 8 like I usually want to. So I don't have an answer, unfortunately, Dr. Golek. Like on one-handed spear, at least the new Flamewalker, now that dodging its E is very, very impactful. So not only you need to try to dodge Qs in order to actually brawl them, but you need to figure out to dodge E's as well. What I would What I would do is change my helmet to the shield and try to shield either their E or W. W is even easier because you can predict it. So I would kind of spam my shield on the helmet. And I would mostly focus on brawling. But some Flamewalkers will just out-brawl you even if you're a Daybreaker. If the Flamewalker is using Facebreaker, if they're using Cultist Cowl, that's very, very good against the Daybreaker and Spear. Then, you know, you don't have... There's not much you can do there. At least I have not figured out it. There's definitely not like some sort of recipe, like, you know, you figure it out and then suddenly you start winning. It comes down to being a difficult fight where you need to constantly dodge their Qs, yeah. But there might still be things that I don't know about that matchup because I haven't fought it that many times. But the moment, like, you can also leverage your mobility a little bit. The moment they use your, like, if you take some of the damage, if you take some damage and then you E through them and then you start running away, if they're not like on Royal Boots or something, the moment they use their E and they don't hit you, now you have 40 seconds of, like, you can push it to the edge, kind of, yeah? Like, you know their E's on cooldown for 40 seconds, that's crazy long time, so you can kind of push it until the end. Oh shit. Oh shit! I was so focused on what I'm saying that I thought this is the double-bladed effect, yeah? The double-bladed from before made me think, like, for sure this guy is, like, trying to kill me. He's actually decent at brawling. I would expect him to maybe try this fight. I guess not. Oh, come on. Bro, don't make me take all the negative karma. Now that turns out it's a cute guy who doesn't even know that he can't deliver a wisp while he's being attacked. Now I feel bad. I thought he might actually, like, try. Okay, he has Invis Potion, so not really. Nah, okay, he doesn't have specs. Yeah, there's zero chance for him to kill me, yeah. Absolutely zero. If he had full specs, tier 7, I would have at least some belief that he can. With Chain Slash, you are gonna get kited so hard, my brother. Oh shit. What did I do? Is the stream working correctly? I hope it is. I clicked something on OBS by accident. Well, I mean, his getaway plan relies on mobs. It is. Okay, thank you, Bufanza. Yeah, I clicked something that turned off the preview, but it's fine. Stream was gone for a second. We saw nothing weird here. Guys, you are giving me mixed messages. What did he say? You're not stupid. Oh. Wait. I'm not, mate. I am stupid. Actually. Let's see if I can convince him. This is the diplomacy. Speechcraft 100. We do the same, but... not in this... aim, at least. Oh, he meant game. If he dismounts on top of me, the same thing happens, but he can actually... you know, he will have his shoes after my E, so I'm instantly fucked. Another E? I might be dead here. It depends. He used his potion at least. I need to be a bit careful here. I mean, if he doesn't need to use his boots to get close, you can see how much more dangerous he suddenly becomes. I kind of messed up my shield a bit as well. Wait, what? Mobs, what are you doing? The mobs. Interesting. Okay, I haven't seen nothing. Okay, it's good, it's fine. Now he has no potion. I mean, I can also change my helmet and try it that way. I'm not sure which is better, the helmet or the extra shield I get. I mean, I can try it. Okay, sure. I can even do this. Let's just do this for fun. I don't think it's a very good idea, but let's do this for fun. I'm gonna change all of my spells around. He doesn't have Gigpot now. He's saying ha ha ha, but... the thing is, if you want to play that, like, you can't, like, this is like, he's kind of like, his analysis is right, yeah? Chain Slash plus Thunder Armor will usually just kill beginners, yeah? So in that sense, he's correct. If you want to actually, like, he can kill me, right? He can kill me easily. It's still a good fight for him, but he needs to swap to his W Shadow Edge. Okay, this is waste of time. I gave him a chance. So yeah. So, like, I mean, this is... And it's okay. It's very fair if you're playing Death Givers to try it out like this. To see what happens, you know? But if you do get kited, then it's like... It's a typical thing. Essentially, like, you make yourself a super brawler. Like, you could also switch your boots to Gigantify, right? Like some fire staffs do. So that you don't kill anyone and they don't kill you. Unless they have IP advantage. Because, you know, you are such a good brawler, like he is. All his spells is just to make sure he's a super, super strong close range. I'm sorry. Oh, that was hydration. But anyway, at the cost of not having any mobility to actually finish the kill. So yeah, it's can't do much, unfortunately, there. Like, I think deflect would be like deflect against Chain Slash. Definitely can work, you know, because he cannot cancel it, and it can be pretty fun. Like, if you do successfully deflect the Chain Slash or an E, it's a pretty big advantage, and it can be fun. So send you to deflect there. I could have done that before as well. What did you do to afford PvP when you first started playing Albion? I don't remember doing anything else, honestly, Bloodrest. I'm sure I was also like I was starting out when I was exploring different parts of the game, but I don't remember doing... I didn't go to the Black Zone my first day of playing Albion, yeah. I did try other things for like a week or so, probably. But I got around to the idea of just losing items and playing it. Because of my background from other games, it wasn't so difficult, yeah? I played extraction games before, not Tarkov admittedly, which is more hardcore. I played Hunt Showdown for a while, which is not really a hardcore extraction game, but still, like, it's a game that kind of teaches me not to worry about my money or items and just have fun, even though every time you die in Hunt, you also lose the weapon, yeah? And whatever. Consumables, something like. It's a small thing there. So anyway, so I had already that kind of in there, in me already, which made it easier, so I went to the Black Zone pretty quickly. And, I mean, if you play Black Zone with low IP, unless you're playing on phone or like you have some technical difficulties, you don't have to be good to make money. You are gonna make money very fast. Because, yes, you're gonna die a lot, 4.1, you're gonna get attacked, you're gonna die even to mobs as a beginner, but you just get silver drops and it's enough to sustain you, so. I went pretty quickly and it wasn't PvP, but it was just killing mobs. But I did go like the first weeks, yeah, I was playing open world, yeah, quite a bit, and I was doing even solo dungeons, you know. If I saw a dungeon with those butterflies, like enchanted dungeon, then I did a solo dungeon to get like plus 20k. So I did all of those typical beginner things as well. I wasn't hardcore PvPing, but I was playing PvP related content. Does he have red buff? He doesn't. I could try also deflect here, actually, fuck it. Why not? What if I do this and I just keep my helmet to get rid of his combo? Can I do that? Is he changing? Oh, he changed to Caltrops, nice. He's on Wanderlust. Maybe if I get low, he will be convinced to use his... Okay, he's using his Wanderlust, nice. Well, please don't proc my cape. Okay, the buff is fine, but proccing cape is not good. Because now he can't chase me, now I have enough time to change my spells. I'm gonna go away where there's no mob, so I can actually Can actually swap. He still has everything, unfortunately, but it did work. Like, oh shit, I did not mean to click that. I accidentally removed my jacket. Luckily, it didn't trash, but... So my plan to bait him to use Wanderlust worked, but unfortunately, as part of that plan, I also took damage from mobs and was not ready. He's changing his helmet based on what I'm doing, yeah? I mean, sorry, his W based on my helmet. He's using wrong Q and W? Well, it's not wrong. No, no, no. It's... I think it's even better, honestly. Like, for the matchup. Instead of going in for the one big meme combo with his silence, he's making himself actually dangerous, you know? And just like Light Crossbow is good against Spear, Arclight Blasters is good against Spear. This Q and Caltrops are also good against Spear. Like, I cannot stand and brawl him, yeah? It's very difficult. If he hits his Qs and Ws, it's very difficult for me. So I wouldn't say it's wrong, no. He's doing a good job of... he did a good job swapping. Oh, come on. I was trying to kill these to get red buff. Unfortunately, I also accidentally removed my armor. So now it's not overcharged. And just now, when I thought that I'm actually getting good at overcharging, meme combo works well. Well, yeah, but I changed my helmet. Meme combo doesn't work after I used cleanse. That's why he was swapping, yeah? Because if I have cleanse on my helmet, I fight him normally. The moment he goes for meme combo, I remove the sleep, I dodge his W, and I have my E ready to cancel his E. Or, alternatively, I do get hit by his silence, but then I can still remove that silence. If you have a leather hood, the cleanse is a counter to the meme combo. Can you cleanse while slept? Yes, you can, yeah. You can cleanse while stunned, while slept, yeah. It's somewhat of a counterintuitive thing about Albion, that you can use these sorts of abilities even when you are disabled. You can remove it from yourself. I just started, made about 20 mil in about 2 weeks, doing open world, farming in Black Zone. I like to hear that, Third Squirtimus. That was my experience. Working 4.1 and playing safe. That was exactly my experience. It's pretty easy to make money with low AP. Even as a beginner, you can get decent, returns already. And you don't even have to play super safe, but yeah, obviously you're not running into a lot of PvP if you just started. That's very, very natural. Man, I'm just getting chest. That is very, very unhappy to me. I still have just one stack, bro, and this is a tier 8 Abbey, yeah. So it's difficult to get stacks anyway. He had already 3 stacks when we met. If he's not getting chest by the time I get, he is getting stacks and I'm not. By the time I get to the final chest, he will have like 10 stacks and I have 6 or 5. It's like extra tier difference for him. And it's not an easy matchup. I do need stacks there. I need to be ready for it. I can also actually just drink Gigpot, actually. If I see him again, I'm going to swap to Gigpot as well. Okay, we have a red buff down here. I'm going to clear this first, although this room is not very good to clear. At least it is safe because there's a door. Like there's an exit close by. But it's not very efficient. I have to kill a lot of mobs for just 1 stack. How long for my food? 8 minutes here. Okay, I'm gonna eat soup so that I can clear PvE a bit faster. Okay, I can clear this room and then the red room and then I'm ready for the chest in the end. But I definitely do remember, like, when I was showing to some of my friends, like, this is what Albion is like, to get them interested at the very beginning, to hope that maybe some of them will join me. I definitely remember I did do solo dungeons, like, I did try to learn the moves that the bosses had and stuff like that, because I thought that PvE was going to be a much bigger part of the game. And it ended up not really being that important, but I don't know if I made money that way, but I definitely did just roam open world and kill mobs, and I mean, I definitely also did dungeons. That was a lot of damage very, very quickly. This is... How much? Okay, 3 minutes. Thank God, my cape will be ready. Unless he comes and kills me, my cape will be ready by the time the chest is ready. Undead cape is super good against bolt casters. By the way, that's another reason why the Q he changed to, like the... whatever it's called, the AoE Q, not auto-fire, is actually good against me. Because he can potentially even finish me through Undead cape if he hits all his Qs, yeah? Otherwise, Undead cape is actually one of the... Undead cape and the Assassin Jacket also are pretty good against bolt casters. But Undead cape specifically, you know? If he goes for the big combo, my Undead Cape is gonna proc even when I'm silenced, which is like I don't have to worry. Like, when my Undead Cape is ready, I don't have to worry that he's just gonna straight up kill me with his one combo, because at least my Undead Cape will proc before that. And if his Soldier Boots are on cooldown, that means I can get away. Your T-Rabby is hitting so hard. Okay, red buff. This is the best thing you can do, I guess. I'm also new, going for 2 Black Zone and doing camps. Yeah, I mean, now you have camps, so you have some more meaning in your life, you know. That's also why people did solo dungeons more before. Because otherwise, like, what do? You're just running around Black Zone. Yes, I always heard that just kill roaming mobs, and I did that. But there was still a lot of time like, okay, so what am I supposed to do now, yeah? So the camps actually give your life a bit of meaning if you're roaming Black Zone solo now, which is nice. What resolution? I have a specific, like, I have the widescreen set, yeah? Oh, shit. Oh, never mind. No shit. Not a shit. Is he on... yeah, he's on blink, so... Like this, I should be good. I'm gonna jacket his E and then just run in to fight him. He doesn't have stack. Oh, shit, okay. Nah, I should have kept my harpoon. I got a bit too angsty with that. But now I have a big advantage in boots cooldown, so that will make it easier. He did proc my buff, but now he doesn't have boots again, so now he's dead again. Oh, I hit him actually. Nice try. Nice try. Unfortunately, he procced my buff. So, next fight will be more difficult. I actually have a regular 1440p monitor, but I have it set on widescreen resolution like this, 2560, 1080, because in Albion you see further to the left and to the right if you're using a widescreen resolution, even if your monitor is not widescreen, which is mine is not. So I have it set like that. You can create this resolution custom in like NVIDIA or whatever. It's very, very easy if you Google it. It's a bit unfortunate, but the way Albion is set up, I hope, I don't know, actually I don't want them to start messing with it, but anyway, right now, the reality of life is that people who have actual widescreen monitors have a bit of an advantage if they are using like a built-in widescreen monitor resolution. And to match that advantage, essentially, you can set your widescreen resolution on a regular monitor as well. There was dual, so I don't know what happened to the bolt casters. There was just dual swords I saw. But anyway, the chest was already taken, so we can go bank this collection of stuff. I am not surprised, once again, that it's that the Great Frost player who doesn't have full specs, who doesn't have a buff, who is not overcharged. I am overcharged. I have so many advantages. I'm not surprised that someone who plays Great Frost, even though I have so many advantages in the fight, the guy is like man enough to say, you know what, fuck it, I'll take the fight and I'll see what happens. That is, once again, it's worth taking a time to respect, because unlike the double-bladed players, I'm gonna say this every stream, so get used to it. If we all played like this guy, the game would die in a week. If we all play like this guy, the game would flourish and would become even more and more and more and more and more fun for everyone. So, as always, like, respect where it is due. Good fight with Great Frost, and it wasn't hopeless, you know. Even though I have red buff, I have overcharge. And what's the third thing I said? And I have specs, he doesn't, yeah? It was still a fight. Although, as you've heard me say probably many times, in quite heavy fights, specs matter, or like IP matters less, yeah? It's Like, because also in this fight, you know, if he can avoid being next to me long enough, he's gonna win this fight even if he doesn't have, like even if in terms of IP I have big advantage. Whereas Brawl heavy fights, IP matters more. What would be the correct height for it? 5120? I don't know, man. Go Google widescreen resolutions. There's nothing special. Like, take this number and go. I mean, you just have to double 1080, right? It's not that difficult. I'm showing you now. Take the same number. 1080 times 2 is going to be 2160. Is there an aspect ratio where I can see entire map? I don't think so. I don't think that it will. I don't think it goes that far. I mean, I think this is the limit. I think they just made this for for actual real widescreen monitors. I don't think it's like a bug that the developers accidentally forgot in the game, so that you can mess your resolution and like have an advantage. I think they specifically made it like that for widescreen monitors for whatever reason, and it's just that everyone else can also use that to their advantage. But I don't think you can't go crazy with it. I have 33 minutes on my overcharge. Let's see if we can find someone. Maybe I'll find another Abbey, actually. I've seen a lot of Abbeys. Like, recently, it has not been a problem for me to find Abbeys. But that's maybe psychological. Maybe just because I'm not searching for them actively enough. Like, right now, if I decide, okay, I really want to find an Abbey in the next couple of minutes, now I'm going to notice the lack of Abbeys more clearly, probably. Not sure, but I think it's likely that it affects how I... Mobs are really aggressive. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, okay, I should have at least... And it's also 35 durability. Damn, okay. This is... Everything is wrong here. So it's not even tier 7 armor right now. Look at this. It's 300 IP lower than my weapon. I forgot about that. Someone should have told me. What the fuck does Abbey stand for? Abbey is like it's a thing in churches, I think. It's the place where abbots live, I think. If I remember correctly. Abbot being... It's some sort of like religious... kind of like a monk type of character. You can Google it, but I think abbot is like the guy, and abbey is the place where abbots live or whatever. Or like... It's some part of some religious like structure, you know, like not structure as in metaphysically, but then as in some like I don't know, some building or something like that. I think, but it's not a word I've used much either. Not dual quality. I need to. I'm not salvage. Can I repair here? And I need to buy tier 8 also. Christian, I think, maybe, yeah. I remember there was an abbot in, was it also Monte Cristo? There was Abbot Faria, is really, where is it from? Where is, there's Abbot Faria is like a really famous, wait, I'm gonna Google it. Maybe I'm remembering something wrong. Faria was he actually from real, oh, he was actually from real history. I thought he was from a book. I don't know, anyway. I thought it was like from Monte Cristo or something, but I guess I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's buy 5-3 instead. I mean, I don't like that. Now, it doesn't look good because everything else is overcharged and this is not, but... Okay. I guess we'll do like this. I don't know, maybe there's some more... Maybe there's some more lore on what it means to have an abbey, and specifically Nightfall Abbey. Maybe it's a thing from somewhere. I never thought about it too deeply, and I didn't research this. Like, during my first couple weeks of streaming, we definitely had, like, a couple times we had different discussions about what the names of items, where they come from, what it means, so... Maybe. But I think overall it's just... It's like, it's a bit like, they could also call it, like, Nightfall Monastery. I would assume it's, like, on the same level of... Just some sort of name, which is... gives a bit of extra lore feeling, but doesn't really mean too much about doesn't really tell us too much about the background of this. 40 seconds. Oh, you don't see it. It's behind my name. I'm thinking like, okay, we're just sitting watching each other here. It's 30... Yeah, you don't see it, because not behind my name, but behind my face. So, back there, it says 30 seconds until I can enter the mist. While we're waiting, I see that Rico redeemed absolute hydration. Let me turn off game sounds for a moment. This is for all of us, not just me. We are all drinking a bunch of water together to hydrate and to, you know, stay alive. So, join me in this absolute hydration event. Oof. That is good. I hope you joined in as well. Okay, ready to go. The timer actually just ticked to 0 as well. Yeah, I forgot that you don't see. Same with depths, you don't see the timer because it's behind my luscious haircut. An abbey is basically the word for a group of buildings that were all lived in by... Okay, so it is actually even closer to monastery, like not, yeah. Anyway, it is actually where monks live. But an abbot is... So what is an abbot then? I thought like monasteries for monks and abbeys for abbots, but I don't know the difference now. The specifics of what those ranks entail. They should get R. Martin for lore so we have incest on that, Chris. No, please no. Some extra lore for Albion would definitely be beneficial. I don't think that the sandbox nature of the game requires for you to have like a complete sandbox, yeah? Like having some lore of where the sand comes from and what it means isn't bad. So, and they actually added like Nightfall Abbeys have like some pictures in them, yeah? So there's at least something there, yeah? But I wouldn't mind. I'm not saying that Albion needs lore, like it's really missing from my Albion enjoyment. Yeah, not really. But even like if you, I don't know actually. Once again, it's another moment where maybe I will learn something new about League. So feel free to share. But in Dota, kind of it's inconsequential to how the game is actually played. It's just cute extra. But there's a lot of voice lines between heroes, right? At the beginning of the game, there's a lot of voice lines, like they talk to each other. Sometimes when you kill, like a certain hero kills another hero, they have a lot of like different potential voice lines that open up the lore, like the rivalry between them or friendship or whatever. I don't know if League has that or how much it does. And feel free to enlighten me. I love learning about other games that I haven't played as much. Which is, if you haven't been here before, I played League for a couple of weeks, but that was a long time ago. And it's a game I know I would absolutely love if I played it, but I don't need another game to love, yeah. But anyway, so I think it's like it adds to the flavor of the game a lot. In a competitive game like Dota, where it's zero reason to have any sort of lore, it's so much more fun to play when you kind of know, like, oh, like this hero hates that hero, or this is what happened. These two are sisters, stuff like that. Like a little bit of light lore like that in Albion would definitely benefit and give us all a bit of extra fun. Like, for example, if there was like some sort of big king, that is that created the undead, that we know that we are kind of fighting against. I don't think that wouldn't take away from my sandbox experience of role-playing an adventurer, a fighter, or whatever it is I'm doing. So I don't mind that, but I also don't think it should be like a priority. It's interesting though, yeah, because at least antiquariate exists, smugglers exist, so they are adding some things here and there, and of course also the abbey we're talking about. Like a specific mini-city just for them. An abbot is the leader of the abbey, basically. Okay, so wait, and... okay. And Terset says, I think abbot is just a high-ranking monk. Okay. So abbot is one of the monks, and Bovis is saying that with, like, being an abbot means that he kind of leads or oversees a collection of, I don't know, buildings or whatever, like, what is the good... Like, the whole compound, which might have more than just like one monastery or something like that, yeah? If I understand correctly. But it feels like abbot is then... Being an abbot is really connected to the abbey, yeah? It's connected to the actual physical, like, buildings and presence and the thing where people live. It's not just a theoretical rank, yeah? Like a cardinal or something, who could potentially just be a higher level priest. Yeah. Okay, I see. That's cool. That's cool to find out. It's not something I have really... I've seen it in some games. Like, there was a board game also where I remember there was like an abbot was like one of the pieces that you could play, but I've never given it too much thought. So yeah. So now, thank you for asking. By the way, where did this start from? Let me think. That was straightest man ever. Yeah, who asked like, what the fuck does abbey stand for? Yeah. Okay. So that's where the question began, and we got an interesting answer. There's nothing happening in this mist. Speaking of abbeys, where are they? Abbot. Abbot could be a cool name also for a character then. Yo, I wouldn't mind role-playing as an Abbot in Albion. I mean, I'm not very heavy. Like my upbringing is not very religious, so that's why I kind of grew up a little bit like neutral to religion in any form, right? So that part I don't know how to properly like role play a religious character, but being the manager of the Nightfall Abbey, I wouldn't mind role playing in Albion. That's like a dungeon master type of thing, yeah. Like that's the guy that invites people to come to the Nightfall Abbey and then makes them fight each other for some chests, and then he takes stuff and puts in the chest. That's like the abbot of Albion. It's been a relatively long stream, although it doesn't show like that on Twitch because it crashed, but it's been a relatively long stream, so you will excuse me if my thoughts make less sense than they sometimes do. Oh, I need to kill the dogs, I just realized. I just remembered I need to kill these guys for some journal. There we go. Only like 200 more to go. There's literally nothing in this mist. I can't even find the wisp to get to the next mist. I don't like that. I would like to get a couple more fights with this Overcharge. Can you do an American impression? No, I can't. I never learned to do impressions in anything, you know? I had some... Oh shit, someone is hitting something. Oh shit, bro, you're gonna die. You're tier 6 is fair game, I think. Do you even realize I'm here? Oh, and I took his mob as well. I am sorry, sir. But, yeah, okay, I guess we'll take this. Well, at least something's happening in this mist. Howdy, partner. No, I'm not good at impressions. Can I borrow 60k? I know you're good for it. Yeah, well. I was, Hello? This doesn't look like something. And now, finally, when I find a mist, like a wisp to go, and now there's 8.3 which is taking it in front of my face. I used to have an American friend. I mean, in theory, he's still a friend, but we haven't talked like in 5 or 6 years, so I don't know. But anyway, I used to have a friend. Him and his wife, they moved to Europe, and I had a lot of fun, like talking to him. I also visited them once. They didn't move to my country. I had a lot of fun, like seeing through their eyes, like discovering some of the differences, you know, and kind of, oh, Abby is here, tier 7, like discovering some of the things like that I didn't know about the US. Like I've been to US as a tourist, yeah, but not as like I haven't lived there. I haven't been there for more than a couple weeks. So it was really fun to discover things that for them were like new or weird, and also hear some of their stories and they were from Texas, by the way, both of them also, which made it even more so. Like I don't know too much about like the different states, obviously, like as much as I get from TV shows or whatever. But I feel like Texas was even more different from Europe than some of the other states and places, yeah. So the differences like were even bigger and were clearer for them. I really loved like discovering it with them. My buddy's wife is from Estonia. He met her in the military. I have ever heard that Estonian women are very beautiful. To be honest, I've never traveled to a place and felt like women are not beautiful there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've just been lucky, but definitely a lot of people that I used to host travelers, a lot of people told me like, oh, women are so beautiful in Estonia. But I'm gonna believe them. She's super blunt. It's funny. Oh, I love that. I already feel a bit like yeah. That's an Estonian girl. Yeah, it is definitely another stereotype. Like Estonia is so small that stereotypes it's weird to have, but it is definitely kind of a stereotype that in Estonians are not very social, but you know, and they don't want to see you. They don't want to talk to you. They are annoyed with you, but at least they're being honest about it. Yeah, because like it's a joke. Yeah, but in some countries, the stereotype is that people are like, yeah, so welcome, so happy, you know, but actually they are like god shit tired of your presence. Whereas an Estonian would be like, fuck you, you know, I don't want you in my life. Like they would be upfront about it. I don't know how much that is true, but it's a fun stereotype about Estonia. So I'm happy that, you know, your friend's wife is keeping up with that. I kind of like, I subscribe to that as well. I'm not mean to people, you know, but I do very much like the attitude to be like honest and upfront about stuff, yeah, and not worry. Like, oh, that was a nice cue. She's exactly like that. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah. There's also another like very Estonian joke about how much Estonians change when they get drunk. But also, once again, it's probably about most Eastern Europe. But I went to see a comedy show by an Australian living in Estonia, and he was talking about he's surprised when he moved to Estonia, how you can go to like a party, you know, you go to like a party or a social gathering in Estonia, and everyone like you're having fun, you're getting drinks, and there's some other Estonian dude, and you kind of, you know, I don't know, something funny, you become a little bit of friends, yeah, then you start drinking together, you go crazy, you go on the balcony, like you cross streams while you're pissing, you know, you're like becoming best friends from all the like during the party, and then the next day, after all that, and maybe even like you sleep like next to each other, yeah, not sexually, but you know, like friends, and then you wake up next day, you go to work or whatever, you see him in the street, and you're like, oh hey, yo, it's you, remember me? And the Estonian's like, please don't, like, what do you want? Like, it's like, obviously like the comedian made the joke better, but it's also interesting characterization of Estonians and how different people. But I think that's true for all Eastern Europe as well. But alcohol makes sometimes people much more friendly, of course. I'm from Boston, where I go to Texas. I feel like I'm in another country. Okay, yeah, I have the same, but I don't have enough personal contact with US at all to really have like that sort of that feeling. But I do feel like if you had to rank different states as how how different they are from Europe, I think Texas is pretty different. Yeah, at least from my friends who moved to Europe, there were a lot of fun things like that I wouldn't even think about. Like, for example, this is random thing that I remember. Like, for them, it was surprising that we don't have like not we, but the country they moved in didn't have the garbage disposal, I think it's called. I didn't even know it was a thing. And when I was visiting them and we were talking about this, I was like 26 or something. Yeah, I wasn't like a kid. I didn't even know it was a thing. I learned that apparently in US, and at least in Texas, it was so normal that next to your sink, there's like, I know some of you are listening to, obviously, and some of you are thinking, what the hell is talking about? Like, there's a hole where you put instead of putting your trash in like a trash bag, like I do, and then taking it outside behind the house, for my friends, it was weird that there isn't like a hole next to the sink where they can just throw all their garbage, which then is like a meat grinder kind of thing, yeah, which then grinds the garbage up into pieces. Garbage disposal, is that the right word? Yeah. I mean, I didn't even know that things exist, and they're like those sorts of like things, and of course some cultural other stuff as well. Alex Solar says the USSR stereotype of the Estonians that they are super slow. Yeah, I said this last time when we had some like similar discussions. I said that, I mean, it's such a small country, Estonia, that it doesn't make sense to have a lot of like stereotypes. Yeah, it's like having a stereotype about like, I don't know, like one little. It's like having a stereotype about one neighborhood in London. Yeah, it's so few people in Estonia, but it's the slow thing I have heard. Yeah. They're regional, we barely have them in Boston. Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing Boston is one of the closest ones to Europe. Once again, it might turn out that I actually don't know. Like, yeah, it turns out that, like, having been to US for like 2 weeks as a tourist and then watching NBA doesn't actually give you an understanding of what the country is like, yeah? So, maybe this is stupid, but I would imagine, just because of location, that Boston is one of the, like, if you had to compare to like to Europe, Boston is probably one of the closer ones, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see how much. Infrader said earlier on YouTube, Bled Rest is just basic economics. You learn how math works. Wait, what are we talking about? And weigh your risk. You can never go below a certain. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think a good way to describe that Infrader is bankroll management. Yeah, you don't risk too much, so you never end up broke, yeah. I need to make sure how much I have. 3 minutes, okay. At least I get the red buff. I actually have a decent amount of stacks. My wife's boyfriend loves Stone. My wife's boyfriend loves Stone AV jokes. What is that? I don't understand. But any sentence that starts with my wife's boyfriend is already a little bit funny, you must admit, yeah. Texas didn't seem strange to me when I lived there, but since living in other places, I recognize some of its peculiarities. Yeah, I also actually... I just realized. I forgot about this. Yeah, I used to know a girl from Texas, actually. That was when I was younger. Yeah, I actually used to be pretty close with a girl from Texas when I was like 18 or something. Met her like a summer exchange or something. And I remember she said she can't drive a bicycle. This is like a memory unlocked. I completely forgot about it. I don't know where she was from in Texas, but she said she doesn't know how to ride a bike because there's no reason. First of all, because people learn like driving actual cars much earlier usually. Like it's not weird for a 14-year-old even if you can't get your license yet. And secondly, because she said it's too dangerous. Like she's not gonna drive a bike even if she needs to go like 3 blocks away. She's not gonna walk. She's gonna take a car because she doesn't feel like it's safe enough. Which I just now remembered. That was a long time ago though. And where I'm from, like everybody knows. Like obviously not everyone is an enthusiast biker, but everybody knows how to drive a bicycle. It's like it's inevitable when you're a kid, you know. Some of the more rural areas are wild, the cities are semi-norm. Yeah, well, okay. To be fair, rural areas are wild everywhere. Like, at least comparing them to the cities, sometimes it's the good kind of wild. Like, it's the kind of living life the way it's supposed to be. I don't think I'm supposed to sit, like, in this room, you know, for 8 hours. It's kind of fun, though, but sometimes the rural life is, like, it's weird in a good way. Bobby said, like, when I lived in Texas, I didn't think twice about my friend having a wall covered in rifles, but after I left, I thought it was strange. Yeah, I mean, the gun thing is definitely a big difference, but that doesn't come out, like, day to day as much. Yeah, of course, if you have a friend who has actually weapons on the wall, that's a different story. But for most situations, the weapon thing, I feel like, doesn't come out as clearly day to day, although I've never been in Texas, so I'm guessing there it's more of a thing, I don't know. Like, in Europe, you don't notice, yeah, you don't notice anything about weapons, because even if they are somewhere, like if people have them, they will have them like in a box stored away somewhere, and you will never come across it. I was in Texas for Halo 2 tournament. George Squirtimus, you were okay. We have an potential esports athlete from before, and we went to a bar and more than half the people drinking had the gun with them. Okay. If you at that point, yeah, you do realize that's kind of scary. I would be scared if I was in that situation. Are you fighting me or not? I shouldn't have used my boots, that's not good. Nah, he's free to go anyway, because I wasted my boots. If I didn't waste my boots, I can kill him, but... now, unfortunately, I can't. I don't want to E, because I want to get after him with my boots and then keep my E for when he bootses again. So I can cut down on his mobility by cancelling it with my boots. Oh shit, that's not a good impaler, but anyway. Now he's bootsing, you see, and now he doesn't have the mobility. If I didn't waste impaler, he would already be dead here. He might survive. His boots ready, he has enough mobility to get away. So everything was right except for wasting the impaler there. I'm probably still catching him. I think I'm still catching him. That's good enough. His name is I Hate Bear Paws. I love that nickname. Well chosen. I don't hate Bear Paws. Yeah, I don't nothing against him, but it was just fun that someone created an Albion character and named it I Hate Bear Paws. The chest is ready, and I still have my buff. Trust me, guns are day-to-day in Texas. Okay, yeah, that's probably just my inexperience with that. It's just like, for example, when I was visiting the friend that moved from Texas to Europe, as I was saying before, like, guns never came up, right? It wasn't like, but this is the other, if I was in Texas, yeah, I would probably notice it. But when he was in Europe, like, he never pointed like, yo, something like weird that people don't have guns, right? He didn't notice that because it wasn't like so obvious. So that's why I thought that maybe. And also, like, yeah, you have to be like, you probably have to be in Texas like for a while. I don't think you're gonna notice it right away as a tourist, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but I imagine like if you live there, it's you actually feel it much more, and then it becomes part of life. Yeah, like what Third said. Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, bro, I'm trying to hang out with drunk people. Yeah, I would be scared. Yep. I was 100% be scared. Like I'm not like I'm no stranger. We've all been in situations where if you get drunk with people you don't know that well, which happens, you know, there's social situations. Some people get aggressive, yeah? Some guys who are bigger than me, you can feel a bit of the aggression. Even if it's not like, if it's just playful, though, it's not really like, they're not actually mad at you for anything. Even if they're just like joking, you know, like touching your, elbow or something, you know, stuff like that. You can feel that, like they have the potential for aggression, yeah? I mean, we all do at some point, but some guys like access that easier. That's fine, you know. I mean, I'm not too worried about myself usually. I'm a pretty big guy, so even though I'm not very good at fighting, because I have never practiced it, you know, most people think I am at least a danger, somewhat. So I'm kind of okay with that, yeah. But I've definitely been in those situations where I feel like this is kind of like, it's a bit edgy. Like I'm a bit anxious about this guy really getting drunk, and I can see that this is a man that is very much willing to be aggressive if it gets to it. If I was in that situation and I know that person has a gun, I'm going home. I would legit be scared for myself or anyone else there. That sounds actually scary. Which in turn kind of helps me understand also other people wanting to have a gun. Because if you're in that situation once or twice in your life, like the guy who has a gun is like being kind of like joking, like, you know, like kind of jokingly saying that if maybe he's thinking about potentially, you know, being angry at you or whatever. Like, I'm not expressing it exactly, but I think you understand. So if I was in that situation, now I might, like, I have this European mindset of, you know, nobody needs a gun. I don't want to see any guns in my life or in my country. But if I was in that situation a couple of times, I can very much relate to the idea that now you need to think about your own protection, and it's likely you're gonna also want to have a gun, yeah. It creates like a snowball kind of thing, yeah. Where if no one has a gun, everyone is fine. But if a couple people start like getting them, then everyone else also kind of feels like, now I need it. So from that perspective, the kind of American thing of, yo, this is my right to defend my freedom, actually, like, it makes sense in that situation, yeah. It's once you reach the critical mass of like there's enough situations where you are actually worried, that makes sense. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of guns, but I do have vivid memory of a bunch of guys pulling guns out of the bar to deal with some guy. That's crazy. Deal with some guy going around messing with women's drinks, and that's crazy. And because in that example, the first instinct is, yeah, sure, okay. I mean, you want someone to, like, it's nice to be in a society where people look out for that, yeah. So if they see that someone else is doing something shady, they are protecting the women essentially. But still, having guns there is. Like, you can do that without having a weapon, yeah? And in a weird way, I remember feeling extra safe when it happened rather than alarmed, and a bunch of people had guns out. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you trust the people that did it, you might feel like, it doesn't feel bad. I mean, I trust the government, yeah, so it's, it obviously makes a lot of mistakes as well, as every government does, but I feel kind of safe around police, yeah? I don't have this anxious feeling that the police will do something bad to me. Like in my country, I feel very safe. When I see police, I know they're going to protect me, yeah? So in that regard, I understand, but if it was random people at the bar, I would still feel scared. Those types of bar fights can escalate way out of control when two people have guns, yeah. I would hope that it also can prevent some fights, but that's like wishful thinking when people are drunk. Because, you know, I would hope that there's a bit of that, like, mutually assured destruction logic, you know, what's it called? Nuclear weapons, right? That since we both have them, nobody's gonna attack anyone. Maybe it would be like that with guns, but I don't know if that actually works when people get drunk. You trust the government in Freyner? Yes, I do. I mean, I have also some criticism from government, like most people do. It doesn't make it makes mistakes. He used boots and then mounted and then dismounted. What are you doing? He's pressing every button. I forgot to overcharge, but I can't overcharge on his screen now because he's gonna think that I'm overcharging against him. Which I'm not. I don't want to do. Let's go. You have 2 Hellfire potions. Let's go, sir. Let's do this. Come on. So yeah. I don't like. I have like my trust in government. Like, I trust the police. I trust the legal system. You know, I trust that they are out there. Like, they're there to protect my interests and protect me from whatever happens. And I do trust most of the decisions as well. But it doesn't mean that I am not critical. Like, I don't follow government that much anymore. Okay, he does want to fight. Let's fight then. So yeah, but yeah, I studied law. So one thing I learned pretty quickly in law school is how awesome the Supreme Court. Like there were so many situations I learned about and studied where you could like you would see. I would feel that the Supreme Court is like actually reasonable people. Like it's not somebody who's like disconnected from reality, making some weird decisions or messing something up or whatever, or like focusing on the legally correct stuff. When I was reading and like studying the Supreme Court decisions, it was actually felt like those are like real people making the society like actually better and making good decisions. So at least my belief in legal system very much started from school. What are you purging, my dear sir? Should have purged the mage robe earlier. He still has 2 potions. Okay, a bit late. His first potion was very, very late. But his combo was still very dangerous, as you saw. I was losing a lot of HP in the end there. Let's see if I missed. Doesn't have Estonia have conscription? Have been in the army? Yes, Czechia, I have been in the army. It does have conscription, yeah. You have to go. But it's not like hardcore, yeah. It's not like some countries who are actually... Wait, sir. Give me a moment. It's a Badon, yeah. It's not gonna be fun, but, you know, I have to try it to see what happens. He has Undead Cape as well, just like me, so... Oh shit, I should change my helmet as well. I'm gonna boots into him. Okay, never mind. Not anymore, I guess. Oh, luckily I got the poison off. You're dead now. His Undead Cape is gonna proc, though. No. I thought it would be enough damage. That's sad. How much? 100 HP. Okay, I mean, now he's healing also, but... Damn. I was waiting, as you saw, not to proc his Undead Cape too early. Did you see that? That has never happened to me. Yo, did you see what happened on my screen? He died while his E was in the air and it disappeared. I didn't know that game was coded like that. That was interesting. Like, he died while his E was in the air and the E just disappeared. It didn't even proc. So apparently, if you have a projectile in the air while you are, like, removed from the map, you die, the projectile disappears. Changing all my spells there was definitely important, and all of them together came for this. Came together to enable this win. So yeah, the conscription, like like obviously it sucked to not have freedom, and there were some funny stories because I'm not very, I don't respond to authority that well, as you know. It wasn't that, I wouldn't say it was difficult for me, but I definitely was messing a little bit with my superiors in the army a bit more than average. But other than that loss of freedom and having to be like stuck there and only getting out on some weekends, like it wasn't like super duper challenging. We're not like, you know, crawling in the ditches. We had like some weeks when we were living outside in the woods. Yeah, then we had to shit in a hole and crawl in ditches, but it wasn't like a hardcore thing. Yeah, I feel like. But we do have conscription. Yeah. Let's see what Tricky said. Now I'd be alarmed for sure, and even the idea of it for all the reasons you've listed troubled me. Yeah, but at the time I was like, fuck yeah, America. Yeah, well, obviously I don't have the fuck yeah, America, but I do, like, when I imagine those situations that we talked about, because it's very easy for me to be like, okay, like, what the fuck, like, of course guns are bad, just get rid of them, like, oh, stupid Americans, yeah? But actually, when I think about those situations, because that's like a common thing that a lot of Europeans feel like why don't you just, like, get rid of guns, yeah? But as I was saying, like, I can actually relate very well, because once some people start owning guns and publicly carrying them, everyone else has to be on edge. So it's like from this part, I'm just happy that I don't have to be in that society, because if I was, I would probably also think about it. Yeah. Last time I trusted police, I was kidnapped for 11 days. Maxim, what? That sounds like a story you need to elaborate. You were kidnapped for 11 days, and that had something to do with trusting the police? I've never had any problems with police. I haven't even had any real contact with police. I mean, I've been in like a couple situations where they ask questions later, yeah, but it wasn't really that much. Like I've been more or less part of a fight, but it's like more passively, you know, not really actually participating in it. That's it. That's my only connection with police. When I turned 18-year-old, the party I had was a bit too big, so neighbors called the police, and the police came and made sure that we are not underage, but we told them that, yo, I was the youngest one, now I'm 18, and somehow it was good enough. They just wanted us to be quiet. That's my only memory of actually like police being not there to protect me, but to protect others from me. Other than that, I have never had it. Why poison over heal or gig? I have gig pots also. Gig pots are sometimes good. Healing potion, I feel like I'm better off, since I'm using Undead Cape, I'm better off with poison. First of all, poison works well with my kiting playstyle, as I need to do more damage without having to commit to the fight. I can throw poisons from far. And many people use Smuggler's Cape. With Poison Potion, I can often throw 2 poisons in a fight. I throw one at the beginning and one at the end, without even having Smuggler's Cape, because it has much lower cooldown than Healing Potion. Or like, significantly longer, yeah. Shorter cooldown, not longer cooldown. Your law student background will help you anyway. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, since I don't practice law, and even specifically like you know, I don't know the specifics, but if I do get into a situation, at least I'm expecting that the police will help me, and if not, then yeah, maybe the legal background helps, but I'm not sure. Haven't been in that situation. Could be ping. You think, Joe, what part of ping? Because usually what ping does is things that happen on your screen that your character does. Because, you know, my character throws the Q the moment I hit my Q. This makes for a fun, responsive game. But in reality, my Q happens with a bit of a delay, right? Because the server needs to get the information. So usually when ping messes something up, it happens that on your screen, you did something, like something shows. By the way, I forgot to overcharge. Both of those fights I took without overcharge. This fight and the other fight. No way. Okay, it's time to overcharge now. Oh man, instantly back to happiness. So yeah, so I don't think that the ping would work it this way, right? Usually it's something that your character does on your screen, but then the server says, nope, that actually didn't happen. Like when your shoes trashed. What was that? Yes, Killer. That is. I haven't watched the clip yet, but I think that's gonna be one of my favorite clips. Yeah, we have quite a few good clips from today. 100%. Like definitely, some things to maybe put on YouTube later, or at least share with others as well. You can also feel free to share them in Discord, by the way, but I will look through them as well. Well. Okay, let's see. So this is the story. By the way, this is a YouTube chat, right? So that's why it's not on screen, but I'm going to relay to you because that's curious. So we have Maxim in YouTube chat who said that last time he trusted the police, he got kidnapped for 11 days. Now, I understand, you know, you obviously don't have to actually answer, but I got me really curious. So here's a bit of the answer. Maxim said, well, they played with my trust to police because, you know, the police codex calls to protect the law and citizens, but they are not. And after... No one takes statements from my lawyer when I want to sue them and kidnap. Oh, okay. So what you're saying, okay. So it's just that, it's not that they let you get kidnapped or something, but it's mostly just that you feel disappointed that after you did get kidnapped, they didn't actually help you. Like once you no longer kidnapped. Man, I can't even believe what it's like. I can't even imagine what it's like to be kidnapped. I don't think I've been in such a tense situation ever in my life. Is Overcharge always good to do? No, Third Squirtimus. This is like semi-jokingly I started doing it. And it has some benefits that I'm doing it in the city always. One benefit is that otherwise I can forget. And one benefit that a lot of people otherwise, even if they have an advantage, even like some 6-3s against tier 7, if I overcharge on their screen, they sometimes don't take the fight. Or they start playing super carefully and defensively. So to avoid that, I overcharge off-screen. And if I'm already overcharged when they see me, that doesn't happen. Like that kind of psychological aspect of, oh shit, enemy overcharged, I'm just disengaging. That doesn't happen. But it's not like a real thing. Although, like for low tiers, like tier 7, tier 6, or middle tiers at least, it's not a bad idea either, right? Like, I am on average making more than enough money from the overcharge, yeah? Like, the overcharge costs me like, how much? Like 100k plus whatever items trash, plus the thing. So, let's say that it costs me about 100k for half an hour, something like that. If I overcharge. Because if I double overcharge later, yeah? Without siphoned energy. Maybe 120k, 150k an hour. And I am stronger, and there's significant, like there's this non-ridiculous, like not a small amount of fights where it actually matters, where otherwise I would, like, it would be a close fight and I would die. And my success right now winning fights has definitely improved. Of course, it might also just me getting more used to this build and enjoying it, but I'm definitely, I feel more successful because more people fight me more openly. They're not so worried about me being overcharged, and I am just stronger. Better to have a gun and don't need it than need it and don't have it. Interesting. That is an interesting way to summarize the discussion. It's kind of true, because, like, it's a valid point. If you look at the situation, like a situation where you need a gun and don't have it, obviously seems very, very bad. But on the other hand, like, when we're talking about guns, there has to be like a bigger thing, yeah? There has to be like a long-term thing, yeah? Like, I'm not saying that I am gonna be like Gandhi or whoever, like, is able to say that I believe in the system, so, like, I believe in the judicial system so much that I'm gonna let myself get, like, I'm not gonna try to escape prison, yeah? If I get falsely accused, yeah? Or something like falsely, like, I'm not taking it to that extreme, but at the same time, like, not having a gun, you're kind of paying a bit of a price for a long-term benefit to society. But this is getting very philosophical, though. I understand both of those points. Like, both of the sides, yeah. I'm just looking through chat to see if there's something I missed earlier. Deterrence won't work when both sides are stupid. Yeah. That's another way for the mutually assured destruction thing. Yeah, you're deterring the other person. Like, it deterrence for nobody to start the fight. But yeah, people are drunk or if they don't think about it. That's also, like, deterrence in general. In criminal law, it's not a very well established thing. Like, there's not a lot of studies showing that it legit works. Like, yeah, of course, if something is criminal versus it's not criminal, is a big difference. But if you decide that something is criminal, whether the punishment is 5 years in prison or 10 years in prison, there isn't really good scientific, like, work to suggest that punishing something with more prison time, for example, is going to actually, you know, make people commit that crime less, you know, or actually going to deter them. Should be incredibly difficult, this fight, but we have to try it, I think. He's coming for me. At least he has proper boots, though. Should be very, very difficult. He still has 2 potions, but he hasn't... I have to kite for a while. He still has 2 healing potions ready. Oh, he missed. That's big. I purged a bit late. Next E, I try to dodge. Man, the battle axe will kill both of us now. I wish I had soup on me right now. I so badly wish I had soup already equipped. I need to be a bit careful with this. Did he kill him? I don't think he did, yeah. It was close for me. I can't brawl like this. I brawled too early. I need to kite more. I don't think this is a good idea, but who knows? Wait, what? Oh, he's just leaving. Sure, fuck. Yeah. Too bad. It's Eugen Gen? I don't think so. I think he would have taken the fight against me if it was Eugen after this. Because I attacked him with like 50% HP and he still has red buff. Like at the end, after he gets the kill. Oh, wait, I can actually see? Mysterious stranger. I see the death, I don't see the kill. Okay, I'm not sure about how the fight was going. I brawled a bit too much. I brawled a bit too much with the dual swords, but it was okay. No, it is him. I see you stream. And then maybe he looted so much that he felt like he wants the money. Because I don't know what his potion situation is like, but I attacked him at the end with 50% HP and he still has red buff. I am surprised, tech tip. I think it's likely that he kills me there when I attack him, because obviously we are fighting for a lot more extra loot, but it's likely that he's still killing me there. My mistake was that I trust policemen, and yes, please take into account that I'm not from Estonia. Yeah, Maxim, of course. I mean, it's country by country, it's different. It's absolutely, I'm not trying to say that you should trust your government or there's some like inherent benefit to it. I'm just saying that that's what happened in my brain, yeah? In Estonia, I kind of trust my government more or less, at least parts of it. I got kidnapped. Wait. So we have interesting that we have several people who were kidnapped. I thought that would be like a very crazy situation. Snowshade says I got kidnapped one time. I played. Oh, okay, you played 8.3. Okay. So you got kidnapped in the game. Sure. Maxim said, "Oh no! At first the police escorted me to kidnappers, and then they ignored my complaints and the actions of the lawyer." Okay. They was acting like I want to be kidnapped. That seems like a very crazy story, but yeah, I understand. Yeah, of course. Like I also. Police specifically is known in some countries to be a bit more like either corrupt or like have some other problems. So I don't have. That's it. I don't have an inherent kind of trust for everything that is police. I just have good feelings about them in my country. And there was also 8-3 here. Thanks for following, Tactive. Or did I already say that? Okay, so against the dual swords, I don't think I'm winning that because I brawled a little bit too early. He missed his E, that's a very big thing. After that, I feel like I kind of want to brawl, but it's a bit too early. Like, I was taking too much damage. I should have kept kiting him a little bit more. Essentially, my plan was to just fight him, and next time I see his E, I E out of him to dodge it again, and then try to go for the finish after Undead Cape, but I'm not sure if it would have worked exactly that way or not. Undead Cape saved me there, though. I mean, if you say it's Eugen, then yeah, I mean, probably he would have gone for the dual swords anyway, because he has enough experience to quickly understand how much more valuable his items are than mine. But still, Undead Cape in that situation, when it procced, it made it very clearly like a laser focus for him to go. But I wish I had soup equipped. I need to remember to do that. If I had soup equipped, I can get in, I can participate in that fight much earlier. Like, let's put these things here, and these go for the supplies tab, because these are things I'm going to use in the future. Criminals don't need a gun to commit crimes. They will use even a screwdriver if need be. I mean, the fact that you cannot fully stop something doesn't mean you shouldn't reduce it, yeah? I'm not saying that's what you're trying to say, Icos, but a lot of what we do, also in your own life, yeah? Like, it's not like... The fact that you cannot become like the next top model doesn't mean you shouldn't become more active and go to the gym. By the way, I'm talking to myself here as well, yeah? But it's the same with society, for society as well. Like, the fact that you cannot eradicate some sort of crime doesn't mean that you... It's not a discussion of where to draw the line and what type of measures to implement. So the best subject to learn in school is not maths, chemistry, physics, but basics law. Well, yeah, I think one of the reasons... Now, I don't know, like the educational system and like what the reform should be, or how people are... There's people who have thought about this much more than me, but I think one of the reasons why you do learn like science stuff and more academical stuff is because that keeps like the doors open. Yeah, if you want to become a lawyer or go study an MBA, to try to get into entrepreneurship early in your life. Those things like that, yeah, of course, it would be nice to have some basics already in school, but they are still kind of open to you anyway. Whereas, like, if you want to advance the society's understanding of, I don't know, physics, or you want to do like top-notch research in neurobiology, you need to learn all of that stuff early, I feel like. So I think that's why there's so much more focus on things like maths and chemistry, so that those who do want to join the academia and, you know, kind of go to the cutting edge of humanity's understanding of science, that they have a choice to do that. Because all the like lawyers and the I don't know, businessmen and so on will anyway find their way. But I'm not saying that I'm not trying to defend the educational system, but just saying that I think there's a reason why in school I also studied a lot of stuff that is absolutely useless in my life now, but it is useless in my life. But there are people who studied with me for whom it is important because they actually are doing research in related fields. So I'm glad that they got the chance. I feel like there's incredible input lag in my PvP combat. Anyone has any ideas why? Interesting. And it's not lag, yeah? It's not the ping. I mean, ping would also feel a bit like that. I don't know. Oh, somebody's fighting something. Clarent Blade, tier 6. Let's see if he wants to try this. I should have eat to dismount him and then Impaler to keep myself on top of him. He queued him up. That's good. Good presence of mind from him. Now he's queuing mobs all the time. Good job. I mean, now he's in combat with me, though. So next rotation, I think he's dead, but we'll see. If he keeps finding mobs to queue, he's in a good place to get away, potentially. Because he's not that far from exit. Well, it's something. It's something. One of the reasons why Clarent Blade is not very popular, because he doesn't have mobility. Oh, shit, somebody was... Okay, I didn't see who that was. Maybe I missed the fight. The dual swords fight was awesome, though. It definitely felt like after he missed his E, I have a bit of an upper hand. But the problem is, I think to play that properly, that fight where ended up getting ratted, we were fighting on an objective, yeah. But I think the problem is that to properly actually win that fight, because he's like 4-4, 6-3, right? I need to disengage a little bit there. I mean, I need to E out and still kite a bit more and hope that I catch him later. And that means that if he doesn't want to risk his much more expensive items for my tier 7, he's just gonna walk the other way and maybe even E the other way, and then I can't catch him, yeah? So, to play the fight properly, I kind of have to... I have to kite him and try to bait him in, because if he really wants to, he can get away. It's not lag. Okay. I mean, I know if you're asking that, it's probably not lag, but just it's still worth checking out quickly. Okay, right now I got ganked by 3 people and I had to press my many times to activate my W and R. There is something weird. I think it has to do with like with the recording mode or the hide UI thing. Some spells, sometimes they play the sound but they don't work. I've heard from a friend that he's having a lot of trouble. He even sent me clips where it's so obvious that his spell sound cue played, but the spell for some reason didn't work. But that's like a different thing. That's not a delay, that's just it doesn't work. Lost NATO says global cooldown. Is it possible it's global cooldown? Straightest man ever. Do you know what the global cooldown is? And have you taken that into account? Or not? And for everyone else, if someone is listening and is not sure what we're talking about, I mean, I know 99% of you already know, but if you're new to Albion, every single time you use any spell, all of your spells go on cooldown for half a second. So you cannot combo like in some other games. You cannot do like fast combos. There's always who is that there? Oh shit! If they are in the same place, I don't mind. he let me purge both. Now he's also purged his sprint now, actually. Okay, he let me purge his mercenary, adrenaline, and sprint with one mage robe in the end. I mean, he might have a chance, I think, in the end. Valiant effort, but yeah. I guess I got here at the right moment. They also killed someone else here. Let's see who it is. Beyond half a second. Okay. Just making sure that you are, like, because, you know, it's possible that it's global cooldown. Yeah. So it is something else. Okay. To my mind, there is cooldown between each spell press. Yeah. You can, like, everyone else as well. I think we all know mostly, but you can see whenever I Q, look at all my spells. You see, everything goes like a quick cooldown. So there's always half second. That's why a combat in Albion feels a bit slower. And, I mean, consequently a bit more tactical, but it's not as mechanics-based as League of Legends or Dota. Someone picked up the Wisp there. Oh shit, it's like next to the thing, actually. I don't have Gigpot equipped, so this might be a bad idea, but I want to try it. Was I late? I hope the timing was correct, though. Would be nice to be able to change to Gigpot. I'm gonna do this just so he doesn't keep me in combat with his W. And hopefully I can change to Gigpot. I could even potentially change to Dodge Roll, I'm not sure, though. Let's try this. This might be a bad idea because I'm putting myself on 10-second cooldown, but I don't think his boots will be ready anyway. Oh, come on, come on, mobs. No, let me heal. Okay, he missed. Is he bootsing up yet? He still doesn't have boots, okay. At least now he's kind of interested in... Okay, no, never mind, he's not. Can I just cripple him? No, okay. Okay. He wasn't really interested. I think Geekpot alone would be enough, but his Geekpot will be on cooldown now. But you know, I have no ideas. I have not experienced this sort of input delay beyond what the things that we talked about, and yeah, definitely using some spells felt different on NA server for me, but you know, that's just pingus. It never felt like input delay, but I mean, I guess a little bit. Like it felt like my Qs were not hitting like as crisply when I was pressing them, but I think they still happened the same moment. It's just, oh, okay. So these guys actually killed like a decent extra amount. I mean, okay, nothing is gonna make up for losing the 4.4 dual swords just earlier. That would have been probably the juiciest kill. I mean, I've killed some 6-3s today, right? At the beginning, for sure. We killed those fists. These were tier 8. These guys were by... Yeah, this was mostly tier 8. This is mostly tier 8. But there was a fist skill somewhere. I think this was the juiciest so far. But yeah, this dual swords would have been on par with that, but unfortunately. And as I said, I'm not sure I'm winning that fight anyway. I have to dodge his E, and even then it's going to be kind of close. He still has a purge ready. So, if my Undead Cape procs and he purges it together with my stacks, I am just insta-dead there. So it's not like, it's not obvious that, you know, like the Battle Axe came and stole my kill type of thing. I was still mostly in trouble, but I had a good, considering the kind of how much weaker I am than the dual swords, I was in a very good place. It was, in my mind, it was still kind of a 50-50 of what happens in that fight. So it was, it would have been very nice if it works out. But hey, you know, hey, everyone's a rat. And when you fight on objectives, there's much higher chance. Just like the double-bladed that killed us, yeah, I don't know. He might be raidering, might not be. But at the end of the day, fight... Oh, shit. These don't go here. Fighting on the objective is always going to be riskier. Always. So, he double-bladed also, if you remember, when he killed me and the guy I was fighting, that was on top of an... like, at least close to the camp, yeah? Okay. Time has come to say goodbye for today. And I will see you again tomorrow, which which hopefully will be a wonderful Friday. Thank you for being here with me. Let's see who is streaming. It's been a while. I mean, not a while, but it's been a couple days since we actually raided Dante, so that's a good candidate for today. Oh, we can also let's raid Eugene. Yo. Let's raid Eugene right after that. Especially since you say it was him. Are you sure? You are sure? I hope. Are you sure it was Eugene? I mean, I guess now I can actually see on the kill board. Anyway, we were. You are sure? Yeah. Okay. Then it's even better. Anyway, we are gonna raid him. Oh, he was even tier 6. Damn. Okay. So maybe that's. I'm tier 7 overcharge. Maybe that's why he decided not to take his chances when I attacked him later on. Okay. How do I? Where is it? Eugen. Let me copy that. So stay for the raid for some extra points that you can later use to make me do things on Twitch. And I'll be very, very happy to see you again tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Test server changes. Maybe I'll talk about them tomorrow. Yeah, I looked at some of them, at least the staging server changes. But anyway, let's raid Eugene. Thank you for being here. Have a good one, everyone.